So far here at the Dolce Vita series in Merrick Crystal Cove, we have had some rip-roaring action from the Mystery Bounty, the Ladies event, the IPO Masters, and of course last night the Pot Limit Omaha Bounty. However, as exciting as those tournaments were, they were just warming us up for the big one, the 2K La Notte Degli Assi main event 5-day poker extravaganza, which will be taking place right beside me a little bit later on. We're picking up the coverage on day 2 of that one. Ali Najad and Andrew Headley are in the booth right now. Myself and James Dempsey will be in the mix a little bit later on. Over to you, lads.
And thank you so much, David Lappin, Ali Najad, alongside Andrew Headley, shepherding you through to La Notte Degli Assi Day 2. After 4 full day ones, Andrew, which yielded 950 entries already, with 5 levels of registration still open, we get action underway with just one feature table. Unfortunately, all that we can bring you, but no doubt there are going to be a number of faces that cycle through, and my guess is it won't be all too random. The tables that are chosen by our producers to come in here and give us a glimpse at what they've got going on. Average chip count right now, 238,000, 1K 2,500 with a 2,500 big blind ante. That's the level that we're on. 60-minute levels, by the way, in stark contrast to those 17-minute hyper turbo levels that we had going on yesterday during that Omaha 8 or better. Sorry, Pot Limit Omaha bounty event, which went into the wee hours, by the way.
Oh, it was absolutely insane. Good afternoon, Ali. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, we got to heads up. It was late local time. 20 big blinds against 8 big blinds, and we somehow played for another hour. we finished at 250k big blind, and there was only 3 million chips in play.
Well, listen,
so
far more than those big blinds. The number that you're looking at from top to bottom on this leaderboard, where Lebanon's Abdallah Edine sits atop. 3 Frenchmen, by the way, in the mid-pack there. Zvezdan Tadic down at the bottom, but 700,000 in chips. Obviously, there's no cause for concern for these folks here. You'd think that was like an Olympic leaderboard based on the 3 Frenchmen.
I think that's just the chip leaders of the entire tournament.
Ah, the overall, yes.
I mean, otherwise we're going to be here for an extremely long time.
It was really interesting because I was trying to figure out how it is that these guys were able to put together that many chips. Yeah. You're absolutely right. Oversight on my part. Apologies. But here is our actual feature table. But Lebanon well represented yet again in the top 2 slots. We find Al-Jawari and Merheb, in the top 2 slots, 400 and 269, respectively, roughly. The Turks, front and center as well, Cihat Oral and Osman Aksu down there toward the bottom of the leaderboard. But still, you know, a healthy number of big blinds, especially when we consider hour-long levels.
Yes.
You know, you can actually afford to sit back a little bit and play proper poker. And 57 bigs, I mean, there's plenty of tournaments where on day 2 having that many bigs would put you toward the top of a chip count potentially.
Yeah, we should see, you know, some very deep, sort of deep stacked pots, as it were. Lots of room to navigate your way down the streets. Looking forward to getting into it. And La Notte Degli Assi, I was told yesterday, I wasn't entirely sure, called the Night of the Aces is the translation. What a beautiful name for a poker tournament.
A bit poetic, right?
It is. So just about to get underway here on the feature. And we have 5 days of coverage, right? Not, well, 4, being that day 1 is already completed, but day 2 today, 3, 4, and then 5. We're taking you all the way through to crowning a champion later in the week. Fairly good chance, Ali, that we top 1,000 entries here, which is pretty insane. Considering, you know, Vegas just finished and people could be a little burned out and the like, but 1,000 runners in a 2K. Let's get after it.
$1,500,000 guarantee. The buy-in here was 2K.
Yeah, that's already been crushed. Should get to 2 million plus. Not too shabby.
I'll tell you what, it is remarkable to consider, you know, I mean, a $2 million prize pool in a $2,000 buy-in event. That is just...
It's chunky.
It's very chunky. And you've played a main event here in Cyprus before, Andrew, and you know, you can attest firsthand to just how much value there is in these fields, but also specifically how many adjustments one needs to make when they're trying to navigate their way into a deep run here. We've coined it MPO, Merit Poker Optimal. It's a different style and one that takes a little bit of getting used to, but for those who are veterans of the room, who are familiar with these fields, I think there's a reason why we tend to see them making these deep runs and finding the money.
100%, yeah. You know, we were having a laugh yesterday. I said that the first time I played here, I came in with the sort of standard theory ideas in my head of, okay, I'm going to do this, 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 and I got absolutely wrecked by the locals, destroyed. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to overbet shove this river. There's no way he can have, like, this hand or this hand.
Yeah.
And yeah, I found to my cost that that was not the case. But we should see some fireworks, some outside-the-box plays, and let's get into it.
Gadzhiev under the gun with Queen-Jack offsuit, perhaps a little bit ambitious. Finds himself up against pocket 8s and 6s, the former of which have flopped a set here. Note 2 overcards and the gut shot, the immediate prospects for Gadzhiev, and that's left him emboldened enough to barrel into these blinds. 8,000.
Yeah, I had a decision here right off the bat whether to potentially take a free card. But Aksu is going to slow play this middle set, just calling the 8K c-bet from Gadzhiev. Wow, and this is very optimistic, Ali. Overcall from Oral with just pocket 6s, does have some backdoor potential. This is pretty thin.
Yeah, some of that backdoor potential in terms of the spade. We have a pretty weak spade in our hands. We can see that Gadzhiev covers. And in terms of the straight prospects, if it comes 9-7, any jack would leave us in a bad way. And he finds a very problematic 6 on the turn. 2 snap checks out of the 2 sets. I think Gadzhiev at this point would be well served to simply check back and try to realize equity in this 44,000 chip pot.
Oh, and he's going for it. Well, straight into the action here. We said we were going to see some fireworks, and
by
here
the way,
it comes.
chunky 32,000.
I mean, it does make sense, right? Very coordinated board. If we are going to bet, we're going to choose a large size on the double flush draw board. But what is Oral going to do here? Let's see what Aksu lands on first. He's raising, and now Oral, having turned the set of 6s. I mean, how can we get away from this, Ali?
The 7-9 is the one in terms of concerns for the pocket 6s. I don't really think pocket 10s are on his mind. He's not concerned about pocket 5s, obviously. That would be a delight. Maybe he assigned some pocket 8s across the way, but really some care required.
Oh, this is a nasty, nasty spot right off the bat for Oral. And yeah, I mean, small blind can have some 9-7 suited, I guess, that gets in there versus under the gun. Probably not going to be in there full frequency, but can get in there sometimes. And likely, I'm with you, you know, pocket 5s, I think, will always check raise flop, right, unblocking the top part of the board. So it's kind of top set of 10s we're worried about, and maybe this 7-9 suited, but there are a lot of combo draws in here that could be bluffing, and like a Jack-9 of diamonds that decides to play aggressively, maybe a Queen-9 of spades if it decides to pull the trigger.
The top set of 10s skews more heavily toward Gadzhiev than it does toward Aksu, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, of course, this is just a very, very nasty spot. Having clung on the flop, we've hit our gin card, and now we face 3/4 pot and raise. What a great laydown that is. Goodness me, Oral. When you get the news, sir, you just saved your tournament. What a fold.
It's so strange because the fact that he didn't snap call didn't leave us thinking that a fold was on the table, but maybe a little bit of posturing, you know, or snap shove for that matter.
Yeah.
And yet, you could see how unsettled he was by the fact that Gadzhiev snap folded behind him.
Yeah, he's going to be really annoyed at that.
You know, Gadzhiev stick around, and he's looking over at Aksu, thinking, "Oh, I had you."
He might have got one through me. I mean, can't underestimate just how difficult that is to make the sort of very kind of ropey flop over call, which I wasn't a huge fan of. Then we hit our Jin card, and he's found a way to get away. Very well done.
You've got to get that absolutely right.
Oh, if you're wrong here,
you are torching if that set hits the muck, and it was best.
What a great laydown that is.
That is truly impressive. You're not wrong, especially when you consider in terms of MPO that check raise out of Aksu does not have to contain the 7-9 or the 8-8 or 10-10. The only hands that really were worried about. 7-4 was there as well, but we kind of removed that from the equation for the most part.
Yeah,
or do we, you know, here at Merit?
This is it. You will occasionally just see someone there, even with something like an ace-10, just decide, you know what, this board's really wet, I think I'm best. I'm just going to run it. That is some laydown. Well done. So we have an open here. Oh, Ali. What a start to the day.
The deck is choosing violence quite early, although obviously we could have had a lot more hemorrhaging had we seen that set of sixes stick its neck out. Instead, the king-queen running into the king-king as Gulli made it 5,500. Canzonieri, a 3-bet to 20,500.
Yeah, by the way, Canzonieri we saw earlier on making the final table. I believe it was the mystery bounty, so he's finding some heat here this week. Played very well, very disciplined, sort of a lot more standard ranges, takes his time, picks his spots, so he'll be one to watch.
So I suppose we could describe him as arrabbiata? Oh, a little spice?
A little spice.
A little heat?
A little spice, but with a little sour cream sprinkled on, just a bit of calmness amongst the spice. Now, he knows what he's doing, that's for absolutely sure.
Yep.
Nice laydown, King Queen. Just not a hand you really want to continue with here. Offsuit, out of position. Early position open, early position 3-bet. Next hand, please, dealer. I'm still kind of reeling from this laydown from Oral. Fabulous stuff. And you're exactly right. If you get that wrong and someone reports back to you, says, you know, you had your opponent dead. Of course, unlikely on that texture, but what a great fold.
Canzonieri, 57,000 plus in career live tournament earnings for him. And oftentimes, you can be fooled into thinking, as we see Aksu looking down at a couple of jacks here, that because the tallies are modest in terms of career earnings for some of these guys, that maybe the talent level isn't necessarily there. But when you consider that buy-ins might peak at something like a 2K, these are very reasonable, you know, totals and achievements. And, you know, there's a lot of folks who grind quite exclusively here at Merit.
Sure. With
maybe some other stops more local to their geography sprinkled in.
Yeah, so it's not as easy to get the high volume sort of tournaments in as it might be, you know, if you lived Central America or the like.
Yeah.
There's something to play every week. Now we've seen it here. There's a lot of talent in these walls. Like Canzonieri played very, very well the other day. And like you say, right, 57K might seem modest, but if you looked at the way he played throughout that final, really didn't put a foot wrong at all, which just showed me immediately, right, this guy's a player.
Back in Las Vegas, you know, where I host a mixed game, there's a game that's 1/10 of the size of my game. And every now and again, when my game's going and there's not a seat and I haven't been able to start the game, I'll go and kill a little bit of time in that game as I wait, just show a little bit of support or whatever. And there are occasions in which I am absolutely astounded at the effort and the skill that's on display in that game relative to a game 10 times its size that's being played inside, you know, the VIP area. And I liken that reality to the one that we see here, just because this is a 2K, right? Not a 25K.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean that you're not going to unearth some real talents, as you alluded to.
There's some hidden gems.
Some really strong players who maybe haven't been given the opportunity based on bankroll or whatever, but who are performing on a level that you take note of and raise your eyebrows and, you know, you think, this is a guy that I would stick into a 10K 100%. And feel quite confident that my money's performing well.
That's the greatest thing about poker. There's always new talent climbing the rungs of the ladder. As we see Al Jawari, Ace-Jack, +2 opens. Pretty wide defend here from Goulier with the king-6 off. Does flick it in through to the ace-10 deuce. Goulier with the king of diamonds in hand, but pretty dicey spot here, assuming Al-Jawari c-bets, which we're going to see an extremely high percentage of the time.
There he is, reaching with the action understandably checked over. Barreling into 14-5. A very paltry 3,500, designed to retain a wide array of kit.
Yeah, and this might just be the price. But part of the problem when you defend these hands right even with the backdoor nut flush draw, it's just so tough to continue with a hand like king-6.
Yeah, what's the plan other than get there? And get there in a way that's so face up, whether it's running queen-jack or running diamond.
Right.
Diamond. Running sixes would really be the
Oh.
Although I'm not even sure we get to see the river if we check after making the 6 on the turn and face another barrel.
Don't talk about sixes. Oral's still got PTSD in seat 4.
Yeah. He has no idea, by the way, but that was an incredibly impressive fold.
I've been in that spot so many times, and you sit there, and even as a professional, it's hard to like put that spot to the back of your mind. Mercifully for him, he is going to find out, right? Like if you're on an outer table, you will never find out in it, and you may kick yourself for the rest of the day. In around about 45 minutes or so's time, he should get the good news from someone on the rail that he made a sensational fold.
Ace-10 suited here for Kaduri. Ace-jack for Al-Jawari yet again. Offsuit. This in particular is a very tricky combination, the offsuit ace-jack, to kind of work your way around in any given stage of a tournament.
I was literally going to reference the same, especially in these seats. You know, under the gun versus +1. Very tricky. You have the entire table behind. Under the gun should have a pretty strong range. But Al-Jawari, showing his chops, is going to use this one as a 3-bet bluff. Don't mind it. It can kind of be opponent dependent. If you know a guy is pretty snug and won't be too out of line, you may let this one go. But is going to 3-bet. And back to Kaduri. This is also very tricky, like 60 big blinds effective to start the hand. We have a pretty hand, but you know, we have a strong range. Al-Jawari should have a strong range here too. So our hand can start to shrink. I really quite like this discipline. Very easy to get married to the suited, you know, ace-10s of the world, but we are going to be dominated a lot. We can see he was. Very well done.
Nice little pickup there for Al-Jawari, as ace-jack has served him quite well.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this one. Seen some great play already. A couple of good laydowns. Oral's exceedingly so. Props once again to the technical team. The set looks beautiful. Action back on Al-Jawari. Gets out of the way from under the gun.
A little Ninja Turtle there in front of Mereb.
Dempsey wants one of them. They sell them here, Ali. He doesn't use card protectors, but he says now's the time. Actually pretty cool. I like it.
Standing watch over the tokens. 5,500 to go from the button, says Goulier, as he is attacking the blinds and has picked a nice time to do so. Kaduri, 9-3 off. Must bin it. There's been some delegations that are a little bit more represented than others here at this specific La Dolce Vita series from the Merit Poker Complex in North Cyprus. The Italians, of course, given the IPO Masters. The Russians always tend to show up en masse.
Yeah.
I think freedom of movement in particular in today's political landscape, to be able to travel somewhere, not worry about visas.
Sure.
And Also not worry about any, you know, reprimand or any sort of discomfort. All are welcome here at Merit Poker, truly. And any given table is such a multinational affair, and you don't see any of what might be going on outside these walls or borders, you know.
That's why poker's so great.
Trickling in. It really is.
These things get pushed to the side. You know, 9 guys or girls at the table. Let's play.
Yeah, the divisions giving way to the shared passion for the game.
Yeah.
And a passion for Ace-King on display here from Oral, 5,500. The open, Merheb, flatting with the 7s. Baby-suited connector here for Canzonieri.
Yeah, I quite like this overcall. Like, we're very deep. And of course, from the button, less likely to get squeezed out the pot. But hold the phone. Decision on Kaduri.
And on the topic of squeezing, we could see out of the small blind, this one being leveraged as a potential candidate.
Yeah, I mean, it feels kind of mandatory to me. You know, we have an open from Oral. Merheb's flat and Canzonieri's flat in particular is never going to be a strong hand right on the button. It always squeezes kind of top of range holdings. Merheb likely to 3-bet his strong hands, but Kaduri finds restraint. Does just call. We can see he would have been met with resistance from Oral.
And big stack speculations from Al-Jawhari, who's
Yeah,
saying,
right.
if I can close the action with this dusty little deuce 3 offsuit, maybe back into something, I'm all about it. The deuce in the window bode well, and it comes ace-queen behind it. Top 2 pair for Kaduri, and this ace-king is in trouble.
Goodness me, Oral already managed to find that amazing fold with a set in a multi-way pot, and he's running into it again here. Top 2 for Kaduri. Looks like just reaching for calling chips. Makes a lot of sense. Not too much to protect against. Allow our opponent to keep barreling. Dicey waters here again for Oral.
Field thins to heads up, and the backdoor diamond draw shows up, which could actually further leave Kaduri content to play this as a check call and try to rope this ace-king in.
Yeah, I mean, this is big trouble for Oral. Mandatory turn bet and likely to go pretty large.
Into 54,000 comes 22.
Yeah, decision back on Kaduri. I mean, we have so much of this, Ali, that like check raise turn here is gonna look super, super nutted. Did think that Oral may have sized this even larger. Look to potentially get stacks in on a blank river. Kaduri now with the decision. Is reaching for 125k chip. Doing a pretty good job here of representing weakness, but now he shoves. Goodness me, Oral faced with 2 horrific kind of decisions.
Boy,
not to put too aggressive a point on it.
As played, this texture to get check raised when we bet into a multi-way pot as the opener pre-flop. We're conveying so much strength ourselves. It makes this move from Kaduri look that much hardier.
I'm with you 100%. I mean, is he really check raise bluff shoving here? Tough to give him some pure bluffs. They would be like a king jack of diamonds, king 10 of diamonds, jack 10 of diamonds type holding. And do they really check jam when you, as you've said, Oral is c-betting 5 ways and barreling turn? Seems pretty unlikely. We're going to be behind, you know, the set of deuces, the ace-4 suited, which looms large when the small blind overcalls pre. Ace-queen, of course, a real thing. A hand like an ace-jack, Ali, an ace-10, it's not going to check shove all in. It's going to just call. We do start to really lose those check raise bluffs. Basically, the Broadway diamond combos are about it in my eyes. You know, a hand like Queen 10 of diamonds, it's not going to check jam, it's just going to take the price. Oh, but he has landed on the wrong decision.
Reluctantly unable to find the big fold for a second occasion, the one that was necessary. He is not drawing dead, however. a king would do. Over 300K pot, and that necessary king is not what arrives on the river.
Yeah, according to our graphics, he should have 2 big blinds back. They are going to do the countdown. Have to feel for him 2 extremely tough situations in the early going. Potentially, Ali, the first one, do you think it can factor in? You're like, well, I made a massive laydown and now, you know, it's tough. It can sometimes color your thinking and poison your mind a little.
Yeah, I mean, every one of these pots should be played in somewhat of a vacuum, but of course, it is a little bit appropriate in terms of context between you and another player, perhaps, or observations you've made. Not that that's what we observed in this particular spot, but you're referencing the laydown with the set of 6s, and yeah, I tend to think I've only got so much big fold in the tank, you know, and I really used a lot of it there.
Yeah, the 6s felt to me like an incredibly difficult laydown. Yeah, and he found it, whereas this one, to me, there were a lot less bluffs on the table. Unfortunately for him, can't get away. Huge result for Kaduri. Has now doubled up since the feature table began.
You see Oral taking it in stride here, under the gun, 3-4 offsuit. It's not performing well at all against Gadzhiev, who wakes up a seat removed with pocket 10s here.
15. Yeah, very likely to see an ISO here. I believe he announced 15K.
Yeah, there is the 3-bet.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. 6 big blinds. Look to thin the field. Oh, Aksu wakes up with a real one. Ace Jack of Hearts. Non-stop action in the early going.
Now, the under the gun raise is not really what we're so worried about, because we know that Oral's going to take a trip through the blinds, which are going to cost him 6,000 in total. So he's heavily incentivized to go with this hand, almost regardless of what it is.
There you go.
Yeah, can sometimes make things a little murky, because of course Gadzhiev knows that Oral's range is could be any 2 cards, right? We can see he has 3-4 off. So he can be isolating a little wider than, you know, against the normal under the gun range.
Ace, King, 8, top pair for Aksu. Immediately rewarded for being sticky. Out of the big, it should be said.
Oh, wow.
Wow, it goes check, check. The 10 on the turn gives Aksu a Broadway gut shot, but of course, as we can see, it gives Gadzhiev the set. Oral drawing dead.
21 plus 8. No, ante. Ante main bank. This is ministry. You ante? 20, yes, sorry.
Just a little confusion here as they organize main versus side pot.
21. 45 is 21. 21 must be 21 side pot. Is 45. Yeah. We have 15. 15, 15, 30. 9 of 21. 21 side pot. Yeah, that's true.
So it appears that Aksu...
There should be 17K, right, in the main pot.
Yeah.
So this is what they're working out. So there should be 21 on the side. I believe they've got that sorted. And all of a sudden, Aksu now leading turn right into the deceptive turn set. I believe he's bet 20K.
Gadzhiev just flats it.
I like this a lot. You know, the big blind's not going to have many hands that have us beaten, like a queen jack suited, is it called in 6 big blind ISO? It could. But a lot of the time here, our opponent's just going to have an ace, some potential 2 pairs, and we get to put it in on the river, and here he goes. Wow, it's a head scratcher now for Aksu. After the flop goes check, check. Leads turn, gets called, and then jammed on a blank river.
Now, I believe he threw out a chip on the river.
Yep.
So that bet of 25K which I don't love, considering that the flat behind from the man who 3-bet pre does have quite a bit of strength attached to it.
Yeah, I'm with you. And what a nice laydown, though. Finds it pretty quickly. I mean, this spot, super underbluffed also. Kind of needs your opponent to be turning king, queen, king, jack into a river bluff.
Sure. Well, not to be overlooked is the loss of Chihat Oral. Of course, re-entry open for 5 levels here on day 2. You can buy in quite deep into this one. And, you know, some would take issue with structures such as this, but in order to put together a $2 million prize pool, which everybody is all about, having 4 separate day 1s and having late reg open through day 2, you know, these are the ingredients. These are the recipe.
Yeah, absolutely. It's never bothered me too much. Although I can see both kind of sides of the argument. You know, if someone wants to come and put 2,200 in and have 15 bigs,
yeah,
and I've done my work and I have 120, come on in, let's go. But I can see it both ways, I guess. You know, if you do go on that spin, kind of steal some EV, all these arguments, never really bothered me too much.
Listen, whatever amount of bother someone's experiencing, you look up at that prize pool and that should hedge all of the disdain.
I will qualify it by saying if someone late regs and goes on a heater and doubles through me 3 times and 3-outers me twice, then I'm hating it huge and I've changed my mind.
Oh, yeah. Ace-Jack for Canzanieri, the opener. Kaduri in a bad way, dominated with his King-Jack.
Little pair of 3s in the big for Gadziev. He gets to come along.
Set mining, 3-way affair, 20K in the middle, Queen 6 deuce. The 3s are actually still the best hand.
Pretty nice spot here for Kaduri. Jack of diamonds in hand, blocking some continues. Have some nice blockers to the best top pairs. Thought he might take a stab here in position.
Instead, everybody checking. Now the gut shot, courtesy of this 9, picked up by Kaduri.
Excuse me, I misread initially. I thought Canzanieri had the King-Jack with the Jack of diamonds. I felt Kaduri would stab in position, is what I'm getting at. But he did check back. Allows Canzanieri to go ahead and bet 5,500 on this 9 turn. Kaduri improving to a gut shot. And look at this. Senses weakness. This is very nice. Bumping it up.
You know, it's a very draw-heavy texture here on the turn, but of course, regardless, the Ace-Jack not really able to respond in any manner to that raise.
Yeah, well played, Kaduri. Sensing that weakness. Very small turn bet from Canzanieri.
Agreed.
Pounced on. As we take a little look at the chip counts. Al Jawari, great start for him, 414K. Kaduri, 329, both very healthy. Andres Merheb, 100 big blinds or so, 257K. Canzanieri, 216K in front of him. Everybody very deep at this table. Osman Aksu, shade under 200,000 in chips. And then the 2 Russians completing the board, 166K and 150K respectively. Super deep though, everybody with more than 60 bigs. Gonna leave a lot of room, a lot of wiggle room as they look to navigate their way to day 3. Round to Aksu, ace 3 on the button, it's at 5,500 to go.
Pocket fives now for Medheb. Defends. Heads up to the flop. Jack 10-4. 5 still in the lead, looking up at a couple of overcards, quickly checking, and in turn, a quick follow through on the strength of the ace of clubs and the betting lead with position. Aksu barrels and takes it.
Yeah, very nice from Aksu. Just going to get hands with not a lot of equity to continue out of there. Red fives, one of those, can't defend. Credit to him for how quickly he folded that ace-jack spot earlier. It was a little murky with the 2 big blinds going in from under the gun. Gadziev checking back flop, turning that set of 10s. Like how Aksu is handling things in the early going.
King deuce on the button. Gadziev showing a willingness to attack. 8-9 suited for Medheb.
Yeah, a little out of line this one from Gadziev. Never want to hold that deuce in your hand, blocking immediate folds. Merheb pouncing, and here we go, Ali. Gulye cold finding 10s.
I like the 3-bet from Medheb.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I hate the timing, just considering what's emerged in the big for Gulye, who isn't going to be looking to fold. How will he navigate? 162,000 back, 2,500 out there. 10s is a little bit awkward.
It is a little. I mean, we have 65 big blinds here. So one of these that I think with the specific positions, button versus small blind 3-bet, our hand gets that much stronger, right, than if we are in the big blind against some different position raise and 3-bets. I think we just 4-bet and go with our hand for the most part. Might be able to then fold to a button shove.
Oh,
looks like he just called.
This is a problem flop here for Medheb. Top pair and the gutty on this 9-7-5 board. 48-5 in the middle.
Yeah, interesting decision point right off the bat. Is going to go ahead and bet. Looks like 40%, 21K. Is of course a little scary, right? Facing this cold call, which generally is quite easily definable, and it has a lot of 10s, a lot of jacks, some ace-queen suited type hands in there. Yeah, and this is the problem when we c-bet, and look at this, he's moved it in. Becomes a pretty grim spot now with the 8-9 of diamonds.
Here's the thing, bottom of range right now for the 8-9 to be good, in my mind, is 2 overs and hearts.
100%.
And so even against that, you know, so much equity for the opposition, it's really tough to find an excuse to call.
It's kind of why I would advocate for flop check.
Yes.
Because you're basically facing this very condensed 10s, jacks, ace-queen suited, maybe even like an ace-king suited. I mean, most of the time of that, of course, will go in pre, but it depends. Here at Merit, we see some, you know, a little cautious play pre, and then they go for it post. Very tricky, and I like this laydown a lot from Merit.
Yeah.
Just kind of recognizing I'm either against a bigger pocket pair or the nut flush draw on 2 overs.
I think it's important, if you are going to be willing to make that c-bet there, that you have the capacity to lay down in the face of what is clearly a lot of equity that's shoving on you.
I think that's why I really strongly advocate for flop check. So when we check and Gulye bets 20K, we get to see a turn here. Like we have top pair, we have a straight draw.
Right.
Like bet fold in a hand as strong as 8-9 really sucks here.
Yeah. And yet that was what was called upon.
Sure.
Or called for, rather.
Well, it's still a really good fold,
Yeah.
but just one of those that's a little frustrating.
Yeah, it's one we didn't have to make. And those chips that we fired could have been calling chips, and you know, we could have taken the turn at the same price. Meanwhile, Metelsky, ace king. To the gun, we know the raise is coming. Artem Metelsky, by the way. Of Russia, the new arrival.
Notice there, Al-Jawari quickly folds the 6s in early position. Really like it, facing, you know, a sub-40 big blind open from under the gun.
Oh,
6 is going to perform quite poorly.
I don't know if you caught a glimpse of that face, but not really liking it should be this field, as the talents of Lebanon's Nicholas Shweedy have found their way to the 4 seat. Medheb has found his way to a flop, courtesy of a flat with these pocket 3s on the button.
Yeah, much more reasonable continue here than the 6s fold. We have position, not going to get shut out of this one too often. Try and set mine.
Yeah, and it looks like Kanzanieri also involved in this one, or is it?
Yeah, I did see cards in front of him as we take a look at Shweety's arrival.
Unclear what he's holding, but whatever it wasn't interacting with this particular flop in favorable fashion. So see bet and take it for the ace king. By the way, that is a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, he's a beast. He's been around for such a long time as well. So much consistency over the years.
1.5, yes.
Really, really competent player is Nicholas Shweedy. 5.1 million plus in career tournament earnings. You're talking about a beast who's been at it for a long time. First recorded live cash came back in August of 2007.
Yeah, I remember Nicola back in the day in the EPTs, like some of the very earliest broadcasts. Back when I was a young man, Ali, back when I was still in my prime.
You know what I respect most about Nicholas being here and playing this event is his last recorded cash came in May of this year in a $25,000 buy-in at the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series, which is another gig that I work, and you know, I've watched him get involved over there and really perform pretty well. And that one he finished second. That was good for $531,000. And yet here he is playing in this 2K. You know, he's just looking to play the game, find himself some spots that he deems favorable.
I genuinely think that some of the best players in the world, they just do mostly have like a deep seated, like, kind of just love for the game. You know, regardless of buy-in, they'll show up, put their best foot forward, give each tournament buy-in the same respect, regardless of how large it is.
Yeah.
And that's why he's had such longevity in the game.
You know, I actually, just as a matter of courtesy, not that I think anyone necessarily complains if you come down, let's say you play a small buy-in as a big, you know, buy-in player, to actually still play proper poker instead of come down and just go all in, all in, all in. And just, you know, it's almost a bit insulting. It's a bit condescending to those for whom maybe this is a big buy-in event, right? And so in cash games in particular, too, when I come down and I'm playing that game I referred to earlier that's a tenth the size, I still play it and take it seriously. And it's just out of a common courtesy and kind of a professional, you know, honor code sort of thing.
It's the way it should be, absolutely. I try to do the same. It can be difficult sometimes, but all the best minds and the most disciplined minds are the ones that make hay in this game.
Well, on the topic of difficult, Gadzhiev may feel...
Oh, this is pretty out of line.
Suited, yeah. I mean, facing the 3-bet from Medheb, who hasn't given us any reason to think that he's prancy. The 9-6 speculates and flops. Bottom 2 pair on an ace-high board. Monotone texture could keep things a little less violent, but top pair king kicker is certainly going to ask questions on this flop. 10,000 into 37.
Yeah, interesting spot already for Gadziev and how he's going to elect to proceed. He is counting out raisin chips, and this immediately, right off the bat, becomes very troublesome and problematic for Merheb. You know, when we think about the range of Gadziev, most of his bluffs are can be something like a pocket pair with a heart in them. Maybe like a pocket sevens or pocket eights with a heart that starts to try to dislodge some ace-x and some over pairs with no heart. Like, people don't typically check raise here with ace-10 of clubs, for example. And this is tricky, of course. Gadziev can have a lot of flopped flushes, can have a set of nines, a set of sixes, a hand like an ace-9 suited.
Well, Merheb does call the check raise, and now neither player welcomes the arrival of this deuce of hearts.
Yeah, this could get really interesting now. You know, Gadziev, other than a hand like a king jack of hearts that just flops the nuts and starts going for value, shouldn't have that many one heart high hearts in his hand.
Yeah.
Right? Like, he doesn't really have king of hearts or queen of hearts. Like ace queen, even with the queen of hearts, probably just check calls flop.
Well, he shouldn't have the naked king or queen of hearts. And by the way, he shouldn't really have a king high flush either, because with the nuts, why would you bother check raising and risking losing that second barrel in position from your opponent? But he does find the barrel with the nines and sixes on the turn. I thought perhaps, you know, when we're facing the c-bet and then the stickiness in the face of the check call, we can comfortably say there's a heart across the way, and that might have left the 9-6 a little bit more bashful about firing on the turn, but he sees the initiative and earned himself the pot there in the process.
Did wonder whether Merheb could sniff that one out and find a pretty spicy turn float continue with ideas of maybe bluffing river himself. Well done, Gadziev. Gets it through. Tough spot for Merheb, of course.
520,000 in career tournament earnings. Most recent results coming just a few weeks ago at the Sochi Poker Festival. Schwede here, suited and connected. Making it 6 to go. Folded around to the big blind of Kaduri. Queen 10 offsuit, defendable.
Yeah, likely to just flick in call-in chips here. You know, you don't love it. Close to kind of bottom range defend, especially against a player of pedigree like Nicola. Does call.
Ace, queen 3, second pair, 10 of clubs working. A check over to Schwede. Might feel as though he's got the range advantage on these ace-high boards, and so he asks a little question into 15-5. He fires 4,000. I like the sizing, by the way. Schwede's so good at making sure that he doesn't commit more than necessary.
Yeah, just look to dislodge 2 random overcards with no equity. You can get a bunch of king highs to fold, some pocket pairs that will fold on this board. Through to the jack of diamonds.
Yeah, this is a naked 7 high now for Schwede, which is drawing dead.
There is some potential for spice here, Ali. You know, we do have that range advantage, as we said, and if we can, you know, put a big turn bet in here, you put so much pressure, even on a hand as strong as an ace, like a hand like ace-8, ace-9, facing a chunky bet here, is really put under it, and he does find that barrel. Love this.
A pre-flop raiser firing the second barrel into the 3 Broadway card board here is obviously problematic.
This is really nice, 16K. So Kaduri does have one of these hands that should continue. Like, you're arguably better served continuing with this hand than a hand like an ace-6, right, that can't improve. You know, Queen 10, we're drawing to Broadway. We can improve to 2 pairs. We have more outs, per se, against a strong hand. And does find the turn call. And Sweetie, big river coming.
Boy, and it's not really big in terms of changing board dynamics whatsoever. Very dry is the deuce of diamonds. And Kaduri with the third and final check. This is very much the fork in the road for Sweetie. He knows he's losing this pot if he checks back. But how hard does he want to go at it? He only has 74,000 back.
I think he will go for this, Ali. We have a hand that unblocks hands that will call, fold. So these are hands like King X of clubs, 10X of clubs, right, that improve to a straight draw to go with their flush draw. A hand like a Queen 10 is going to have a very difficult time here calling river. And a naked ace is really struggling against a triple barrel. Really like this from Sweetie, whether it works or not. You know, the natural bluffs here are the sort of low pocket pairs that treble off, and these type of hands, suited connectors that don't interact with the clubs, with the pair and straight draw. Super, super tough to call off here with just Queen 10.
Well, Kaduri, sensing that this shouldn't be just a pair of aces, it should be more than that.
Right.
He interferes with some of those combos, holding the queen.
Yeah, we do block 2 pair, we do block the nuts. So these are things to factor in. Like, will Nicola bet 3 times with ace-8 suited, for example? Probably not, right, ever. So he is repping, as you said, 2 pair plus. But what a great play from Sweetie. Brilliantly done. What can you say? Showing his prowess.
Yeah, and looking oh so casual in the process, by the way, really giving nothing away. He is in his natural environment. 7 high.
I mean, these are the differences, right, between good players and like the true elite players. It's not fun to have 7 high here and find, you know, the gumption and the and it's not just guts. It's of course strong analysis and pull the trigger on that 3rd barrel. World-class stuff.
But even here on a feature stream table such as this, risking the embarrassment, let's call it, that one might sense if you get called there on the river, you know, and turn up that 7 high, he's not concerned about that whatsoever. He's just out there operating, playing his game.
Yeah, it just looks as cool as a cucumber. Love that hand, though. Well executed. And credit to Kaduri. He thought a long time on the river. Didn't just turbo fold. Well played hand by both, in my opinion.
Hard 6 now for Metelsky on the button. Eminent raise forthcoming. Up we go. Oh my. 65,000 doesn't feel like the sizing that he's gone with. There we go. Let's drop a 0 and make things a little more normal. King Salmon in the big for Al-Jawari on the big stack. He wants to defend. And he wants to look up at something better than 9-6-3. Bottom set for Metelsky.
Yeah, what a great turn of events for the Russian on the button.
You favor a check back here, Andrew?
Oh, no, C-bet for sure. Like, there are so many draws. Like, we just unblock, you know, all the 7-8s of the world, 8, 10, 9X, 6X, clubs. You know, even just random 2 overcards with a backdoor flush draw are going to continue very often. We're against an aggressive player, definitely looking to get chips in. This is really an interesting combo as well for Al-Jawari. 7 of clubs in hand. We block backdoor diamond continues. So if we were to check raise here, you know, we block a hand like a king 10 of diamonds, king jack of diamonds that may continue. So he could take an aggressive route, but finds a way to just fold. Well done.
Yeah, board textures such as that, sometimes you will see.
You see it a lot here.
The premise of what you walked us through there, somebody saying this is not supposed to be your board, even though you're a button raiser and your range is broader.
And people just in general like c-bet too wide from the button in particular.
Sure.
You know, they just kind of range bet some boards that they shouldn't. Pretty unlucky. And then on this occasion, of course, having bottom set, you do feel as if the big blind will continue very often. But Al-Jawari gets away.
Is yours? Is it yours? No? Yes, I think. Oh, okay. Yes, it's yours. Oh.
Ace queen offsuit. Reguli takes us up.
Well, here we go. Metelski, fresh. Off the bottom set of threes. Wakes up with tens here in the cutoff. Immediate decision point. Working with 45 big blinds. Can go either way here. Certainly can argue for 3-bet or call. Does land on 3-bet. Makes it 6 big blinds. Tricky one here for Goulier when the action comes back to him. Facing this sort of 45 big blind 3-bet. Does feel naturally like a little too many chips to look to get it in. Would imagine he proceeds with call. Does flick in the calling chips.
Yeah, extra 9,500 on demand. Jack, Jack, 6 and a couple of spades. Not the worst texture for Metelski.
Yeah, interesting one. Goulier with Queen of Spades in hand also working for him. Typically going to see check, bet, call here. I would posit. Long tank from Goulier. Potentially trying to buy a free turn. Don't think he'll ever get one. So we see Metelski reach for c-betting chips. Pretty typical sizing, quarter pot in position. Don't think Goulier ever going anywhere here, Ali, for this price. Oh. Oh, okay. Thought he was reaching for raise. Does land on call.
Tearing one off. And finding the queen on the turn for the lead. Two-tone texture here. Pot up to 54,000.
Yeah, Metelski not going to like this card. Is going to connect. Quite a lot of Goulier's check call continues. We can still be ahead, of course, of some worse pocket pairs, you know, 7s, 8s, 9s. Going to be ahead of some flush draws. Hands, you know, like an ace-9 of spades. The check calls flop. Something like an, well, not 9-10, of course, because we have the 10 of spades in hand. I like this check back. Going to sort of try and get to showdown. Wow.
And a counterfeiting queen on the river. Actually a poor card for Goulier in terms of getting paid by Metelski. And let's see whether or not he finds a second check and tries to induce. I think blocking the ace, which, you know, is the kind of hand that maybe, unfortunately, that hand also has showdown value, though. So
this is it.
Unlikely to be going for, you know, a bet on the river. It's just, we've got to take matters into our own hands. Deems Goulier betting 38,000.
Kind of interesting here in that Goulier can still have bluffs, and those are going to be those ones, 7s, 8s, and 9s, right, that get counterfeited, end up at the river with 7 high and the like, and decide they have to bluff and try and dislodge a hand like an ace high.
Yeah. The trouble there with pocket 10s, though, is some of the king highs are part of the bluffs.
That's true.
That are, you know, trying to get ace high into the muck, and all of a sudden, if we become a hero with 10 high, we feel pretty silly.
Yeah, well done, Goulier.
Yeah, Metelski managing to save himself quite a few chips.
Yeah, some very strong play on show here early in the early going of day 2. It's a pretty tough feature table. I'm gonna go ahead and
tend to agree
put
with
out
you.
there. You
Yeah.
know, quite often, you said it yourself, MPO, you do tend to see quite a lot of sort of, you know, sometimes a little too out of line spewy play. This table's been very solid.
Yeah.
We haven't really seen any mistakes or big dusts from anyone.
Oh, you're absolutely right.
Merheb, back at it, ace jack. $5,500 from +1.
King Jack now for Metelsky.
Yeah, these spots are tricky. In the hijack, facing a +1 open, I would lean towards folding here. This is kind of my least favorite option. You know, I think if we are gonna play this hand, we should use it as a 3-bet bluff. Just really poor visibility post-flop when we call. We can be dominated by the king queens, the ace jacks of this world.
Yep.
I'm not a huge fan of it. He is dominated, as is Schwiti. Compelled to call, sort of bottom range here in a multi-way pot.
Queen Jack 3, open ender for Schwiti, who checks it over to second pair with an ace kicker. That which is out in front of Metelsky. Headley advocating for a check.
I would
Instead,
check.
Merheb barrels 8,000. There is a decent amount of Queen X combos that are playing as a flat behind us for Metelsky, and also Schwiti could have some of that stuff in the big, though given his range is reasonably wide, we discount it a bit. And now Nicholas with some temptation, perhaps, percolating.
I think likely we'll just call. You know, we are facing +1 c-bet and hijack call, and it's one of these hands that just has kind of so much equity that you don't want to check raise here and face a shove and have to fold.
Almost begrudgingly he flats there, recognizing all that you laid out for us. Now a very dry deuce of clubs on the turn.
Yeah, the really interesting thing here is this is very likely to check through now, and Nicholas may get an opportunity to bluff this river. You know, Merheb can't just continue to barrel here with a hand that has as much showdown value as this, but doesn't want to bloat the pot. And Metelsky in this sort of no man's land, Ali, which is why I'm not a big fan of the flat pre-flop. He's gonna try now to sort of, is it like a mergey little bet, like try and deny two ranges. I'm not a big fan of this. Like, you never get a queen to fold. I don't think you get ace jack to fold either. So you're kind of bluffing here with your jack, unless you have a very strong sense that Schwiti always has a draw. Schwiti does take the price once again. And again, very tricky. This is why I kind of like flop check for Merheb. Can we really continue now facing bet and call? Pretty grim. We have ace of diamonds in hand, right? So we block some flush draw bluffs or hands like an ace 10. Yeah, I'm not surprised to see it.
Yeah, while he didn't find the flop check, he does find it on the turn and then appropriately finds the fold as well, especially given that there's no help if the ace rolls off, given that that would have given Schwiti the nuts.
Yeah, I think long term I really like this fold. We can see he had the best hand, but very, very difficult to know it. And Metelsky here, gonna get to check back and see he has the winner. Gonna be thrilled. Disappointment, of course, for Merheb, who did fold the winner, but as played, very difficult to fault him for laying it down on the turn.
Credit, by the way, to Metelsky, because without that turn bet, and I think, you know, a lot of us might have been tempted to just check back and realize with the king jack, he would have been facing a losing proposition. So as the dealer push comes in, we take a peek at the chip counts here. Ryan Al-Jawari resting atop with a fifth of the chips in play, over 400,000 in front of him. Blinds will scooch forward to 1,500, 2,500. Schwiti, the shortest of stacks. 39 bigs, but I'm not concerned about him. I assume you aren't either.
He really is going to be a threat. As soon as he sort of arrives at your table, you're like, oh no, I don't really want you.
Yeah,
I don't really want you
personal.
here, buddy. Yeah, it's not personal, my friend. I'm sure you're a lovely guy. But I wouldn't mind.
Yeah, I've just seen
I wouldn't mind if you would depart this feature table promptly. Right. You never want to anti-rail people, Ali. But you know, it's normally some of the better players in the world. I'm like, oh, that's unfortunate that you got coolered horrifically.
Yeah.
Nice to see you.
Yeah. Take it easy. Thanks for playing.
Take it easy, Nicholas. Best of luck in the next one. But yeah, 40 bigs. Still plenty of room for him. In this 1 hour clock, if you are just joining, guys, main event of the Dolce Vita series, La Notte Degli Assi, Day 2, 2,200 buy-in. 1.5 million guarantee as the field size creeps ever closer to that landmark 1,000 runners. Very likely to make it. Late registration, of course. Open on day 2 up to the end of level 14. We're on level 11 currently. So just 26 away. We're making it easily. Shweedy completing from the small blind. King 7 off. Gadziev content to check. Makes a lot of sense.
Just to put a button on that, we're making it easily. It's not as though there was something exceedingly conservative about a $1.5 million guarantee.
Absolutely.
A couple of king highs. Advantage Gadziev, both checking. Board pairing on the turn.
Yeah, Nicholas now going to split here between some one big blind stabbing just to deny equity and protect his king high, or check. Does land on the small bet. River completes an ace. Likely check, I think. Nicholas can kind of induce some bluffs from like an 8-9 of hearts type hand, but he may elect to go for some blocky, thin value, and does.
And it's starting to look a lot more like a Jack X that's chasing value, and yet Gadziev does make the call. Nicholas, of course, isn't going to be proud of it at Showdown, and I think a chop is something he will be very happy with.
Yeah, I think just very aware where he was, thinking he's against, you know, maybe some other king high. Because he actually bet pretty large, like 8K into sort of 13. Wasn't like a small, tiny blocker. Potentially getting the same hand to fold. Nicely sniffed out from Gadziev.
It's the kind of call, I think, that suggests that Gadziev is well aware of who he's up against there in Shweedy, who is much more likely to find the bluffs, you know, as a well-established, long-time veteran professional poker player than perhaps your average recreational attendee.
I think that's fair.
Gadziev himself not short in the tooth.
Yeah, he's willing to get after it. We saw him raise with 9-6 of spades, which is pretty wide. Call a 3-bet. Take it to the streets. How's your Russian, Ali? Any ideas?
My Russian, I think.
It's going to be better than
mine. The extent of it
mine.
includes Spasiba, Nostrovia, Pirogi.
Yes.
If that's even Russian.
Lovely.
I think we've exhausted the entire... How's yours, Andy?
You won't believe it, but I actually did back at school when I was 17, in the final year of school. And I'm not proud of it, but you know, we had these things like where you choose a module, like and I did a module for a couple of months, Russian and philosophy.
Not Russian philosophy, but just Russian
and philosophy. And unfortunately, I'm sad to say it didn't really stick. It was kind of just put a tick in a box and go and hang out with a few people at the library.
What happened? You guys played Tetris for like...
I don't know what we were doing.
Half hour a day.
We weren't learning much.
Pocket 4 is here. 5,500 to skate. King Jack for Shweedy.
Yeah, pretty wide here from Goulier.
Yeah, under the gun is...
kind of stone bottom.
What makes it really unexpected. But sometimes you'll see people sprinkle stuff like this in there because you can win such a big pot when the board comes and it looks like you're not supposed to have any of what's going on.
Yeah, one thing I will say, they are very deep. You know, the whole table has a lot of chips, so we can win some big ones. Gadziev, this is optimistic, overcalling 8-9 off from the small.
Yeah, in fact, when I first looked up, I assumed that Gadziev was in the big when he made this call, and instead, out of the small, he did so. And here he is firing into the field with this 10-5-3 board.
I think it's Goulier.
Oh, forgive me. That was Goulier. The check from Gadziev.
Yeah, Nicholas now, with a hand that wants to continue, 2 overcards, backdoor clubs, is kind of uncomfortable right against a sizing like half pot, but does get sticky. Goulier, of course, not going to like that. Was looking to just take it down.
I'll tell you what, this out of Schwede, for me, is just a let's get to the turn and let me find out whether or not this 10 high board is one that you're into, because if he has the ace X's, now all of a sudden with the check in front of us, Schwede has a window of opportunity, and you can see very credibly from the button some of those 10x combos would be played by Nicholas, and this is precisely what he had on his mind when he floated.
Yeah, this is going to get interesting. You know, we have to start Goulier starting to try and piece this together. What's the value range? What are the bluffs? Bluffs are normally going to be hands like this, Broadway hands. You know, front door flush draws that are taking an aggressive route. A hand like this, king, queen, king, jack with 1 club that floats. So is going to call for 14K. Tough to blame him. The real intrigue now on this river, and it's the blankest of blanks. Deuce of spades.
You know what's interesting, though? It isn't blank insofar as Goulier could have the ace-4. He's got the 2 4s in hand, so he could decide to represent.
Yeah, pretty nice for him to block a couple of combos of ace-4 suited, which Nicholas could have. Yeah, and he does wave the white flag. Gives it up. Actually quite like it, blocking some of those flush draw types that Goulier will check, call, turn. You know, you can often just feel like we're not going to get this one through enough. Well done, Goulier. He's 3 for 3 at this feature. Won a nice pot with 10s, one with ace queen, and wins with the pocket 4s. Making his move.
For Schwede, it's been somewhat downward spiral since arrival, by the way. Granted, he did have that nice 3-barrel bluff with the 7 high, but those chips didn't stay in front of him for long. And with re-entry open, by the way, I would imagine somebody like Schwede, who isn't concerned about having to go and pay a visit to the rebuy desk, is going to be more apt to maybe get creative, maybe get a little splashier in the hopes that he can spin up.
Right.
And if he can't, you know, then he'll plunk down the extra 2K and reset.
Yeah, and it's not like he's been outrageously wide. You know, king, jack with the king of clubs in hand there. Pretty reasonable to continue post. Nice give up, I think, in the long term. Doesn't get through too often. But yeah, he's going to be looking to just sort of spin it up here. And if not, off to the cashier we go. Al-Jawari, ace-3 offsuit. Haven't heard much from him for quite a while. Decides to activate, opening up here from mid-position. Down to Goulier. 8-6 offsuit. One of these kind of bottom range defends. Is reaching. Commits calling chips.
Heads up, 16 in the middle. 7-5-3 board, an open ender up against bottom pair.
It is the type of texture that you will sometimes see leads from the big, but typically this becomes a lot less when we're very deep. So like 110 big blinds deep, you will see less of it. Does check. Al-Jawari gonna try and just clean out random 2 overcards, protect this bottom pair. Never getting through, of course.
Might Goulier have things on his mind?
Yeah, this is nice.
Yeah, the check raise coming in. As the Russian says, this isn't your board.
Yeah, really like it. Especially for this kind of small size. I think people will just stab for a third very often, but on this it's very coordinated, right? Like the hands that Al-Jawari has that want to c-bet here, they want to bet bigger, right? On a board like 7-5-3, there's lots of, you know, dynamic turn cards that are going to change the board. If we just have 1 pair over pairs in hand, going to want to bet bigger than just 5k. And Goulier just pouncing on it.
Yeah, nice activation there.
Really nice.
As Al-Jawari does fold the best hand.
Yeah, nothing you can do, right? Just bottom pair, no back doors. Well done, Goulier.
Выбил пистолет, тогда ничего. Ничего. Там даже с одной червой можно не выбить.
Ooh, a triple sneeze. That's tough. You know, the double every now and again I've experienced, but the triple sneeze.
The trebler. Sounded like he was sneezing underwater. I don't know whether he was like covering the mic.
Probably a mic cover, maybe a courtesy under the shirt collar sneeze.
The old sneeze into the shoulder.
Yeah, I tend to appreciate these things, by the way. You know, we're out here in these poker rooms. A lot of people from all corners, you know, there's some exotic petri dish-like attributes.
It really is the worst.
I wouldn't go taking cultures off of used decks at the end of the day, you know.
Oh, no. We were in the summer calling it the horseshoe flu.
Oh, yeah.
It's nasty, nasty business out there. Oh, dear. You know, when 2,000 people used the restroom at one time, there's some nastiness developing.
Yeah, sure.
Well, nasty development for Canzonieri. Does defend. Flops middle pair against the over pair.
On a very raggy board.
Yeah. Let's see what Metelski lands on. Again, a spot I think, Ali, people just range bet small. But I like big bet here, right? If like there's lots of parts of our range that just want to get a lot of money in from under the gun. Pocket 10's definitely one of them here. You don't really want your opponent to realize a cheap turn, as we see Canzonieri does.
Yeah, he check calls and now finds himself open-ended. Checking once more.
Some real potential for spice here. Wonder how Canzonieri responds. You know, our opponent, Ali, right? They can't have a straight here, really, other than the ace-5 suited. I don't think Metelski's going to open 5-6 suited under the gun. We block some sets. Like, we could potentially go for check raise here and put a hand like 10s in a really bad spot, but does just decide to take the price.
16K ahead to the river, which poses no problems whatsoever for the pocket 10s.
Very likely to see check from Canzonieri, and then decision on Metelski. Does he want to go for 3 streets, or is he content with the size of the pot?
Feels like there's plenty that we can target.
I agree.
That the 10s perform well against, with 56 in the middle here.
A multitude of kind of atex out there. Pair and straight draws, pair and flush draws that had to continue turn and may continue to be sticky on the river. Is reaching, like it.
And I gotta say, a lot of times a hand that somehow improved courtesy of this 9 or has the 10s beat might feel the need to lead on the river because of the fear that you're going to get the check back on the end.
Yeah, may well have check raised turn with some value also. This is really tricky now for Canzonieri. Like, what hands bet 1/4 flop, sort of 2/3 pot turn, and then half pot river? It's kind of confusing. Like, it doesn't feel like nutted parts of the range will bet tiny, large, and then half. So it kind of feels like a hand like this, sort of a one pair, over pair to the board, looking for sort of thin value. When we tank this long, you know, I wondered if he would ever entertain check shove river, which could have been a thing, but when he takes this long, don't see it being the case. Seems to be split between bluff catch and fold. Could get curious here. Oh, is he finding it? No. For a moment, he was looking at raise.
It is a pretty polarizing 30 on the end. Size-wise, it does feel like it's value.
It really does feel like it.
But that's exactly what a hand that's bluffing often will attempt to do, is masquerade as value.
Yep. The old value bluff. It's a little confusing for sure. Quarter pot, 2/3 and half. Yeah, well done. Metelski gets paid. Canzonieri showing the bad news, takes a big hit.
Yeah, you see him shaking his head. He always knew that it was a bluff or something in the neighborhood of overpair. Maybe some ace-5.
Would have loved to see check jam just for us in the booth. See whether Metelski could have sniffed it out.
You talking about on the turn? Or, oh, check
River,
jam there on the river.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Sure. Boy, check jam would have been very awkward on that river in particular.
Feels like we have all of the really strong stuff, and under the gun less likely so.
Thank you.
Interesting hand for sure. Lots of ways that could have gone down.
You have packet 8?
If I had pocket 8, I would have set on the flop.
No, I not.
No, I didn't have
Aksu, been quiet for a while. Into the mix, Queen Jack of Spades from +2. Now then, Schwiti. Yeah, Ali, you said you think he might be going for a spin. This is very wide, 3-bet jam. Perhaps just deciding, re-entry open. Let's take a thin spot. Big jam.
Almost 70,000.
Yeah.
Targeting a relatively early Aksu open.
Yeah, this is just a spin the wheel type scenario. Doesn't mind being called and flipping.
By the way, Aksu 241,000 also recognizing that the re-entry period is open if he wanted to maybe play a bit of roulette.
Yeah, this one not quite strong enough. Out of the way.
Agreed. By the way, there's nothing that you hate more than being to the right of that open seat and then seeing someone like Schwiti show up. You're like, great.
It's so typical.
You know, I just was hoping to get a nice, easy day of poker under my belt, and now you give me this meat grinder.
One thing that can be good, like trying to put a positive spin on it, you do know he's going to take every spot. You know, so like these kind of marginal, difficult decisions, you know that Schwiti is going to go for them, and you might be able to station him down. Action back on Schwiti from +2 into the mix with ace-10 off. Makes it 6K. Round to Gulli. Been pretty flawless so far on feature. Queen 10 offsuit in the cutoff.
A flawed holding.
Yeah.
Sweetie's in there with the ace 10.
Yeah, this one a little too wide for me.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I'd prefer to be defending out of the big or something along those lines.
You just have so many problems with being dominated with this type of holding. Don't close the action. But we do have position working for us. Like this laydown from Kaduri. 9-6 off, gonna play post pretty poorly.
Three jacks on the flop. Sweetie's ace high, still best.
Let's check. Over to Gouye. Accepts the invitation to start bluffing. 7K to go. Start trying to get some king highs to fold. Perhaps look to target some ace high type holdings down the streets. Really the only parts of Sweetie's range that are going to lay it down. Oh, look at this. Going for the min raise.
And you instantly lament your cheeky little 7,000 if you're Gouye.
Oh, is he finding a float? Oh, okay.
Well, the shirt sleeves are getting rolled up here as the boys are tussling.
Oh, this is fun. I mean, I just don't see Sweetie shutting down here if he's going to take this spicy little check min raise line.
Look, part of the trouble is that when we get called, when we have this check min raise, we know there's a somewhat real holding over there more often than not. The queen 10 is not supposed to be what's across the way.
True.
Also, in turn, Gouye knows that quad jacks are not supposed to be risking losing me as a customer with this check min raise. But the thing about the check min raise is it retains such a broad array of holdings that even the quad jacks could potentially activate in that way.
Wow, and he's found a turn float.
Oh, and Sweetie hits the ace on the river.
And this is such a fascinating spot in that Gouye's range contains so many pocket pairs, right? So it's not natural here for Sweetie to trap check or whatever this river. You don't expect your opponent to have queen 10 ever, right? To have a king high ever.
Wow, credit to Sweetie, by the way, for jamming here. And now Gouye can really do nothing other than concede, which he does. I thought perhaps the bet call on the turn, maybe we begin to consider that quad jacks is across the way, because remember, this was a raise and then a flat by Gouye pre-flop. There's a lot of the Jack X combos, and with ace 10 for Sweetie, we're unblocking some of the king jack, queen jack, you know, sort of stuff.
Yeah, I think Sweetie just thinking, all right, you have a lot of pocket pairs. Let's just try and get a double. It's so hard to get called, though, by
I hate that the ace came off on the end.
Yeah, I would have loved to see what happens on a blank.
Now, all of a sudden, Nicholas is sitting there with the ace high. You know, not quite as easy to grease the wheels and get it all in.
Sure. Yeah, we were just so in the weeds there that I can't credit to Gouye. I don't know how he finds float and turn float.
Yeah.
Turn float is actually very respectful of Sweetie in that he thinks, right, you can be bluffing here and I'm going to find a way to take it away on the river. Fun one. As we see Aksu find a big hand, ace-king under the gun. Round to Gadziev.
He's got himself some issues with this ace-jack. But against these under-the-gun opens in particular, we're so wary.
No massage.
Ace-jack played as a flat. Can we just fold to the under-the-gun raise with this ace-jack, Andy?
You definitely can. It's kind of, it is just so tricky to play, you know, when you have the whole table behind is what makes this really quite awkward. We have a hand that if someone does bump it up behind, we always have to fold. Then we have the double-edged kind of sword of under the gun's got all the really strong hands, which I'm not gonna have all of them. It just gets very murky. And at 100 bigs, I'm definitely not against just letting this one go from +2. You know, further round the table, I think, you know, cut off button, we're always gonna beep it with ace-jack. But it is tricky. Now we're going to end up in a multi-way spot. There's going to be like difficult. And look at this though. We did just reference it. If a squeeze comes in, which it does from Al Jawari, we can never continue.
You know, I thought perhaps Canzanieri with the pocket sevens was contemplating, especially because, you know, he was frustrated by that last river call that didn't work out, you know, more in context than just on the merits of this particular situation where obviously flatting and set mining is quite fine. But we know that these baby-suited aces, in particular out of the blinds and setups such as this, where we're responding to an under-the-gun razor, you know, this really screams strength. As we can see, of course, Aksu's not going to be going anywhere with the ace-king. He does choose to play it as a flat. We don't often see the flat with ace-king. Now this from Gadzhiev is very ambitious.
Oh my goodness, and Canzanieri now decides, well, I don't love it, but let's go hunting for a 7.
And by the way, gave a lot of intel away in terms of his body language. You know, doesn't find the 7 on this queen 8-3 board. No one, in fact, finds a pair, and little does Canzanieri know it, but despite the presence of the 2 overcards in a 4-way 3-bet pot, he is in the lead.
Yeah, this is going to be fascinating. A lot to unpack. Al Jawari, you know, most people just flick call in here from the big blind. Does get proactive, bumps it up. Aksu could have elected to play it faster pre, but it's tough at depth as this one checks through.
A 3 on the turn, pairing the board. The 7s are still best. By the way, Canzanieri quite likely very surprised at
100%.
3 checks in front of him on a queen-high rainbow board such as this, given the pre-flop action.
Very much a case here of first to bet, likely to win. Really tough for Al Jawari here with just ace-4 of diamonds to find a way to pull the trigger. But he probably expects, Ali, you're right, that Gadzhiev with a hand like a king-queen suited or something may have probed flop for a small size. Canzanieri the same. Aksu just checking through, and he is finding it. Fair play to him. This takes a lot of heart to fire here into 3. There's going to be a lot of 9s through jacks, I would venture, in the ranges here of Aksu and Gadzhiev. So we're not necessarily just going to be able to bet this and pick it up. Look at this. Wow. I mean, does Gadzhiev just have a stone read here on Al Jawari?
This is a shocking call. Backdoor spades and a board pairing queen as the best hand found the muck, and we are heads up. And for Al Jawari, I would imagine,
I mean, how can we bluff here?
We were flatted. You know, not Al Jawari, but the under the gun open was flatted by Gadzhiev. Then he stuck in there when the second spade showed up, which paired the board. I think there's a reasonable amount of backdoor spades, which we unblock. I also think that some Queen X might have found itself a bit shy on the flop and is now, you know, filled up on the river. This would be so tremendously ambitious.
I mean, how can we bluff this spot? This would be pretty outrageous if he can find it.
Here's the thing, though. He could really leave spades in a way if he did manage to barrel, but as the pre-flop 3-better, how much Queen X would he have? It would have to be quad queens in my mind, in particular, that he would furnish on the end.
And by the way,
shocking is this to be chopped? And look at Aksu's face, by the way. He's like, what?
Al Jawari is just like, wow, I'm getting 90K back? Because you think you can just never, ever be getting any money back your way. That was a complex hand to try and unpack. Bit of MPO.
Yep.
Gadzhiev, that turn call is pretty disrespectful.
You're absolutely right. Especially given that
He was
wasn't
right, he
closing
was
the action,
right.
by the way. There was
Yeah.
still a player left to act behind.
Yeri behind.
And look at Al-Jawari's face. In spite of the fact that he chopped, he's like, I should have been scooping this.
Yeah, he should have. I think so too.
I will say this. If the ace-jack hadn't called, perhaps the 2-7s.
That's, again, though, a
Maybe.
similar sort of hand clash, right? Like, okay, we have a bit more showdown. I mean, I would just have to give Al-Jawari credit here for, you know, jacks, like
Yeah, yeah.
tens that squeezed. Like,
Don't you feel like the jacks, though?
I think it would be a reasonable line, right? Check flop, nobody bets.
No, but the
queen high.
3-bet pre with the
Yeah,
jacks, I suppose, yeah.
against people, right? You've seen how wide Gadziev's getting in there. Kanzanieri never really has anything. I think it would be reasonable.
Well, the queens now emerge in the form of a pocket pair in front of Schwede. An ace-queen for Gadzhiev. We've seen him romance ace-jack. Surely ace-queen isn't something he's going to be looking to fold.
Yeah, this one is one that we typically use as a 3-bet fold. You know, it's not fun to 3-bet fold ace-queen, okay? But it doesn't happen so often where Schwede will 4-bet you. We get to clear out the field behind. It's just nice to sort of enter this pot with a 3-bet. There are plenty of hands in Schwede's range, you know, the king-queen suiteds of the world, ace-jack suited, queen-jack suited, that may feel compelled to continue, that we do well against.
1-5, yeah.
But the way Schwede's been playing, I think likely this one gets pumped up. And by the way, you're never like absolutely loving this with queens facing +1 in particular 3-bet. But he will never fold, of course, and likely to play for more. Here they come, Ali. Just sends it.
Gadzhiev looks up at the dealer and says, give me a count. He's got 248 back, and 100 of it is going to be needed to proceed with ace-queen offsuit. You talked about it, Andy. These are candidates for 3-bet folds.
Yeah.
You can just step away with 19K in damages.
One thing I'll say, Gadzhiev has shown he's willing to get after it. Maybe some danger in that he knows Schwede in particular is looking to spin. So he may give him a wider 4-bet shove range than some other table mates. I mean, this is a 50 big blind 4-bet jam. Ace-queen shrinking rapidly.
When you get the 58? How much?
Yeah. Good fold. Well played hand.
116 тысяч. Не важно. По 50 блайндов. По 50 блайндов кататься.
I'd be careful about giving free information to Schwede, let alone the rest of the table as he flipped that ace-queen face up before folding.
Все равно. Пойди обыграешь.
So a look at the chip counts here. Kanzanieri, frustrating frame of play thus far, sub 50 bigs, down to under 120,000. Coincidentally, still more than starting stack of 100K.
It really is a fabulous structure. Lots of room for these players as they look to plot a path through to day 3. Merhab from +1, king queen, makes it 6K. We haven't seen too much from Kaduri. Played that nice hand with ace-queen of diamonds early in the going, where he got the full double up. Been very patient, gets away from the ace-9. We finally have a raise and take it. It's been a little while.
Yeah, it almost felt like there was some sort of policy in place whereby that wasn't allowed here at this feature. Medheb, by the way, this hasn't been a great frame for him either.
Yeah, he's been in some sticky spots, right? He raised 3-bet the 8-9 of diamonds. We saw that one.
2 tens behind him in the big.
2 tens behind. Made a nice bet fold, even though it's annoying to bet fold your equity. A little clunky, sort of not much going his way so far. I think like Gulyi has really impressed me to the left there of Merheb. He's won most of the pots he's entered and had that spicy one where he tried to double float Queen 10 versus Schwede.
$6K from 2 7s. Pipping is Metelski behind with a couple of 8s, and he's got 190 off of which to operate. Plays it as a flat, understandably. By the way, I often wonder when we see these flags, whether or not these delegations don't have small cliques or factions of people who travel out together and as such are maybe a little bit more intimately familiar with one another's procedures out there in the streets.
Certainly seems reasonable. Aksu overcalling can go either way with this one, really. All options sort of open. You could squeeze occasionally, have position. Sweetie. How much are you feeling it? Wow, he is getting after it. This is a little disrespectful in my eyes.
Ace 5 offsuit, 3-bet to 31,000.
I mean, I guess it's a mixture of, maybe it's not disrespect. He really is just looking to get that big stack, right? With the re-entry still open that you referenced. I mean, this is out of line.
Well, I mean, starting the hand with 139,000, he's got more than a starting stack.
It's gonna work.
So he manages to shed 7s, 8s, and king queen. How about it?
Power poker from Nicholas Schwede.
You know, it's interesting because I, for one, would have felt a sense of suspicion just on account of his VPIP. You know,
it's really ramping up.
In there, he's been playing a lot of hands. He's been playing quite aggressively. Sure, oftentimes people just have it.
Yeah.
But Schwede in particular, if you know much about him, and as often as he plays down here at Merit, you know, if you're a regular, word is out, you know, maybe you begin to consider what's afoot.
Yeah, it's just really tough, I suppose, for Gulyi. 7s just really not doing too well against the 12 big blind squeeze. Same for Metelski with the 8s. Perfect timing from Schwede.
Ace-king suited for Canzanieri.
Yeah, looking to stem the flow of bleeding. It's been a tough level. Nice hand to try and do so.
Nothing cooking.
Wow,
Around to the small of Gotcha. Boy, he's looking to play some cards. And look how poorly this Queen 6 suited is performing. Clubs are smothered. The Queen is covered by Medheb, who comes along as well. And this is the board that gets Gadzhiev in a little bit of trouble against Medheb. Note that Canzanieri just can't get anything going right.
Bet.
15,000 into 20 and change. 3/4 pot.
And let me tell you, Merheb is hating this. 3/4 pot. Yeah, I mean, wow. I like it. I like fold, honestly, in the long term here. Facing 3/4 pot and quick call. Like, how can our hand be doing very well? There's so many king, queen, ace, queen, kings and aces, all real. Canzanieri now, having fired large, is finding the barrel.
I mean, he really has to assume that the vast majority of the time this is a queen that he's squaring off with. So if he's going to fire this 25,000 on the turn, I would love to see him turn his hand into a bluff, which he doesn't need to because now he's got value, courtesy of this king on the river, which gives him the best hand. Finally, a pot he can win.
Yeah, I'm with you. When we choose this 3/4 size, we do start to shed, right, some of these sort of pocket 5s through. No, you can't check river, Canzonieri. Say it isn't so.
I mean, we don't need to worry about a deuce really ever across the way.
Maybe a monsters under the bed type scenario here. You know, okay, king queen is going to be a thing, but I mean, you have 3/4 pot back. It's Gadziev who's really been in there. You've seen him get the showdown with ace jack against an ace 4 suited. This is too tight in my eyes to check river. And he checked so quickly. Yeah, I think we got to take a bit more time on that one.
I didn't remember my card.
Really like the fold from Merheb for what it's worth. Okay, granted, on this occasion, Queen 10 was good. It seems to have a nice awareness of how ranges in general are interacting.
I mean, 10 jack isn't supposed to be.
No, I mean, we just have to.
Right.
We just have to seek value. You just have to.
I agree with you 100%. And by the way, that queen 6 could find itself calling just because the king solves some kicker problems. I mean, I don't know.
I mean, there should be, of course, it's one of the worst cards in the deck for the queen 6, but there are going to be some kind of ace 10, ace jack of diamonds maybe that bet big flop, turned the nut flush draw, barreled and bluffed it off. I would just like to see Canzonieri take a bit more time. He's maybe a little flustered, I think. He looks a bit frustrated after.
Yeah.
He made this call earlier with the 3-5, and it cost him a lot of chips.
Oddly enough, that frustration is almost compounded despite the fact that he won that pot, as we turn our attention to a Shweety-Gadziev confrontation, as we see Gadziev queen 4 suited deciding to 3-bet Nicholas, and maybe he's finally caught onto the scent that the VPIP is a little bit too high, but as we can see, ace 4 suited, very reasonable in the cutoff. Perhaps a candidate for Nicholas to push back. This is a button 3-bet. And Shweety very self-aware.
By the way,
as well, there's the jam.
Very nice.
Oh my. Did he show the 4? Yeah, okay.
Of course he did.
Gadziev immediately saying, I have the same card. You're not that big a hero.
Wow, this is great. Really building up a dynamic, these two.
Look at Aksu. It's like, what's going on?
He's just like, how have I got Shweety and Gadziev on my direct left? Absolutely hating it.
The most restless chips in the room, it would seem right now, parked to our left and successive seats.
Yeah, all of a sudden, this table had been kind of, you know, playing pretty normal, pretty cagey, just normal ranges, and we're getting some sort of seismic shifts. Shweety and Gadziev in particular really starting to go for it.
Well, in terms of culinary analogies, the dish seemed mild, and then we just added a dash of Shweety, and suddenly things were spiced right up. It doesn't take a lot of ghost pepper to really, you know.
A dash of Shweety and a couple of pinches of Gadziev.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, you have a spicy biryani. Is that what we're saying?
For sure.
Speaking of food, Ali, we get to go and sample some soon.
Yeah, we're about a half hour away from the break. 2 10s for Kaduri. Gadziev flatting with the ace-jack. Ace-8 suited for Medheb. He's going to flat on the button, dominated, but looking to find some hearts out there. Instead, it is 2 clubs, 2 deuces, and a 6. Great texture for the pre-flop opener Kaduri, who does check it.
Don't mind this. Don't mind this. Like some potential for check raise here with this hand. I think you can remove jacks plus from the players behind, right?
Okay.
So 10s is going to induce a lot of stabs from 7s, 8s, 9s will always bet. We're going to have some hands that just start bluffing, right? 9, 10 of diamonds, something like this that is just in position. I would like to see raise here, especially against Gadziev, who I think is very sticky and is just going to be in there with lots of hands that will bet call.
So instead, Kaduri is the check caller, and now the overcard presents itself on the turn. King of Hearts, Gadziev pumps the brakes with the second check in front of him. And a clean 4 of spades on the river. Kaduri checking again. Gadzhiev not looking to do anything heroic.
Yeah, seems like a pretty prudent give up. You know, Kaduri's going to have quite a lot of ace-king in range, right? So some sort of king-queen suited with backdoors. Gadzhiev, I think, just recognizing this card isn't too good for me. On balance, Kaduri going to have some traps in there also. Nice give up. Almost going to be very sad, actually, to see Gadzhiev and Shweety go. There will be a new, of course, feature table lineup for the next frame. These guys are warming up. Feels like fireworks are imminent. Gadzhiev, fun to watch. In there, Queen 4 suited, 3-betting. Queen 6 suited out the small.
Yeah, I mean, he's been parked at this table for the full run of this frame, whereas Shweety arrived partway into it. And yet, I think the two of them have played the vast majority of pots.
Yeah, Shweety had something, as we say in Scotland, on his Weetabix this morning.
I know what Weetabix is.
I didn't say you didn't. I'm just talking to the viewers at home. Have you ever had Weetabix, Ali?
No, nor have I ever had Vegemite.
You've not?
I would not put Vegemite in my Weetabix, if I'm being honest.
If you ever come to Scotland, we're going to get you a hot Bovril and a bowl of Weetabix for your breakfast.
Oh, as long as you keep me away from haggis.
Nah.
Oh,
You'd love it. You'd love it. You haven't tried it, right?
No.
But that's enough out of you. Trust me. It is a taste sensation, my friend.
God.
You honestly would love it. What is going on now? Canzonieri.
Ace-9 offsuit. 3-betting to 25-5. Shweety's 8-7 right on out of there. The 6s for Goulier on the button now.
This is pretty grim. 10 big blind squeeze. It's a lot. You know, sort of 10% of our chips need to be committed here. To C3, not really a hand that we're compelled to call with. I mean, Canzonieri as well, pretty tight image, right? Working for him. So it's kind of nice to use this ace-9, knows that Shweety's too wide.
Yeah, remember, this is the man who everybody saw check back the ace-king. Now, granted, he barreled twice prior to that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's going to work in your favor for sure when you try and get this squeeze through. And he does. Well done.
I think you move volume every year when he with you. No? Oh, this is fault.
Is interesting with the sort of shift in dynamics. You know, ace-9 off, not typically a hand you would ever really use here. But Shweety really wide, and Gullier's flat. A fairly weak kind of range from button. Nicely pounced on by Canzonieri.
By the way, Metelsky getting involved in a little exchange there with Shweety. I believe he said, you move all in every time he 3-bets you, and he was referring to Gadzhiev.
That's true, he is 2 for 2. One real hand, one suited wheel ace.
And one pocket pair of fives.
Here we go.
Raised to 6,000.
He's never folding this, is he? Let's be honest.
Direct left.
He's not folding this. Oh, he did. Oh. I'm wrong. Maybe a little gun shy, right, after being played back at a couple of times.
By the way, those spades were smothered here by Gullier's ace tray. In the cutoff. Having laid down moments ago to Canzonieri. He won't be involved in this one. Goulier does play it as a flat, by the way.
Yeah, continues with his strategy of peeling in position. Very reasonable. Can go either way, call or 3-bet. Lands on call this time. Kaduri, we saw him fold like a 9-6 off type hand. This hand's going to perform a bit better than that. Does decide we're very deep stacked. Let's try and strike some lightning in the bottle.
Queen 5-4. The wheel gut shot for Goulier. The middle set on this monotone board. Kaduri with the only flush draw, having tagged along from the big blind. Don't think he'll be hanging around. We'll see, though, as Shweety barrels 9,000.
Kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Like, we are going to check a lot here on this kind of monotone board out of position.
Has the pre-flop razor?
Yeah.
Yep.
But it does just decide. I'm going to go ahead and just start sort of ranging my opponents. We'll start with a small bet and go from there.
Shriti, by the way, has spun himself back up to almost 80 big blinds.
Yeah, he's on the move.
Northbound. Somewhat predictable to see a bit of an erratic chip graph when you're playing as many pots as Nicholas is.
Yeah, he is going to be up and down. But just wants to use that post-flop edge, right? Which is why he's opening so many hands. Yeah. It makes a lot of sense.
You better be a very good swimmer if you're going to venture into murky waters, which is exactly what playing a wide variety of holdings pre-flop is akin to.
Yeah, I like it. Goulier has had enough of just call. Gonna sprinkle in 3-bet here. Penny for Aksu's thoughts. Every single time he's entered a pot, I believe, he has been 3-bet. Oh, here we go.
Goulier picking a rough time to get after this Aksu open. And of course, these 7s are going to shrivel in the face of what we imagine will be a 4-bet from Canzonieri inbound off of 186. He now throws out 40, 42.
Yeah, like it. Don't need to go too large here. We have position. Just a shade over 2x. Goulier now. This is tough. We've decided to 3-bet. We are facing the cold 4. You know, typically, the hands that do cold 4 are going to have us in bad shape a good amount. Of course, getting a decent price against the kind of kings and queens of the world.
Sure.
Does commit call and chips, Ali, and King 5 is all Canzonieri.
Absolutely. Goulier hunting some backdoor Broadway and backdoor clubs. Really grim prospects, however, and you see Canzonieri wasting no time with the C-bet, 26-5.
It's the kind of spot where in these cold 4 sort of coups, you can see some tiny C-bet, like 10% pot, right? Because the ranges start to condense so much that we're kind of repping aces, kings, ace-king, queens, maybe the occasional jacks, and some bluffs like an ace-5 suited type hand. So when we have such a narrow range that we can bet really tiny, but wow, Goulier sticking around. I'm a little surprised. We do have backdoor, not flush draw. 4 of clubs turn.
And this is not the card that we step away from if we're Goulier, although with 150 in the middle, 118 out of Canzonieri. You surprised to see him get this greedy here with so much land?
I mean, can we really credibly represent a bluff here is the biggest problem. Like, really, we're just cold 4 in ace-queen, for example, which would be the most natural of bluffs, I think, if we're going to take this line. Oh, and this is horrible for Goulier. You know, we expect to get to realize and see river. I would, in the long term, like to see Canzonieri have played this as a 3-street hand. I mean, we have so much of it. Nothing to protect from. You know, you want pocket queens, jacks to call on the turn. This feels like overkill to me. The weird thing is he is actually running into a hand that might feel it needs to call off.
I mean, the price is wrong and there's no implied odds.
But he does have room to improve is what I'm getting at. You know, like a hand like jacks, for example, can just be dead to 2 outs, whereas at least here, if we are up against a hand like queens, we're going to have 12 outs. But yeah, the price is wrong.
Yeah.
Very intriguing stuff at this feature.
Yeah, Canzonieri may have left a little bit of meat on the bone.
I'm not a huge fan of this turn jam.
But listen, if you're running the way he's been running for the most part, I think winning it right here and now, as opposed to,
Okay.
you know, getting that turn call and then potentially running the risk of losing to the backdoor clubs.
Sure.
I think in his mind, he would just take it.
Yeah.
But just, you know, not to excuse, but rather to explain, you know, the choice.
I hear where you're coming from. And it's a big pickup, regardless. Gets himself back up to, what, 270 or something like this? Yeah. Over 100 blinds. Very tilting, by the way, is Goulier to actually face turn shove here.
Sure.
On we go.
Ace 8 for Metelsky in the cutoff. Makes it 6,000. Now, if this was Gadzhiev with this King 3 suited on the button, maybe a different story.
Yeah, Kaduri, from what we've seen, has been pretty snug. Not out of the realms of possibility to like mix a like little 3-bet in here. I don't expect it from him. But he has had to be very patient. Hasn't been able to VPIP many hands. Is reaching. I don't mind it.
Well, you would sooner play it as a 3-bet than a flat.
Yeah, 100%. You know, you can sprinkle in some of these weaker holdings, particularly against Cutoff, right? Who's going to be pretty wide himself. Tough for Metelsky to do much here with this holding. Yeah, well done, Kaduri. He's had a very fruitful feature, although a little quiet. Did get that full double up. And
I confess that was a little bit unexpected, but
yeah,
sort of shed some light into his situational awareness. I think he's also looked at Metelsky playing more pots than average. Certainly not up there with Gadzhiev and Schwede. But
I guess
late position open, you know, let's just take our chances.
I guess even for us in the booth, we can sometimes be a little tunnel visioned. It's not so many hands that, of course, the players will see over the 2-hour period. And he's mostly been dealt out, right?
Yeah.
Hasn't really had any exciting spots. And does take the bottom of range 3-bet. Well done.
Medheb here. Early position, 2 7s. Makes it 6 to go. Queen 10 off for Schwede in the big blind. He'll take a peek with the 2 overs. King 9-5 yields the gut shot. 2 over cardboard texture for Merheb.
Yeah, this could get interesting. Merheb gonna go ahead and quickly c-bet. Schwede, of course, going nowhere. Gut shot and backdoor flush capabilities.
Now, interestingly, for Merheb, after being check called on the flop, this ace is not a card that helps the 7s, but does help his range.
Yeah, I like this.
As do I.
Recognizing this card favors me. I can put a lot of pressure on the hand like a 9. All the draws, even some weak kings, going to be put in a tough spot. Well done.
And a nice way to head to the break for Mr. Merheb. Down there at the bottom of the chip counts, however. As you see, Al-Jawadi, his countryman, up at the top. Lebanon bookending things with the Russians down toward the back half. Kaduri and Kanzanieri running 2 and 3. So Andy and I will step aside. Stick around, however, continuing coverage of day 2 of the main event here. La Notte Degli Assi comes your way in about 20 minutes' time.
Lucky and like this.
Do you adjust strategy for this format?
I play semi-aggressive and semi-tired. I learn opponents and try to improve, make some notes for opponents, and play my game. That's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, James, I know you've played a few mystery bounties in your own career. Are you gonna keep my bounty and pull my envelopes later guy? I want to pull them immediately. Is there any strategy you've thought of around that?
Here's a story. I've only played 2 live mystery bounties, both at the World Series, both this year and last year. And then I've played a bunch of online ones this year, whilst in Vegas on the WSOP site, you know. And I mean, I must have played 15 of the online ones, I guess. And you reach the bounties before you reach the money. And I've still never in my poker career opened an envelope.
Oh, that's very sad.
Yeah, I'm quite proud of it at this point. I'm thinking they're saving me a really good one. But I think I'd be I think I'd wait until I bust it out.
Well, hoping to open an envelope now is Saeed, who has the ace-king and the all-in stack of our 126k with the pocket tens. We see that it will be a flip. There's no way that Saeed is turning this spot down. He's getting the count, but you know he's going to isolate this one. Either call it off and then be happy to call anyone else, or shove himself. He's just going to shove it in. Or 3-bet to 194, as our graphic is suggesting. That's going to clear out all but the good hands, and there is a good hand. Gavish in the small blind. Dreamy situation here. He does cover for a start, so can pick up one of these bounties, but Saeed covering both. If he can spike an ace or king, could pick up 2 at once. Now, Kolotyuk, not really would I consider this ace-8. He might peel the ace first and get excited, but once he sees that 8, it's a wry smile. And wow, 3-way all-in. I complained we had no premium hands there a few moments ago.
Yeah, this is a hand that didn't need mystery bounty element to make it this way. And here we go. Gavish pretty a little upset to see that he isn't in better shape with these 2 queens.
Yeah, and Berthold would have, you know, fancied his chances of having the best hand when he put this shove in. Now he's in quite bad shape here. Just 20% against the ace, king off, and queens.
Yeah, big pot, not just because of the bounty equity, but if Saeed holds, he'd be up to $500,000 in chips. What a great spot that'll be in this bounty, as you just referenced. He'd cover everyone at his table comfortably. You already mentioned the bounty worth about 5,500 a pop, so he's eligible to win an additional 11k in equity here. Gavish can win 5.5k himself, and has none of that equity, as you mentioned. He doesn't access that side of the puzzle. But if he were to spike here, suddenly he's in the game.
Very much so. Saeed obviously looking at that sort of $500,000+ stack at the end of this hand, abusing everybody for the next maybe hour or so. That would be the dream. But at the moment, queens in the boxies. Gavish looking to pick up 1 bounty and get a triple up. Here we go.
7-4 Trey Gavish, even with the clubs covered. Our first big pot of the night. Plus bounties available. Is it going to be Gavish who picks up the first one on our table? Just has to fade that ace, king, or 10. So he'd still with a chance to eliminate 2, David. Alas, it is not to be. Gavish with the effective triple up and picking up an envelope. He's just checking. Do I cover? Do I win this? You do indeed.
I don't pull them for two reasons. One, if you have yours in your pocket and you are maybe like two-handed or three-handed against the person who hasn't pulled theirs, you can start doing some deals with the equity of the bounties in mind too, which I like. And two, and this is the main reason, it really, really annoys people when you don't pull them. They just get so annoyed.
So you'll pull two bounties, bust out, and then not pull yours. You wait for hours to pull them, you think?
No, I will.
Once you bust it out,
if I'm walking out of the room, I will pull it then, yeah.
You're not taking your bounties, going for dinner, coming back and open them later?
No.
Okay, that's what I want to make sure.
No, I wait until I've bust the tournament.
Yeah, I figured that's probably where I'd be at. But hey, I might go on a break. If I've got one burning a hole in my pocket, 10-minute break.
Well, a very good counterpoint to this is one made to me by Jen Shahade about a year ago when we were playing the one in, I think it was in Barcelona.
How much?
She said, I would pull it because there was really big ones on the line. Like, okay, this is very nice, but I think maybe in that one there was a 100k bounty or something very nice. She's like, I want to know my net worth.
Ooh, here we go. So we'll come back to that. Sambavati jamming his sub-10 big blind stack, and Kolotiuk, rightly so, springing on it with this dominated Jack-10 suited, trying to go for that bounty. And obviously covers Hassan behind, which is a big part of why he can do this as well, right?
Yeah, no, look, we see that he is dominated, but I love this isolation shove by Kolotiuk. This is exactly the kind of spots you need to be taken all day, frankly. Samavati gets a really good outcome here where he will double up in most worlds, but Kolotiuk, you know, bounty hunting.
Yeah. Looks like the kind of man who's scalped a few. Jack-10 suited's come from further behind this in time.
61, right?
Here we go, an ace-queen 8 flop. What looks so good for ace-jack has materialized with the double-ended straight draw.
10 is no good anymore.
For Kolotiuk. No longer looking for 10, but look at that, the kings and nines, and they're all live. Showing folded cards, David. He is, all his outs are still in the deck, just one card to pull them. Samavati will be back in a position where he can start bounty hunting.
Oh, there it is!
Yes, there it is, the king on the river. Kolotiuk, the second player at this table to pick up a bounty.
Oh, you're definitely taking it. It's 6 buy-ins right there.
How much you got?
Well, sorry, no, 6 bounty parts, 3 buy-ins to the tournament, 6 bounty portions. Gavish with the Johnnies here. Going to look for action. At this stack depth, I don't think these become too hard to play. You're looking for action here. Obviously, notoriously a difficult hand, but that's generally at deeper stacks. And only if you've got superstition working against you. James and I had some chats over dinner about superstition in poker. We'll come back to that in a moment because we see Gassan with Big Slick here in the small. These guys, similar stacks.
Yeah.
I think Gassan covered again against Gavish, so yet to be able to deploy these big hands in a spot where he could actually bounty hunt himself.
Well, the action does go on there, but we'll quickly pop on over here again because it's envelope time as Zan has made it 65k. One assumes, given that Gavish covers, he's just gonna kind of run it, but again, it's maybe scary against this man that they seem to be aware is pretty solid.
Right, yeah. I think Jack's too much hand.
Oh, here we go. Here's a man giving us the full sweat.
That's
for the
what
fans.
we like.
Okay.
Oh, we got the 3 zeros again.
2,000. 2,000. Okay.
Okay. What I'm loving right now is we're moving from these smooth still cameras and these 1 shots and 2 shots from
Here
the
we go.
table.
Gavish does just decide to say, hey, let's just run it.
Suddenly we're frantically over to the tombola. It's like an episode of VR.
It's just like that.
Shrug call from Gassan here, who knows he's at risk, and Gavish is bounty hunting here with the best hand right now. Big pot, 670k in the middle. This is a big moment for both players.
Huge moment. Obviously, we can see Gavish is the one who can pick up a bounty right here and now, but Sam will have a huge stack if he finds an ace, which is what he's done here on the ace, queen, queen board. He's going to be the table chip leader, I think, if he runs out clean here. Gavish, of course, with backdoor hearts working. That's become a thing, as has the king. And of course, any chance of a raw flush, David? It's in the deck. We see the live cards at the top of the screen.
Dry smile from Gassan, who really doesn't fancy that 10 of hearts turn.
But he loves the 4 of spades river. Gavish down to just 4.5 blinds.
By the way, credit to Turuguru Beninoff on that last hand.
Yeah, the pot.
He actually just called pre, led turn after it went check, check, flop, and found us a check on the river when the 10 completed and found just the check call.
Yeah, I mean,
very well not to get stacked or lose more.
Right, he lost 75k on the river, which was only half pot. And yeah, I had to confess I was too focused on the bounty portion.
Well,
not enough on the action going on, but he's going to like this action because he's found the boots up against the Cowboys. And this is going to be a big one.
Goodness
Hijack versus small blind in a bounty, and he covers. What a dreamy scenario. Having, like you say, just saved so many chips in that last 10 where reasonable to presume he would have lost a lot more. Now he's going to have the opportunity to not just, you know, effectively double up, but knock someone out in the process. Such fine margins, little deviations in these mystery bounties. Of course, so much now. Does Levine have options here? Does it look like, hey, if Tulip Bergenov's 3-betting here, he's going to 3-bet Call Me a Lot because of the bounty?
Sure.
Or does he just go, hey, it kind of looks like that, so therefore he's going to have a lot of weakness, and maybe I just slow play this hand?
I think, you know, with the blinds having gone up also, right? 10, 15K, we've started this hand with sub 20 blinds ourselves. Seems unlikely that our opponent is going to 3-bet fold too often. He should have some in there, I would imagine. But he has just put it in damps and gets the bad news that he has run into the ultimate cooler.
Here we go then. Well, there is someone drawing a bounty, but for now we'll focus on aces versus kings. It is the kings at risk, as indicated by the all-in marker. Ace-10 deuce, all but seals it. Running Queen Jack, the most likely way out. A 20,000 bounty gone. So the Pokemon was like, I'm about to win a bounty, and whilst I'm in this hand, I've somehow lost equity. This is cruel. 6 on the turn seals it. Well, he can't win the 20k bounty. But he's going to have another pull.
They must have had a perception, Demps, that Halabi not going to be 3-bet shoving very wide here.
As I say, before you came in, we saw him kind of very surprisingly fold ace-jack, although that time was against 2 queens, but was getting the prize basically against everything but jacks plus.
Right.
We questioned what was right, and now we see him go that way again, like just being a little bit too tight, although this time obviously being the covered stack. But as Mr. Lappin says, you kind of got to bosh your way back in here to knock people out.
I think it's even more of a reason to call off when you are covered, right? Because your opponent has a little bit more incentive, right, to go after you.
Yeah, and you've got to get back in the game. Here we go, High Dart facing a 30k bet from Daniliuk, who's min from under the gun. He's just going to call. That makes sense, right? Up against under the gun, a little scarier.
Yeah, I think in theory you're going to mix this hand a lot in between call and 3-bet, lands on call.
What a kind of interesting spot here for Halabi. Obviously a squeeze spot and a hand that does like to squeeze, but at the same time a hand that kind of plays okay if he just calls and takes a flop, right?
Yeah, this is one of those sort of 24 big blinds deep. Could certainly shove this one. Can definitely call. See what he decides to land on. Doesn't look like a man who's going to jam. To me,
remember turbo jam the last time with the ace-7 suited.
Yeah, does decide just to call and likely going 4 ways.
Oh yeah, Colatia obviously covered by all, but 8-9 suited. One of the hands you love to see in a spot like this.
Beautiful looking hand to peel for one more blind.
You know, kind of know that he's the one most likely to get action post-flop if he does find a piece of this. Obviously works against him when he flops draws. But here we go. That's a pretty big draw for 8-9 of spades. Up against the 2 9s. I wonder if he just decides to lead this now. Yeah, just take the option away from everyone else.
Or actually, wouldn't mind the open shove here.
Yeah, I wonder if, because you just make out the ace highs fold, right? You only really get called by overpairs, and you do fine against those. If you check and everyone checks, and now it comes like the queen of diamonds, you just, ugh.
100%, yeah. If you can just fold out equity.
It looks like he's piecing out a non-all-in bet, which is kind of fun too, I guess. You can perhaps maybe go small and then keep some of those ace highs in and then go big on the turn, or let's see what size he's come out with.
Yeah, maybe just trying to give an illusion of a little more strength, right? When you just open shove, you probably don't have too many strong hands.
Well, maybe you can do that. Maybe there's a class of hands that perhaps sometimes calls here and can fold turn and he wins more. I don't know if those exist, but as it is, obviously going to run into the overpair straight off the bat, and that's a pretty warm spot for him. Obviously, High Dart and Halabi could have flopped sets or something, but it's very unlikely anyone's trapped him with stronger.
Sure.
Wants to deny against flush draws behind. And now Colatia cool and see that he started this hand in terrible shape with 8-9 v 2 9s, but things have got a lot better courtesy of that 7 of spades, 5 of spades flop. He's chasing straight and flush draw. Danilya with a chance to scalp a man. If he doesn't know, he'll be down to just 50k himself and will be in the big blind next hand. So effectively, he's at risk here too. 4 is good. Can he fade? One more card. And he does. Ace on the river. Sends Kolotiuk out in 11th place. Welcome, one and all. Welcome back, I should say. Welcome for myself and David, our first time in the booth today for the Dolce Vita series. It is Le Notte Degli Assi, the night of the aces, David. And it's not the night yet, it's the afternoon, but that is the name of the title. The tournament. Nonetheless, how are we, sir?
Doing good and really looking forward to this main event. Obviously a 2K and a big field. I think we've broken through that guarantee barrier quite a while ago, actually.
Yeah, guaranteed 1.5 million, but we're already over 1,000 entries in this one. So yeah, well past that, given it is a 2K buy-in. This is our feature table to re-pick up Action Armek Akyun, the one leading the way, 162 big blinds. Obviously, we say day 2, but in reality, it's quite early in the tournament still, isn't it? Because of the nature of the short day ones.
Yeah, on a previous broadcast, I did say that it was almost like we'd given a 4-day structure but spread it out over 5 days. These guys not going to take dinner breaks most of the time. We're just going to play through till a nice dinner time for them, and it's going to be a much more pleasant pace of play. Worth noting here that the people at Merit do place a lot of emphasis actually on quality of experience. I think it's something that, you know, sometimes operators around the world do not prioritize. Players do like, believe it or not, to be treated well and to have time off and to spend time, you know, not necessarily always grinding every moment of the day.
I've heard rumors of such things.
Yeah. So
yeah, this is it. Well, we still have, of course, I mentioned over 1,000 entries, but there's still plenty of time to get in this one. And, you know, for those who bust David, to perhaps fire another bullet because, well, there are 14 levels of late reg. Let's get things underway here. But just a reminder of all the things happening at Merit Super High Roller Bowl, kicking off later this month. The EPT returns in October, and that was something that, I mean, a little behind the scenes, perhaps. You told me a story of...
Oh, I have a little, yeah.
There we go. I wasn't sure if I want to jump on your story and tell it, but you tell the story. It's a wonderful one.
I'm not sure if maybe I hope. Apologies to PokerStars if I'm breaking confidence here, and you know, fueling the rumor mill. But I was told that there was no way there was room on the schedule for a 2024 Cyprus event. They were going to have the event last year, 2023, and if it went really well, it was certainly going to be back in 2025. However, the reviews, and it's a nice thing that stars do, they get a bit of feedback on how people felt about the event, and players fill out a little form, rate things out of 10, you know, comment on things that they like or don't like. You know, it's a nice way of getting the feedback. And it was the highest ranked, I believe, festival they've ever hosted, to the point that they were like, well, we just have to come back.
Right.
How can we? The players are telling us, please come
the
back.
schedule.
Yeah. So totally against original plans. They are coming back here in October, similar slot to the one last year. And then the one that personally I'm looking forward to, because I will definitely be at it, is the Gangsters in November.
Right.
You know, I love these in-house merit events, love coming over here. And, you know, even in wintertime, it's quite summery.
Yeah, well, it's certainly better. I mean, you obviously reside on an island in the Mediterranean already, but for those of us towards the northern part of this continent, it's certainly a nice time to pop down to the Med, get a bit of sweet relief from the damp, dark greyness. Moeen, gonna pop this up, and here we have a look at...
Hard segue from dark greyness to Pearl Moeen in the dark grey hoodie.
Wow. He's trying to bring some light to this hand. Ace-9, and here's a player we're very familiar with here at Merit, Dimitri Grolin on the button. Gonna flat this Ace-5 suited again. I'm just readjusting because, well, the last few days we were playing from some very shallow stack poker, and suddenly we're in the realms of a still in the entry period in a 1 hour level event. Means there's a lot of play, David. This is like real poker, if you will. There's a lot more going on.
Yeah, deep stack poker is what we're all here for the next few days. I don't see this tournament really getting ever below 30 bigs on the final table. Probably stays around 40 bigs throughout. Amazing structure. And yeah, I think we're in for a real treat. Well, Moeen has fired with this sort of ace of hearts in hand. It's quite a powerful card in this situation. Obviously, it's a equity denier for a lot of random, maybe Broadway combos, or even against the big blind, just some random 2 cards. But Eluz does have a piece of it here. He's got the flush draw. And may look to get aggressive, feeling like Moeen doesn't have a lot of 4x here.
Goes for the alternative route. I guess the theory being that even Eluz, you only got King High, but King High is still good here at some frequency. And you definitely don't want to blast out a hand that may barrel off when you strike gold like this one.
Well, there's a real action one, because Moeen may feel as though this is a great card for him to bet. Obviously, there is some Jack X in Eluz's range, but there might also be just some random small stuff. Just check back in. Oh my goodness me, what a run out. Well, Eluz will feel very good about the second nut flush here, and likely does his own betting. And then Moeen's obviously going to come with the raise, and then it's a tough spot, right?
Oh yeah. 38,000 in there. How large is he going to go with the second nut flush? Looks like he's gone 21k, a little over half. Kind of the size that... I mean, I guess there's not really many sizes we can bet this river and really look to fold, but... 21 kind of removes, I guess, from our value some of our like weakest hearts, right? Like, we might go really small with like the 8 of hearts.
Blocker, right? Exactly. Like I think that's what's a really good pickup from you there, James. Is that this is not your conventional 25% blocker bet. It's sort of in between. It's looking to extract value from, you know, some heart combos, maybe some pocket pairs, and as predicted, it's gone bet raise, and now Eluz in a really gross spot, it must be said.
Yeah, real horrible scenario. Obviously, there are boats available, but surely Moeen would have continued with Jacks full, 10s full. 7s full is, of course, a possibility.
That's
although,
a possibility for
you know, slim. And then the ace of hearts combos that, first of all, don't have a second heart in them, because surely if he had the nut flush on the turn, he would bet. So now you're looking at the offsuit ace X that doesn't want to fire again.
Yeah, he does make the call. Here's the problem. If you're not going to call with the second nuts,
right,
what are you going to call with? It's
second nut flush, I'm going to point out here, because Eluz can certainly have boats. And Eluz has a lot more boats, right? He can certainly have the Jack 4 suited, the 10 4 suited, 7 4s. There we go. First hand at our new feature table is a big one. Big pot heading the way of Moeen.
Yeah, rough run out there. But not from Moeen. Delightful. Here's something I always think about. First hand feature table. These aren't super familiar faces, so maybe don't have a lot of feature table experience. Suddenly they're sitting at a feature table. Does it ever just come into your mind, is he just doing this for the cameras? Does he want him?
Yeah, right.
Like, oh, right now, and he's going to raise river. Is he going to put me in the bin and just want to show off a little bit? It just would linger in my mind a little bit, I got to say. Well, back on the horse, Moeen. Pocket 10's very happy to open this one up as well. Average stack right now, about 280k. My maths serve me right. So we are playing pretty deep poker here, 90 bigs. People re-entering for 33 bigs right now, and we'll be able to re-enter for another 3 hours.
Oh yeah, and I noticed as well, David, I speculated just before we came on air that the next level is the 3.5 big blind level. We're just nudging it up very slightly. So the next level is 4K. So when you do max late reg, you'll be starting the new level with 20 big blinds.
Yeah.
Which is, as we've had many conversations about, I think as late as you really want to let late reg happen, in my opinion, to not give the super late reggers a big advantage.
Totally agree.
King 7-8. Tinus with the best of it. King Jack of spades on this board. Not just top pair, but also backdoor spades. I mean, not enjoying seeing the over, but it's just the one over. Gralin, well, he has some backdoor potential.
Yeah, and I presume he's going to try and thin the field here with a small bet. You want to go maybe 10k here and just suss out where you might be at. 11 is nice. A backy with a gutter to the bad end. I don't think going to be interested for this price. Would have loved to see a free one, but didn't happen. Moeen probably has to be sticky once, even in a four-way situation, but perhaps he finds a very tight fold. No, he does continue. Very understandable, obviously has a backdoor as well. So this is not incorrect whatsoever from him. That backdoor is materializing, but it's an overcard. Should the 9 have come there, I think we could definitely have seen a second sticky call from Moeen.
What a turn card that is for Martinez, though.
Yeah.
Picking up that second pair.
Yeah, so now on the off chance that his opponent was, you know, playing ace king or king queen kind of slowly, he's overtaken them. Pretty comfortable situation now. Now, Moeen does have blockers to the 9-10, so, you know, could consider something a little creative.
You're always at it, aren't you? You're always angling, arguing for some kind of loony bluff.
Definitely not arguing for it, but just highlighting its possibility.
It's out there.
I actually very much like the fold on balance. I think a two-barrel there from a player flatting the button who has a lot of King X.
Tinus there. Somewhat of a reg here, although only a few cashes in the last few years in this very room, but does have $300,000 in career earnings, the lion's share of it coming from here. Although, first recorded cash, 21st EPT London back in 2013.
Oh, I think I played that. Yeah.
I think I might have played that one actually, which is rare for me.
Was that in the Vic? I think it was.
Looks like it.
Yep.
Steve O'Dwyer 5th in that event.
Well, I didn't.
Chris Moorman 8th. Ferraldo 10th.
I won't be appearing in the money list.
Basil,
I know that part.
Basil Musa and Nicholas Schweiti 9th and 11th respectively. Both regulars here as well.
Regs, yeah.
Flying the Lebanese banner.
Funky little limp here from Dan Dachi. With the Jack 9-0 under the gun. It's going to be isolated by Eluz.
Yeah, again, our first time seeing this table, but they are 2 hours in. There'll be some history formed already. Eluz recognizing that perhaps Nandachi has been doing a little bit of this, limping in too frequently, maybe with some weak holdings.
Yeah, and pretty bad spot for Dandachi if it even went check-check, which I don't think it will. He can't hit his jack, so pretty nice holding for Eluz, obviously blocking a couple of the better ace-x combos. He's got the gutter and he's got the backdoor flush draw working. And I think he's probably just recognized he's up against a guy who's going to limp and see a lot of flops, going to be there with quite a wide range. And, you know, just when you're against a wide range, you can just always see bet, really, because they're just not going to connect enough.
Also, especially with that, as you mentioned, obviously, King Queen with the King of Hearts, plenty of potential just to go bananas down the streets. I wonder how talkative this table was before they got thrust on to the stage. Because that always seems to happen, doesn't it? You can walk around a room, you kind of think, oh, that table looks quite lively, we'll put them up there, and then everyone gets a little bit coy. Only for the first sort of 30 or 40 minutes, and then people almost sort of just get used to the new surroundings, and I almost feel like things open up a bit, especially on final tables.
Yeah, the physicality of the table is actually very different, something that people probably don't really reckon for. You know, normal poker tables don't actually really resemble these TV tables. The TV table is much physically bigger, got that kind of
a high rail,
which is sometimes a little bit uncomfortable if you're used to the alternative, and players spaced out a bit more, not really wrapped around the table quite the same way, almost in a Last Supper posture.
McEwen, ace, king. 7,000 from under the gun, despite having to angle his arms downward to look at those cards. But it's true. I mean, you see the players here, the elbows up. The way you'd usually look at a hand, you've got to like lift the cards a lot more. It's a little less comfortable when you're actually looking at cards. I think it really makes a difference when you're playing the pot. In fact, the high rail can be kind of nice. It's a more natural position to rest, at least for me, David.
As a tall man.
My altitude. Well, here we go. King, Jack, 9. Jugralin. Actually, in us discussing that, I didn't even notice, made the kind of spicy peel here with the 4-5 of hearts, looking to get in the mix. We are playing over 100 deep.
Very spicy, but has been rewarded at least with partial connectivity here.
Right. Kuhn obviously flopping top pair, but the kind of board you have some concern about when Jugralin's called from +2, right? He's going to have, okay, some hands you beat, the best of which being King Queen, of course, but he also gets to have a lot of 2 pairs, maybe even a flop straight.
Yeah, flop straight possible. Jack 9-9, certainly not out of the equation. Another heart here. Jugralin does get the check mark, and McEwen will be somewhat worried because I guess a lot of the flats are either pairs or they are connected cards or of the same suit. So it actually, when you sort of break down the range here, it does get a little bit murky here with Ace King. Maybe you go for a small bet again, just try and target the King Queens, the Jack Queen suited, that type of stuff. I prefer the check, and he has gone for the check. It's very rough now.
Yeah.
And Jugralin with a optimistic flat there, +2. Has to find value now, has to get at least 1 street.
29.
Goes big.
29.
2/3.
Right, I mean, there's still all the sets are possible here, the way this was played. Aces, it's particularly like the ace, king, king, queens with a heart. These kind of hands that just can't really ever fold for this bet, so it makes sense to kind of bet once big here and then evaluate rivers.
Yeah. Let's dwell back on the flop action. Do you ever think of a check here with the ace king?
Well, this is the thing. I mean, it feels like a kind of hand that a kind of board we want to be checking a lot to Jugralin on when he's called from +2. I caveat there with, I guess, when we got ace king, no heart, particularly when we got ace king backdoor diamonds as well, maybe that kind of is enough hand to bet. We still want to be betting some of our hands here. We don't just always want to check this board. So I can see the argument for electing to bet this one.
Bricky river here. Ace king still top pair, top kicker, and Jugralin still with that disguised flush. I don't think his opponent would think he'd be all the way down to a 5-4 suited. There would certainly be some 9-10 suited, perhaps in there, Queen 10 suited, perhaps. But this is a hard one to put your opponent on. Obviously, he's going to pursue value here, target the pocket aces and the ace kings of this world. Even sets he can target quite neatly here.
Right, and they're all in there. 9s, kings, jacks, all open from this seat. All bet the flop, all check call turn. Well, there's, I mean...
Overbet.
Wow, he's gone for the overbet. Spicy. I can't... It's weird. I feel like this... I'm not sure if I think this is a great spot for an overbet. Holding just the 5 high flush, right?
Yeah, I guess it is sort of targeting the very sticky sets.
Right.
And he's sort of risking losing the ace kings and one pair hands, maybe like the queen queen with the queen of hearts, certainly not taking much interest now anymore. So
I mean, I suppose on the flip side, he's not supposed to have like that many flushes here, given the king of hearts is on board, the jack of hearts is on board. Obviously, he can basically have
ace queen of hearts,
almost all the nut flush combos.
Yeah, ace queen of hearts, ace 10 of hearts.
I don't think he's folding even. Is he folding ace 8 of hearts here from +2 when they're over 100 deep? I don't know. I mean, he's calling 4 or 5 of hearts. I guess not.
Good fold.
Yeah, I don't know if I put 5 high flushes into my overbet there, just because my opponent can have flushes too.
Honestly, you know, it seems a little bit result oriented, but I would have made ace king my target hand and tried to get another half pot bet. The flip side of that is, and it's often talked about actually in exploitative lines, is, you know, you don't have to get it called that often for it to be the better bet. Right.
Yeah, of course. Betting 1.5 times pot, get called every third time, same as getting a half bet, but called every time. So yeah. I just concerned that I've almost moved to the point that I see it with the nut flush.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Or at least the queen high flush. I guess you kind of almost don't want the nut flush. You want your opponent to maybe have ace king with ace of hearts or aces with the ace of hearts to make it cool. Flip side that, of course, is they can suddenly turn that hand to a bluff.
Yeah, and if they do have the opportunity to use the nut blocker over the top of an overbet, it's a very convincing story. I've often seen players virtually give up on a hand, and then when they actually face an overbet, they realize that this sort of amazing opportunity has been given to them to tell a really, really convincing story. Quite painful when that happens, actually.
Oh, yeah. Fun hand nonetheless. Gibraltar not disappointing. It's kind of the headliner on this table. $700K in career earnings. Best result coming in the MPP main event in terms of only one. 7th place. Huge field event there, 1,260 entries. This one will look to best it. Might be close.
Yeah. Give me a sense of that one, actually, James. Obviously, you've been here as part of the MPP, I think, on at least 2 occasions, maybe more. And, you know, in those spots, the Merit team are the host, I suppose. It's not an in-house organization. Maybe you brought your own dealers or some of your organizing staff. What's it like in those situations to come here where Merit play host to those kind of tours?
I mean, it's not dissimilar to this event in that, you know, Merit is such a complete package. I'm not sure exactly on the movement of staff. I think it's still the sort of the Merit dealers who are, as you mentioned the other day, you know, you just never see a mistake.
So good.
And even just their sort of posture at the table you see here, obviously we cherry pick for the stream tables, but it's the same out on the floor. They just sort of look the business, they act the business. There's sort of no sloppiness. And the tournament staff the same. But yeah, of course, obviously you've got the ancillary stuff, you know, the ones running the tournaments, ones discussing structures and stuff that we bring in. But again, it's, you know, Merit have things on point already. So there's not a lot for those guys to do.
Yeah, it's very optimized.
It's more about funneling the players and bringing in different markets into this room. And then obviously they're complemented by the Merit room and its own database of players. So MPP, for example, is the one time you'll see perhaps certainly a lot more players from GB and Ireland.
Yeah.
Given the relationship between the MPP and Dust Dawn Live and the old Party Poker Live tour. All very similar people. But also, yeah, I think you'll see more players coming from Western Europe to those events than any other.
Got a small hand developing here. King 10, 5, 2 hearts. Akun has called from the small with the Queen Jack, so open-ended here. No backdoor. Well, can make a straight on an ace or a 9. Eluz is deciding to bet his bottom pair here. Trying to clear out some equity. Does get the call, and that will probably make him put the brakes on. Well, that's the card that he certainly doesn't like here. All the draws get in, 9 of hearts, completing flush and straight.
Yeah.
At least the most obvious straight draw. And quick check from McCune, who obviously doesn't have the nuts here when there's a flush possible, but a very, very strong hand and probably happy to go to showdown in most worlds. Alous does pump the brakes.
Oh, kind of a fun one. And McCune could feel that Alous as a hand now could never really fold to anything under pot. And like you say, he did see bet this board that favors the small blind at decent frequency, so may feel like, hey, this kind of looks like he's supposed to have a hand here.
Yeah.
And this, sorry to cut you off, this doesn't feel to me like the kind of hand we want to like check raise with that view, right? With the hearts on board, right? This is a sort of a one bet kind of hand, and I want it to be a big bet.
Totally agree. I think we will see him come with, you know, maybe even an overbet or something very close to pot. Alous can have pocket queens, pocket jacks. Admittedly, we block them a bit, but, you know, still they're very possible. I think he'd have a hard time with ace-10 now as well.
The flip of all this is he has gone for what looks like just over pot. We like it. The flip of this, oh, pardon me, he's gone the other way. I wasn't familiar with the chip size. Oh, no, I was right. There we go. I shouldn't doubt myself, David. I believe what I see too much with the graphics. But
honestly, this seems pretty perfect. 1.2x pot seems like an absolutely optimal bet in this situation.
The flip I was going to say is, like, what are our bluffs here, right? We've called from the small, we've called on the flop. Like, what do we actually have as bluff? It's almost like maybe we just always bet, well, obviously we're going to have different bet sizes, but what are we repping here as the bluff? Are we saying something like some ace bit of club combos? Are we saying like a jack 9 that's obviously turning the 9 into bluff, like jack 9 of clubs or something like that? That's check called flop. I almost feel like we always have a hand here. Maybe some 7s or 8s with a heart. Is that in there?
Yeah, I think we'd have got sticky for 1 street on flop with exactly that kind of hand with showdown, and then we feel like this is an option.
But I know, just as a basic rule, I know obviously in situations where we just always have hands, we kind of tend to bet very small. As a counterance, obviously we're targeting a king, so we want to bet big. But the other side of the coin is that, hey, when you don't really have bluffs, you just get to bet small with everything.
I do feel like he's targeting the strong part of the range here, so like just making ace-king really suffer right now.
Right, and Alous, I mean, still in the tank here with ace-5. This is kind of wild that he's thinking this long. He does eventually lay it down.
Yeah, I think if Alous faces a 2/3 to 3/4 pop bet, I think he actually folds quicker. Once his opponent polarizes himself like that, he is going into the tank, going through the processes you just did, James, where it's like, okay, I guess we're repping nutty stuff now. Boats, straights, flushes. So what are the bluffs to balance that out? And are there any, and are there loads of obvious ones? Well, no, I'd say he probably realized, just as you did, that there aren't many.
Right. Needs to be kind of creative to find a bluff there, I think.
Yeah, you're going to have to go for some...
I think some of that, like I say, maybe the jack 9s, queen 9s that have actually made a pair decided to turn into bluff, try and make something better fold.
Yeah, and we talk about like natural and non-natural bluffs, and I think that was one of those spots where you would be forced to find some non-natural ones, which, you know, again, those small pairs, like you mentioned, James, probably do fit in quite nicely. Now, action quickly round to the button.
McCune, well, king 4-0, not in his range. We know the 4-5 clubs will be from the small blind here. Obviously, Jugralin, the one waiting behind. The man who just profited playing 4-5 suited, checks back the dominating clubs.
Yeah, and I think he can go either way here with the 4-5 of clubs here. Raising it actually doesn't seem bad at all. But does decide to just limp in. I prefer the raise, actually, myself, if I'm Moeen. I think I would have definitely fired on most flops.
On a 10-10-9,
yeah,
backdoor flush draw.
Opponent's going to have better than 5 high and a hand that just has to give up a lot. Now, Jugralin, who we know is very, very capable and dangerous, has picked up open ender, and he's not going to shy away from firing himself. Moeen ends up playing it quite passively, it must be said, and that's not going to generally be a method you want to continue versus someone like Sokralin.
I guess there's the argument that he's thinking, hey, I can check this, my opponent checks back his garbage, and then I can just bet turn and win a lot of time. But then when the presence of the 8 came down, so there's so more hands that are now going to call that he decided not to do that. I imagine if the turn was a deuce, maybe he was going to stab at 4-5.
Yeah, I certainly hope so. Elu's under the gun here with the ace-7 of clubs, going to kick things off. 7K seems to be the raise du jour.
Yeah, it really does. I remember, you know, more recently not a thing, but certainly go back 10 years, 12 years. I remember trying to get the first raise in at a level just to set it as min, because so many times it would just be whoever raised first, that would be the raise for the whole table.
You're so right. I was going to make the same observation. Maitanas with a defendable ace-10 here. He is actually dominating the Elu's ace-7. So potential for a conflict of note.
10-8-3.
Yeah, this could do it. Backdoor clubs, backdoor straight possibilities for Elu's.
We just saw he c-bet that ace-5 on the king-10-5. See if he wants to c-bet with those backdoors you alluded to.
Yeah, having ace-high I think maybe gives me reason to check this one. But it's reasonable to just fire something small too. I'm going to guess neither is going to change things too much. Well, 8K is chunky enough actually. Hopefully half pot, and Maitanas obviously with a very nice top pair, top kicker, and come along for the ride. Hand gets a little bit more complicated now on the jack of diamonds. Elu's could try and target some 8x and 3x. Some maybe hearts would be charged as well, and you do end up having the best hand against a lot of those combos.
With that 8x and 3x, we can still target by checking back here, right? And then electing to fire river if we choose. All right. Maitanas making trip 10s, and a board that he is going to want to bluff at some frequency as well. So it's nice to have this hand in here.
Yeah, wouldn't hate a big size here. Is that a 25 chip?
It's just a 5. I think he's gone for the block.
Oh, he's gone for the fake block.
Yeah.
That's kind of fun too.
The old I'm trying to rep, I've gone 8, maybe even a 3, maybe a hand like 7, 6s.
Yeah.
Trying to get the crying call from the ace high, and then the ace high goes, well, you're not having that, son. I'm not paying you off your 5K. Raise pot. And you see they just set you up. Yeah, I only deployed that move a handful of times this summer at the World Series of Poker. And it worked nearly every time. It's amazing. It's so hard to kind of like not take the bait when someone comes out for a 10%, 15% bet on the river in that spot.
Yeah, the version I like a lot is when I have a hand with bare showdown like an ace high, but good blocker potential. And you go for that, and then you induce the raise, and then come back over the top of that raise.
I know.
I like that.
I'm level 1. I'm doing it with hands. I'm doing it with hands that don't want to 3-bet either. I do it with my 2-bet hands.
Okay.
Which is also more pleasing, because then when you just call their raise, they have to show their hand, and you're like, nah, no. If you jam, then they can start going, making out they're making a big fold, and you haven't really played them. I'm all about the ego, David. Jugralin, he's going for the not quite 7,000, not quite min, 6.5. Gets it done. Elu's giving up a king in the big. Not often we see someone folding a king in the big blind to a button raise, but recognizing perhaps at this depth the prospects of ever winning a big pot versus kind of getting muscled around by Jugralin.
Yeah. Tandachi, 30 bigs. Gonna raise here with the king queen out. Quick folds. Rapid fire stuff. Down to the blinds already, Elus. Oh, an interesting holding here. Could certainly go both ways. A 3-bet that leverages Tandachi stack, certainly reasonable. Flatting seems okay as well. Not sure we want to fold this ever. Be a tight fold, but Tandachi has already shown himself to be a limper on occasion, so maybe his raises represent a little more strength, and that's probably what was figured out. And take it down, sir.
Easy. I have to say, it was bugging me when I was reading out Rollin's results.
Oh, yeah?
I was like, this doesn't sound right, because I've seen him win a lot more than that here.
I was going to say, I thought he had heaps of...
Yeah.
Did you say 700k?
Yeah.
It might be more like 3 million, to be honest.
Right. That's the thing. The thing is, I can't find his Hennebar entry anymore. I was looking at the wrong Demir, basically, the situation. And obviously just saw a whole bunch of merit flags and went reading. But I can remember as him winning, of course, the Retro Series high roller here last year, if you recall.
I remember it well.
Against Uri Reichenstein.
Yep.
Wusterbiz in the mix in that one, and there he won 350k. But he's won a bunch of other stuff, but for some reason I can't seem to stumble across his Hennemob entry. So apologies for the miss call on that one.
Well, often is the case. If it's not easy to find their Hennemob, they maybe don't want to be found.
Well, there is that.
Labaki, a tempter. Does just call 7-8 suited. Going to try and flop some equity, get involved. Saeed with a very nice suited king here. Can definitely pay the 4. And we'll go 3 ways here. 24k in the middle. 3 hands with equity each. No overwhelming front runner, although we do have one now. Saeed with top pair and Labaki with the flush draw and a pair. And Akyun still has a little piece, so it's sort of flipped around.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, top pair bad kicker, second pair good kicker. Cheeky little backdoor for Saeed as well, but Labaki really has a hand that doesn't mind fast playing here with only 30 bigs or so behind. It's going to be interesting to see how he proceeds. Do you ever fast play this one, James?
Can do, certainly. Especially, I think, when you're playing this deep as well, because I think it's hard to fast play these as much when you're shallow, because people just want to get it in too much with their 1 pairs or even 2 pairs. But when you have this hand, it's particularly blocking, obviously, set of 8s, I think you can just go big.
There is a club. Kyun has the ace of clubs in hand, but Labaki's there. Saeed now drawing dead.
Yeah, I think if he had sort of check raises flop, Labaki probably would have just won the pot.
Yeah, I don't think Akyun will come with a bet. His hand can be very good. His hand's unlikely to get a better hand to fold too often unless he goes very big. And he can improve to a very, very strong hand. So,
right, I think if we bet here, we're looking to bet the 3rd street as well. And you got to bet trusting you don't want to get check raised. And I think that's what he's going for. So he's trying to make the kings of the world fold.
He's bet 3k. No, he hasn't.
30,
He's bet
yeah.
30. Thankfully, the graphic switched quickly there. I was thinking 3k was sort of a very pointless way to reopen the action.
Obviously, Labaki, I guess, David, now with no choice but just to go all in for the extra 63k.
Yep.
But actually, I mean, yeah, I'm with you. Obviously, two decisions here. Go about this, but I kind of betting here makes it really hard for the back in the middle to have if he has got any kind of one pair hand, and the same for Saeed behind. And hey, if either of them called, he could have just dropped the hammer on the river. So I like it if it is coupled with that river plan.
Yeah, it's a messy one for Akun now. 63 into what will be 230, probably getting just about the right price. He made his bed there with that 30k bet. Off we go to the river.
I mean, see 22% equity up against the hand he's up against.
Yeah, thinking to himself, maybe I could have gone a different way here. Checked it back and checked it back again.
The problem is, I say, when you make that bet on the turn, you've got to be, you really want it to be in a situation where you're not going to get check raised by a flush, right?
Yeah.
Because you don't want to have to, in this instance, call off another 63,000. He basically put 93,000 on the turn here with a flush draw. Not ideal. Now, he would have, if it wasn't a flush there, if they both had a king, or maybe the one had a 10, one had a king, probably would have got both of them to fold. Picked up the pot. But the downside is so big if you have to call the check raise. Now, if they both got 150k and they check raise you, now you can fold and hate life, but at least you get to fold and not lose so many chips.
Well, the backy, it's like he wants to smile. Loving dragging in that big pot. Up to over 200k now from 100 a moment ago. All business to Gralin.
Yeah, interestingly, he made a 6.5 on the button. 7,000 from +2. And actually, well, with a click, a 3-bet from the big blind. All right, here we go. There's some funkiness going on.
Yeah, this is very in vogue at the moment. I don't know if you noticed it in Vegas. I definitely saw a bit of these initiative-taking 3-bets that don't really make tremendous sense, it must be said. And I actually think that the default adjustment is to sort of pounce upon them, actually. And I don't think players are doing that enough. The point of them is that they represent super strength, take away the betting lead, and then sort of continue that story. Although Dandachi going against type here, checking.
And look at this. Gralin wasting no time and coming out with a bet when checked in a really small bet, just 3.5k, perhaps recognizing that, hey, ace queen high is just good here a lot. And maybe himself just taking away the initiative on the turn, thus getting to a river very cheaply if he so chooses. And there we go, that's what he's going to do. So he's insured seeing 5. Well,
very hard for Dandachi to represent on this run out.
Gralin can, but deciding that he thinks ace queen might be good. Hey, let's have a look at the cards.
Yeah, so it's almost like Dandachi went for that initiative taking bet pre, but actually Gralin with just one big blind managed to steal it back.
And credit to him for doing it so quickly as well. He cut that bet out on the flop like within seconds.
Yeah.
Kind of knew exactly how to play this spot. You said, you know, these are some of the moves that are a little bit in vogue, and he's obviously thought about how to combat that.
Yeah, because really all it does there is blow the pot out of position with a hand that, you know, doesn't necessarily love a lot of boards. And I just don't, I don't think there's a lot of wisdom in that move, but it is part of the meta right now. Certainly something I saw in Vegas quite a lot. And after a few examples of it, because maybe your default is to go, oh, haven't seen that in a while. I guess he's got aces and he's sort of making a strange sizing. But then once you kind of get to showdown with those guys a few times, you start thinking, are they talking about, is this a move now? Is this what they'd like to do? And then, yeah, I was finding myself 4-betting a lot lighter.
How'd you do this summer?
It's just not necessary. Absolutely.
You played a lot of daily deep stacks. I guess that tells the story. Find yourself upstairs.
I was in for the start of a lot of days.
A lose with ace king.
Thanks, James.
Back at it again. I can jest because I think you probably did just slightly better than I did.
Well, you were there for 5 weeks. At least got a few rounds of golf in.
There we go. That was more expensive than the tournaments. Saeed with the squeeze on the button after Labaki calls. Obviously, again, he would have been witnessing what's been going on here over the first couple of hours of play and likes this setup where losers open and Labaki has just called the cutoff. And look, he's right in the sense that Labaki's in here with Jack 10 offsuit. So therefore, you want to be squeezing a lot of hands if your opponent is peeling these in between. Unfortunately for him, timing-wise, a lose, a man who we saw open ace-5 offsuit from kind of a middly position before. Could certainly have too many hands opening here. So I kind of like the pounce from Saeed given that, but obviously timing-wise, completely off.
Yeah, a lose likely to come with a jam here, or might find a non-all-in sizing, but that almost looks stronger again. I quite like jam. Oh. Oh.
Wow, wow, wow. What have we got here? Is that a bit of trepidation, a bit of fear?
Like, you do sometimes want to flat the ace-king against players that you feel are very nutted and very strong and don't have wide 3-betting ranges. Saeed on the button, you would think, has a very wide range, and actually the way to punish that would be to put in the 4-bet with the hand strong as ace-king, giving Saeed a real opportunity to take this one away now. Not comfortable for a lose. Likely to face a small sizing here. Probably going to have to call that, given that he's under-repped his hand with ace-king. But turns could get dicey. Does look like a down bet here, 16k. A lose, you know, it's like not a lot to go with here, but ace-king is just good often enough against some jacks, ace-10s, and we see even ace-9.
It's not a bad flop for ace-king in this situation, right? No. Against the squeeze is going to be a lot of the big card combos.
Yeah.
Obviously some of those pairs, but still ahead of everything but the pairs.
Yeah, and you're just getting the right price to draw against queens.
Right.
So you can't go away yet. But as is often the case in these 3-bet pots, the turn will be the street of significance. How will Saeed proceed on the queen of diamonds? Saeed now wondering how often that's going to be pocket 8s, pocket 9s in a loser's hand, and can he rep a hand like ace-queen, or indeed just keep the story going with aces and kings?
Obviously as well, like the 9 of clubs, I mean, we always look for reasons not to do things. 9 of clubs obviously not a great card. You want your opponent to maybe have some like 8, 9 of clubs type holdings, and you say 8s and 9s specifically. But at the same time, there's plenty of hands they can have that call one and now fold. Some of those of which, of course, you still best, but you don't want to be checking back and letting the likes of King Jack bluff you on the river. Yeah. Now, very tough for a lose.
Very tough. Saeed's kind of gone geometric here, like he wants to just get in by river, and you do feel like, oh no, am I up against pocket kings?
And, well, the flip of that as well is like some of the bluffs you were hoping up against the likes of maybe a king-queen, very likely to 3-bet you pre-flop, have now all improved. The ace-queen has now got there as well, of course.
Yeah, not a comfortable spot now for a lose, who, you know, I would put question marks over how he played the hand pre, but as it's developed, it is a very tough spot now. Credit to Saeed for finding this bet. Recognised that, you know, the flop bet was going to get called an awful lot, and he would have to have a multi-street plan. Look at this.
Wow, wow, wow.
A lose, almost like he's. Oh no, he's teased us.
Oh, the fake. Do you think there was any sort of side eye while that was going on, trying to get any kind of read?
I think he's going to let this one go.
He's so hard to carry. And he's probably thinking, why have I played this way? Of course, King of Diamonds is not an ideal card for have. You want your opponent to maybe be barreling here with King Jack, King 10 of Diamonds. No, this is.
There's a lot of posturing.
This is inner turmoil here. This is genuine. He's gone for the chips again, gone for the cards.
Looking for the read as well. Does let it go?
Wow, wow, wow.
Credit to Saeed, understanding that that was a multi-street plan.
Yeah, well done indeed. And Lou's probably wondering, he's probably torn like, why don't I just punish him pre-flop, but at the same time thinking, oh, maybe I've just faded one there. Maybe my opponent did have kings or aces the way this looks.
Yep.
Never know. Apart from me will know.
Or even
in 1 hour's time.
Even a hand like tens or jacks.
Right.
Just decided they had to bet there and then keep the betting lead so they could check back river. Still target some smaller pairs for value. That makes sense too. So yeah. But yeah, when you get the old text message from your friend who's watching who says, ace 9 from Saeed that time. Sort of. Filled with regret. Back to a lose here. No interest in the 10-5, of course. Babaki probably lets go with this ace-6 here. Doesn't feel like a great spot. Yeah, well played. Saeed suited queen. Cut off. Bottom of range. No.
Dandaki limping again. Kuyan. Does he want to be the one to pounce?
Yeah, it's a funky one. Sometimes just limping along isn't. Oh, I'm very surprised he didn't have to call.
I didn't think that was one of the options.
No. I think I quite like just limping along and having kind of deceptive ace there. A little surprised, but over to the flop we go.
Moeen in here with a dominated hand that finds help on the 9-7 deuce, and Naki with a gut shot with backdoor diamonds decides to bet half pot, 5,000 chips to go. Moeen more than happy to call for now with that flop top pair against this button limp. This is the kind of board though I think that when we look at button limps, they do sort of connect around this kind of area, don't they? So, well, swift check. Is that the 10? It is the 10. Wow, Moeen. He's found the dream turn in the nightmare river. Trip 9's falling to the nut straight, and well, there's only 20,000 chips in there for now, but is it possible we see all of this go in?
I think it's going to go bet raise, and it's going to be a very, very gross spot for Moeen.
He's gone quite big, right? Is that 17 into 20? Does that just set up for nothing but all in?
Yep. I believe so. I like Dandachi's pause.
He's doing his best to kind of look.
Yeah, selling it well.
Like he hasn't got a great hand.
It's very hard to put him on a hand that you're not beating here if you're Moeen. Check back, turn.
Oversetting this almost at this point, wouldn't he? He's going to do the casual one-hand flick into the stack. Look around. He has just put it in, and now disgusting for Moeen.
It's very hard.
It kind of just looks like our man might have a 9, right? But we've got an 8 kicker. And how does that fare?
But wouldn't a 9 bet again?
Right. What hand does he have then? Is he just literally repping Jack 8 and 6-8? Is that it? I mean, we've got an 8. It's really hard to ever fold this hand, isn't it?
Super hard.
Can he ever have a worse 9, is my point. If he somehow limped 9-6 and then got trappy on the turn, does he now raise river all in?
Pocket 10s, but do you limp pocket 10s pre? It's very hard. This one's tricky as hell.
It's all peculiar the way this played. Limp on the button, bet when checked to check back turn.
I guess in Solverland you're meant to have like a 9-7 sometimes that you check back turn.
Right.
Because you do need to keep a few strong ones to protect all the weak ones.
Wow.
That is a phenomenal fold.
Take a bow, Moeen, recognizing there's just not bluffs and deciding value. Well, hardly any value is going to be worse than that. Does he really ever do the jam with 9-6?
Let me put it this way. James Dempsey and David Lapp in the commentary box call and we can see the cards. Despite the fact that we can
if I can see
still
the cards,
find the call.
I'd fold if I could see the cards. That might be where you're going wrong. Reminds me, in 7 card stud, isn't it a rule that if you call and can't beat their up cards, you don't have to put the money in or something like that?
Well, that
there's some
be
sort
nice to
of like an idiot rule. I feel like you
can't beat what he shows.
You can see the cards. It's still cool. Yeah. Good luck.
Yeah.
Maybe some strategy adjustments needed. No, not taking anything away. That from Moeen, that was a fantastic fold.
That was unbelievable.
Do you think it was helped by the fact that he went for that big sizing as well? Obviously, he bet 17 into 20, kind of really repping. Hey, look, I've got a big hand. I'm not just betting this with a 10 that I've rivered.
I think you do have some 10s that you bet that size. So I'm not sure.
There we go.
Like a 10 jack.
Great fold.
That's a phenomenal.
Any of it was
fold.
the sort of the long posture, the kind of look around, look at the clock as I throw my chips in, like casually, like I was always doing it. It looked like.
I am just reflecting back on it, like. Again, it'd be in my mind, like, does he ever limp aces? And now he's sort of like just decided, go for it.
Yeah, I feel like it. My worry is that I fold to worse value. But even if he is, say he does jam with a worse 9, you know, a 6 or below that's playing that the kicker doesn't play in, whatever. Like, but there aren't that many of those. So even if I do, say he's in my mind over realizing value here, I can still fold probably because hey, he's going to have all the better 9s, maybe some boats, maybe that's straight.
Well, I'd like to analyze it all day, but we've got to move on to this hand because Saeed has just flopped.
Yeah, that's quite a good flop.
The gaff.
Yeah, he has flopped the gaff. The under gaff. I suppose the over gaff. Not the over gaff. He's flopped just the gaff, you're right.
Yeah, and Zugralin has been sticky, but probably not going to be sticky anymore. Even to 11 doesn't feel great anymore with King 9. Maybe beating Jack 9, that's it.
Yeah, maybe some diamond.
Ooh.
Wow. Maybe thinking of doing something nefarious on a diamond river.
That's what is a little concerning. Oh my goodness me, he's raised it.
Wow.
Wow, imagine being Saeed right now. how does this feel?
He just pulled that 3-bet, then double barrel bluff to win the hand. Now he's in here with a boat.
Oh my god.
Gets check called, then check raised.
Oh my god.
Any reason? I mean, this is just a call, surely, all day long. Here we go.
Yeah, like some 10x will obviously take this line and they're going to do the betting for you. Potential scare ones.
Oh,
he hates that this might mean a chop. He loves, apologies. He loves that his opponent might have a 10 here and think that they're chopping when he raises.
Does Zugralin, though, give up now on this card? Surely he was firing off on a diamond and obviously a jack if he got there.
Oh, Zugralin doesn't look like the man who slows down.
He's just going after this sort of the Queen X.
Goodness me.
The Ace Kings, Ace Jacks maybe that got super sticky.
Like we know.
Overbet, again an overbet. And this is just, now I'd like to see him not do too much acting.
No,
just kind of stay stoic and then eventually, obviously he knows already he's moving all in. He beats the other 10s. This is a dream scenario. He just thinks he's up against a 10, right? And he's going to get paid off for the min raise all in. I much more prefer this demeanor. He does just go all in.
Zugralin will snap fold. There's no messing here from that man. Wow, dreamy stuff for Saeed.
Yeah.
Flops all of it, gets an opponent who is capable of making moves.
Who makes that move? Happy days. Saeed. This is fun. We're seeing a lot of spice. So the Dolce Vita series, a bringing together of brands.
Yeah.
At the OPE, we've had Vamos.
Sugar and spice.
Sure. I was going to say we've also brought Pyrium along, but you go with sugar and spice. You do your thing.
All things nice.
65 minutes to the next break. And the parting of David and I from the booth. Can't come soon enough.
Actually, no, I'm staying in the booth.
Okay.
It's bad luck, guys.
Akun, Ace 3.
I will be bringing out some more nursery rhymes.
David is here with his young family. Great place to bring the young family if you're looking for a poker stop.
Oh, it really is.
Kids Club.
Kids Club, you can just give away your children. No, the staff here are absolutely epic, it must be said. We don't put the kids in Kids Club too much of the day, but it is lovely to have those little breaks, to have grown-up meals. Go to the spa, the no kids pool.
Tennis.
Wow, big hands seem to be in vogue right now with tennis, with the trip jack, or trip sixes, I should say, with the jack. Little piece of it here, Akyun, little does he know, he's virtually dead.
But he has maybe enough hand that he wants to bet, because, hey, it's pretty hard to win this one at Showdown if I don't bet. But he is maybe a little shy after having a couple of bites, seeing Jugralin more than capable. And wow, what a turn card for Jugralin. Picking up a flush shot to go with that gut shot draw. And there's the man who peeled from the small, perhaps the most likely to have some sort of 10x and hands like 7s, 8s, 9s that want to bet.
Yep, and slight overbet of the pot here again. I did kind of expect overbet, I got to be honest.
Martinez is like, oh, it's my turn, is it? To be on the, on the stand downfield of Jugralin as he laces up. And now an easy full for Akyun. And he's thinking, oh, I'm glad I didn't bet this flop. Oh, wow. 3 on the end. Would have been disaster for him. He would have improved the boat. That is no good. Jugralin, yeah, he's not making the same mistake 2 hands in a row. Just waves the flag. Martinez. I guess, I mean, he gets to have loads of bluffs here, right? All the diamond and straight draw combos that can call turn. Now, obviously, the bare ones aren't, but any of the combo draws do.
Combos for sure, yeah. I think the fact that he called a pot-sized bet changes a little. But
yeah, it's not like the jack deuce of diamond isn't necessarily in here, but certainly there are plenty of straight and flush draw combos that are. Yeah. As well, of course, all the 6s.
Yeah, and I think the flush draw pair combos just take their showdown, so it's... It's a little bit more telegraphed. Jugralin having a tough level so far, but he is a dangerous player. When you have these bets, when you have these lines in your arsenal, you do accumulate chips. You can lose the odd big one when your opponent has it, but you can really steamroll over players with marginal hands.
Moeen in the cutoff, ace, queen. Fresh off that fantastic fold. Jugralin, well, caught bluffing, and just had to swiftly check fold that river when he was again caught barreling. I think we won't call that one a bluff. I mean, he had the straight and flush draw.
Okay, a dynamical thing here, James. When you're Jugralin and you are as active and as ferocious and as aggressive as everybody knows he is, suddenly these 10s...
Oh,
they're like way up your range.
Yeah, they're like queens.
Yeah, and I wonder if that, gets him into trouble here. If Moeen, rather than taking the passive line, decides to 4-bet this one, I feel like Jugralin has to go with his hand, with his image.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see how Moon decides to play this. He might just, with all that in mind, elect to just call, keep in some weaker and not kind of get in the dicey dynamic spot, and that's what he's done here. I kind of like this. I think if we hadn't seen him play those 2 pots, he may have 4-bet, but doesn't want to 4-bet and fold, doesn't want to 4-bet and call, so therefore doesn't 4-bet.
But now with, Broadway and wheel backdoors and the nut-no pair, I feel like if he faces a bet of like 13k here, he might have to call at least once.
That is the bet he's facing. David looks so smug right now. I wish you could all see.
I've got a couple wrong today. I'm just happy to be back in the mix.
But here we go. Moeen does, of course, call one with the nut-no pair, as you mentioned. Obviously, the presence of the king, not ideal. Nor the king X is going to be part of the 3-bet range. Also, the ace-5, ace-deuce kind of stuff as well. Ace 3, Ace 4 might still barrel, so it's getting a little murky than perhaps it may look at first. The king, of course, a welcome presence on the turn. Now, does Jaguarlin go for the
small bet again?
Small bet again here and then evaluate rivers, or does he check back?
I think we go small bet again and keep control of this one. Just right. Another 18k. Oh, okay. Got that one wrong. Oh, wow. Look, he lets him in.
Moeen finds it on the river. Kind of an interesting spot because it just looks like Jaguarlin's given up a lot, right? If you're Moeen, you're not really expecting to have too much hand here. Maybe he can have.
We can have
like
aces.
9s, 8s. He could have aces. You're right. But we have an ace.
We are blocking it.
I'm kind of hoping he's got this kind of hand, right? 9s, 10s.
That's exactly what you're hoping. Blocker could get called. Big bet. Well, somewhere in between, sort of a value 1/3 here.
Is this ever worse for value? Is this ever 9s, 8s block? Or is it just too big?
Yeah, I don't think so. And I wonder if Moeen would have been better served checking once more, and you just get the call, so I guess not. So ran a little bit frustrated now by how that one ran out.
Yeah, 3 pots in a row now. He's committed a decent amount of chips to and lost all 3. Big blind, small blind, and button. But I mean, the ladder two just play themselves.
Yeah, but I like your line there. Like I like the bet turn again,
right.
Small target 8s and 9s, still get value, keep control of the pot more importantly, so you can check back river, don't have to face a bigger bet. Okay, you only had to bet maybe, or had to call maybe 1/3, not too bad in the end, but you did allow a bigger card to appear too. Yeah. So I do think that the second bet actually makes a lot of sense. You can go super small. Remember, if you have ace king there and your king trips up, you're not really going to go a big size. You can go a very small size. It sort of makes sense. Just want to keep the 9s in, the 8s in.
Yeah. Well, with that final hand at that 3k level, we're going to kick off the 1500, 3,500 levels you mentioned earlier. Very slow increase here as late reg still open, kind of mean that the late ragers still get plenty of play. With those couple of nicks, Demir Jaguarlin down to just 41 blinds. But it's just 41 blinds. It's also a big 41 blinds, David.
Yeah.
100k starting stack here. Averaged creeping up to just below 3 times that, 296k.
Yeah, prize pool now over $2 million.
Here we go.
And this is the one we've been waiting for. I said in my intro there at the top of the morning, we've been entertained, no doubt, by the Mystery Bounty, the ladies event, the IPO Masters last night. You were here burning the midnight oil with the PLO guys who tried to get to a point where it was just like 1 big blind each, I think, by the end.
I've never in my life seen a Apollo Omaha tournament that ends with 12 big blinds in play till last night.
And bear in mind, they had 70 big blind plus average at the bubble.
Plus, they broke into the money with 70 plus big blind average. It's incredible.
So that was a wild tournament. But look, those tournaments, tremendous as they were, action-packed as they were, great entertainment. I hope you guys enjoyed it at home. We have been building for a whole week to this point.
Yes.
This is where it gets serious. This is the big one that we're going to give 4 days of love to.
Yeah.
We've flown Ali in from the other side of the world for this one.
And also to bring the case of water into the booth. He's quite useful at that. Brings the nuts in. He's a feeder. Yeah, welcome on all watching us here on the Merit Poker YouTube channel. Please do pop in any questions. Myself and David will be, and of course Andrew and Ali, more than happy to answer anything you want to know, especially if it's about Merit. I can't speak about the Kids Club. I'm going to pass those ones to David, but here we go. Moeen with the 4-bet. Here we go. All right. Lose 3-betting the 2 10s from the small line against the hijack. Moeen 4-betting.
He's wearing his frustration on his face right now.
Wow. Is this a line in the sand here for him with these 2 10s? I mean,
I'm loving this. I'm loving this choice of hand as well, King Jack suited.
Yeah.
Moeen really understanding the dynamics here.
You say 11 because this is a hand that in my mind, is like one of those ones we always like to feel three bets. You're obviously not doing this all the time with King Jack suited, but you're saying occasionally throw in.
I think it's a nice low frequency one with the King Jack and the King Queen.
As we can see here, he's a flip as things stand equity wise, but as soon as you throw in that fourth bet, you become a big favourite to win this pot. Just a knife edge one for Iluz. You see anything?
He could consider call, but it becomes very tough with a very shallow stack to pot ratio of 1.3. He does take the aggressive, just decides, no, do you know what?
Nice, well done, and no time wasted from Owen. Just kicking that hand into the muck.
Such relief when you get the stack fold.
It's one of those, you know you got to jam with it. I've got 10s, it's a really good hand, but also I don't block any of the good hands, and if I do get called, I'm praying it's ace-king, but a lot of the time I'm in jail. Nicely done.
Yeah. And
gulped and shoved.
Yeah.
We've all done a few of those in our time. Well done. Nicely played from both. You know, assuming Moeen's not full betting King Jack suited every time. Just, you know, throwing in the occasional. I think something I'm guilty of not doing is throwing those ones in every now and again. I kind of resort to the offsuit combos too much, I think. He says, of course, I never full bet light, David. If I full bet, I've got it.
In my experience.
I might have ace queen, maybe.
That's the light one.
Yeah, not know what to do.
Moeen back on the horse here, pocket sixes. Apparently the pair that makes the set the most often, if you believe Andrew Headley. He floated that theory to me the other day. Superstitious chap. Fours never make the set, apparently. Sixes make it a lot, fours never make it. He swore to me.
Okay.
Take from that what you will.
I don't think I'll take anything.
So Kralin, look at this. Queen Jack O. Just plucking this combo.
Wow. He's just... Now, the first ones were like, you know, seemed okay. The King 9 a little liberal, but don't hate it. But now now he looks like he's just blasting off, doesn't he? If you're at the table and you're seeing all these hands go down.
Well, you know what? He's not much above what a new stack can be bought for. Like, maybe he's thinking, let's try and spin this here in an hour or 2 hours left, and if things go wrong, I don't mind rebuying.
Yeah, okay. It's a clicky... This is a clicky sort of bet. We still got the original razor in here, Moeen, but I'm surprised it's gone quite that big. I think you can click smaller.
Also, they were both shallow enough that you could have just stuck it in. Right. Not sure you're getting away ever from either. And
right. I mean, once you go to 80, it's kind of... You don't really get to fold too much. I think you can go smaller. I have to say, I'm enjoying the pace at which people fold once they've been caught bluffing.
Unbelievable.
There's no making out. We saw Moeen just turbo fold the King Jack suited. Jugalan's just snap folded all these spots. I think there's a little heat coming out of seat 3.
Just a little low-key steam.
I think you could... I don't know if we're at the point where we could fry an egg, but... Sort of level of heat Andrew Headley's face was given off a couple of days ago. The gentle glow. But he's been in the spot many times before, I'm sure. But maybe you're right. Maybe he's thinking, go for the little spin up, see what can be done.
A6 manages to reverse the advantage here. Maitanas. Gonna fire out a little c-bet, a little tiddler. Will be met with call. No, will be met with raise. As Dandachi looks to protect this middle pin. And that will raise eyebrows here. Maitanis is beating draws right now. Ace high. May consider a little float. Does have a backdoor of his own and 2 overs. No. Dandachi, a little equity denier of his own. Always a tricky one, those, actually. Sometimes I would just flat the second pair and maybe raise the bottom pair, James, on those boards.
Yeah, why not? Although if you do it, maybe I need to rethink my strategy. I'm bullying you today. Doesn't feel right.
Yeah, I don't want to tell tales, but as a sort of de facto HR department here within our quartet, Andrew Headley has been, you know, knocking my door down saying you're bullying him in the booth. So I don't know, maybe I'm getting my taste of it.
You brought me coffee, and you managed to deliver it to the table today as well, without just throwing it on the floor for some unknown reason.
He wants his coffee delivered to a place where he can drink it.
Again,
Lap of luxury.
let me paint a picture here for viewers at home that
There's no need to keep staring at the floor. You can't
there's a
even tell
large
it's there.
stain on our pattern
I can't see
carpet.
it. Well, I don't have great vision though. He's pointing at something now. I don't know. Labaki.
Lucky this lady here delivering drinks is far more qualified than you and managed to complete the mission.
Thank you.
Got to keep everyone hydrated, caffeinated.
Is that a Joe Biden t-shirt?
Maybe.
A masked, sunglasses, grey-haired,
Hair doesn't look quite
elder
right, but
statesman.
do you know what I mean? The hair, I don't know, it doesn't
Sure.
quite look right, but it could be. I want to see the rest of the shirt though now.
Yeah. We'll keep an eye out for that.
Ooh.
Oh, another queen?
Saeed, and you see a fumbled flop dealt, but there are 2 queens of the first 2 cards. You're pretty happy. You're like, dealer's choice for the last card. Queen, no interest on that one.
Yeah, and I like the decision to bet there. It's almost like the king's not going anywhere. You may as well just fire out in the hope that... Oh, a little rabbit hunt there. We would have got a 5. As if to make a fool out of me. Thanks, production team. Guess he should have checked. So Gralin getting busy again.
No one's going to accuse him of blinding out of this one, David.
No, he is looking to make things happen. And I do think he's one of those players who's going to look to get aggressive with this sort of 100k stack, knowing he can buy another one.
You have 3 whites.
Yeah, 3 whites.
He's getting the inquest. Like the vultures are circling, and it looks like a 3-bet coming in here. Apologies, oh, there we go, we do have graphics. I couldn't see the hand for a second. Oh, we've lost graphics again. Ace-deuce of hearts was the open. There's been a 3-bet and a swift fold from the ace-deuce.
Well, while we have a little lull in play, I just want to give a bit of news from the outer tables. We have poker news in the room. David Salaturu, one of the absolute best in the business, it must be said. He's covering this event. Abdella Edim, 1.25 million. My
Back the chip lead.
Well, that's
Day one chip lead. Yeah.
Virtually level is Guillermo Gordo, Spanish player. And not too far behind is Francois Najar. We also have Omar Lakhdari, over $1 million. And just about at $1 million, Simiol Alexandros from Greece. So some very, very big stacks must be there. But this is something we've seen over and over again, that these long day ones and half of day twos where people can accumulate very, very big stacks, it must be said. is sort of common in this room to see some very big stacks.
And I see some, a little further down, some of the names you might recognise. Of course, we saw Maroon Jazar yesterday in the PLO. He's in here with 560k. We saw Simone Pascucci earlier in the week. He's in there with a similar stack. And then Danuk Kisu is someone we've seen a lot here in the room. He also has
Romania.
a decent stack working. Candido Capiello, again, we saw him earlier in the week. One of our final tables. He's in the mix. So, you know, plenty of the returning names you'd expect to see and some of the fresher faces that we've met this festival in the mix. And not surprising, of course, with registration still open for, what, another level and a bit. Flush draw for Shugralin. Yeah, it's kind of a tough spot for Moeen now with Shugralin behind because he looks like he's ready to go off. I mean, what'd you do with this the ace-4 kind of thing, blind on blind? Just like, you know he's just ready to pop. And Shugralin, his bet gets met by a call. Board filling 9, brings a second flush draw. Shugralin picks up a straight draw. Does he ever really get to bet this again? Does he just go after these kind of hands? Is he expecting to get too many folds given the image he has at the table?
Yeah, I think maybe looking to bluff river is better than betting again on turn. But even that is very, very dicey. Queen high can be good occasionally. Wait for a thin amount of showdown.
Yeah, I think it feels like queen high could be good until Moeen checks, then it's kind of like never good, right?
Yeah,
like
yeah, that's true actually.
One of those spots.
Yeah, I spy a few others out there in the field. Marakur, player we've covered here on the stream a few times. Giorgio Scarparis. Both of those guys around about 700k. That's like more than double average. And Alexander Pak, the Pac-Man, he's got double average with 620k. So, yeah, a lot of these guys making hay right now. Oh, Candido Capiello, did you mention him already?
I did.
You did, oh. Good to see Candido in the mix. He got very fortunate to obviously get second with a very short stack, but then he did come into the final table second and did play very well. So not that surprised with that outcome, but he is in the mix. Mihai Nista, another member of our Romanian contingent here. Regular in this room and across Europe and elsewhere. Plays a lot of poker. Chernikov. Yeah, just so many familiar names. Kuzami.
We get to see a chance to see a lot of them over the next few days. We're not missing a minute of coverage here on stream. We stream this one from today to the finish.
Can I just give love to one more name?
Yes.
Vitautas Milbudas.
Oh, here we go. How many chips?
350k.
There we go. Can you imagine? Is he going to do the intro for the final table if he's on the final table? I hope so.
Oh, he absolutely should.
I think he would.
That would be brilliant. Yeah, yeah, he absolutely should.
It would be a crowd favourite, a room favourite, viewer favourite.
Oh yeah, we'd all have to get out of the booth for that one.
Yeah, I'd be there with my pom-poms. I bought them just in case.
So
finally gets it. Gets no love, no action.
Can we get Milbudas on the feature table, please?
Ooh.
Next frame.
Ooh.
Production team.
There's a request.
Yeah, come on. I don't think we've ever had him on.
No, I think you're right.
Oh, make that happen, please. Can we get... What do they do when, you know, the Twitch streamers who know how to engage with their audience? Put your ones in the chat if you want Milbudas.
You're looking so out of your depth right now.
Kind of
so out of your depth.
I feel like someone said that once. It's the kind of thing these young guys like Robin Poker or, you know, even Kevin Martin might say. Put your ones in the chat.
Forced engagement.
Now I'm going to have to check the YouTube channel, see if people are putting ones in the chat.
It's not done out of genuine desire, David. It's all the trick. Get people chatting. Get the algorithms working. I love saying the word algorithms. It's like, it's the old version of AI, isn't it? Everyone just says AI. We use AI. We use AI. No one actually does, but we use AI. It's the buzzword. Replacing algorithm. But the word algorithm is just a great word. You know what else is great? Couple of jacks. Into the gun. Ooh, big raise. Hello. Going for the over 3x from under the gun. Labaki has thrown in some limps, flat some opens a little liberally. Yeah. Some people still have the belief that, hey, jacks are just so hard to play. We just pop it up, make it big. Not something I advocate, but I do advocate, though, if you are going to vary raise sizes, hey, make it big when you're raising from under the gun. You're trying to say you've got a strong hand anyway. You don't want to give people the great implied odds. Now you get a lose calling, and he's calling for a lot more than he'd like to with this ace-jack suited. Already 30,000 chips in the pot. Oh, wow.
Action time.
Wow, wow, wow. A lose. Open the straight draw and the flush draw against Labaki's 3 and a bit X from under the gun. Labaki himself with a great hand to continue with it on this board. He's got that overpair. Blockers to the straight draw himself, and he's bet pot.
Big. Wow.
Does a lose just...
You can just send it now, I think.
At this point, you're trying to, like... Does this look like you just think your opponent's got kings and... Like, can I try and make him fold it? What's the route to make kings fold is what I'd be thinking in this seat. I think if I was a lose.
Is it the small bet shove?
Right.
Or is it the shove now?
Right. That just shove now kind of looks drawy, but if I just make it 65, 70k, can I then credibly get him to maybe fold the turn?
But to be honest, it's like, you don't even, like, if you get called by kings, it's okay.
Oh, yeah, but, I mean, we'd rather be 100% to win the pot than
I think it's
60%.
I think it's always just sending it here, and that's what he's done, because you're basically free rolling on all the folds.
Yes.
When you're manufacturing the right price.
I'm trying to do better. I'm trying to optimize, David. I'm trying to do slightly better.
And Labaki, obviously, in a pretty grim situation.
Hating life, but this hand in particular is the one that just kind of has to call, isn't it? When you got the open and straight draw.
Yeah. If you are up against the set, you have a reasonable amount of equity.
And pops at it.
And, you know, maybe your opponent does this with ace-10 sometimes. Ooh.
It feels like there's certainly some of these draws in here.
Yeah, it feels like more of a draw situation, maybe like a king-queen of clubs.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's a bad draw, is it? This isn't going to be... We're not going to call here and see, like, ace-3 of clubs, are we? You wouldn't have thought. Feels like it has to be something a little stronger. And obviously he's got 2 jacks, but they don't block the flush draws. Would we ever expect to see, like, a...
8-9?
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, these things. But then we're doing okay. We're not doing terribly against that hand as well, right? 8-9.
No, it's absolutely fine.
Queen, 7, a 10, or a
Probably
jack.
close to a flip against ace-9, or 8-9-ish.
Yeah. I think it just... It's almost the best of the overpairs to call with, right?
Yeah.
Just has equity against all the made hands.
Yeah, clearly not loving calling off his stack here in this spot, but I think needing only about 38%, something in that region, feels like a must call.
Yeah. Also, perhaps thinking, look, if my opponent, say, that the hand I'm worried about is Queen Jack, right? I block that, and if they have that, do they just check raise all in? Is that a thing that's likely to happen?
Yeah.
If they've got a set, would they really just check raise all in? Yeah, sure. Some of the time, it's a vulnerable hand.
I genuinely think he's putting his opponent on exactly what he has. He's got the ace-queen of clubs, the ace-jack of clubs, the king-queen of clubs. It's that kind of thing. Maybe an ace-7 of clubs at a push, something like that.
And like 6-7 maybe. Flop bottom straight. Alu's just obviously praying for a fold, but like you say, almost like a free roll in the sense that worst way he's going to be flipping. We see him here actually because of the lack of folded cards that help him. He's actually a favourite.
Look at Labaki, he's feeling like a man in the blender.
I still think this is just one of those.
I think he knows where he's at, but just
going to shrug and call. Yeah, he hates it. He hates it, but he's going to shrug and call.
Well done.
And here we go. It is a flip. Alu's the Labaki, 444,000 in the middle.
I'm just going to say it now. Chop it up.
Oh,
fair outcome.
Okay, Red Queen. Oh my word! There it is. How did you? What are you doing to me? What are you doing to me, David?
Not over.
Certainly not. King or club would do it. It's a black card. It's a club.
Oh my God! It is a club.
He did it on the river. Alu's gets there. Has 6 starting stacks.
Oh, Labaki.
Labaki. They did him dirty. They did the. You've gone from winning to hoping to get a chop to you're out the door. Re-entry's over there. Best of luck.
Agony.
That's just a cruel one. Just confirming it was covered. Yeah, it was comfortably so. Wow, 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 a lose. Obviously, got bested when he had ace-king. Called a 3-bet, check, called a flop bet, got forced to fold the superior hand on the turn, but now has found redemption in this ace-jack suited, winning a monster pot, and a pot that perhaps didn't have to be that big. Obviously, we saw a 3.5x open under the gun, and the full pot c-bet just meant that both players committing 200,000 chips as part of 60 blinds to the pot.
Yeah, a big clash there between two big hands on the flop. Labaki, well, maybe he's gone to the cage to re-enter this one. Might want to take a few moments before that. Shake it off a little bit.
Shake, shake, shake.
I think we have some sort of...
Okay. You adjusting your headset? There's some music coming through.
I wouldn't say music. I'm just waiting for the technical difficulties.
My tinnitus, King, Queen, O on the button. No technical difficulties with this one. More than enough kit. Lose. Okay, let's see. Is he going to keep this going now? Obviously, I forgot to mention as well, of course, he got that 4-bet jam through with the 2 10s as well. He's been in the wars, but he's certainly upswinging.
Yeah, he started this final table, or sorry, feature table, getting ahead of myself there, with 440k. Obviously, it went pretty steeply down from there, but back up to 600 now.
Here we go. Does use this offsuit combo from the small line as a 3-bet, as I think you want to do.
Yep.
Nearly always. My Tinus going to continue with his offsuit combo from the button. Again, that kind of hand, sometimes we'll see some 4-bet, but I think calling here and just keeping it plenty weaker like this is not a bad play. And now both players end up seeing a board where they kind of just want to get the showdown now, don't they?
Exactly.
Lose checking. And it's always weird when you 3-bet from the small and then check an ace-king deuce board, right? We're supposed to just bet a lot.
Yeah, Luz's range wants to bet. Obviously, his hand here doesn't. Generally speaking, when you have that scenario, I still go with the really small size.
Right.
And Luz obviously playing it a bit more, playing his hand and not his range. But, you know, not facing a bet there. May decide to go for a very small stab here himself on turn. No, going to just try and get it. You're right. These guys are just going to try and get the showdown with their holdings.
Yeah.
I wonder if it gets to river and it goes check once again. Does my Tannis find a bet, or indeed find an advanced blocker now against hand like 10s or jacks?
Yeah, I think if you're going to bet, I feel like now's the better time to do it.
You want to go super small.
Oh, he's gone the other way. He's gone. Oh, it's like around over half pot. Yeah. He gets a piqued interest from Maluz, who doesn't enjoy that size. Is this a potential? Got the Queen of Hearts, may go huge if the heart comes on the river and try and make, you know, the ace-5s of the world fold.
Just think you've a lot of hand and try and get to showdown now with the King Queen. Like, I guess he's putting the ace-5 like 3-bet that's also playing its hand and not its range.
It's all mergy.
But it's very mergy and it's a weird bet size.
Yeah, I'm with you. I thought we'd see a 3-blind bet. And ends up just getting the weaker hand to fold. Great fold from Maluz, just recognizing this doesn't really make sense to be... Well, I guess he just caught in the middle, really. Didn't know whether to call, didn't know whether to fold. Doesn't really make sense. Just gives him credit for, hey, why would you go like this with no hand? Maybe you check back an ace and now want to go big.
I wonder versus that specific line, was Maluz actually incentivized to go for a raise? Sort of rep the really strong stuff. Again, he's supposed to have a much stronger range. His opponent can't really have aces, kings, or ace, kings, so can't really have great hands.
Right, the best hand's kind of an ace-10 type holding. Try and target that perhaps, but...
That was a funky one. So about 90 minutes to go until the end of late reg. We've got half an hour left on Big blind 3.5k. After the break, we'll play big blind 4k, and then we'll take a short break so that these guys can rush to the cage if they need to.
Yeah.
So a sort of split frame, if you will, coming up after the next break. We'll play an hour, a small break, and then another hour. That'll be me and Andrew taking you through that one, shepherding you, as Ali would say. He loves a bit of shepherding.
Does he now?
Yeah.
Can't imagine him as a shepherd. Maybe I can. I reckon he would have the best, like, cane. Be designer, wouldn't it?
Be like a pimp cane.
He'd be in, like, Dior robes.
He was wearing vintage Dior about 3 or 4 days ago. Off the plane, I think, pretty much.
Yeah.
What a man.
Mighty fun there.
Queen 9-5, 7 of clubs on the turn. Nice development for Saeed here, who has made 2 pair. Couple of good shots. Probably not getting married to their hands here. This should do the trick, I think. I suppose the double gutter maybe has a little bit more incentive to continue. Tandachi agrees. They lose out of there. 6. Oh, sorry, not a double gutter.
Ooh, hello. Improve to a boat.
Yeah, Dandachi's sort of hanging on there. Obviously felt like his ace high could be good on a draw heavy board. Had the gutter working. I guess if your hand was good on the turn, it's almost certainly still good. So maybe he finds some heroics here.
Yeah, I mean, he unblocks all the king, jack, king 10, jack 10s, 8 10s, club draws. Let me see. Blocks the 6-8. Yeah, I mean, I'm not advocating for it here, but there's certainly reason to call with this combination.
Yeah, and Saeed's polarized himself here with the pot size bet, so it's actually an interesting one.
How great has Saeed played so far from what we've seen in this first hour and a half of this frame? Seems to have got everything right. Obviously, it helps when you've got a boat and Jugralin goes bananas against you, but yeah.
Tidy fold from Dandachi. You can see why it was tempting.
Yeah, Saeed continuing his upward trend here. I know you always scribble down your little notes there, the starting stack of these players when we start the frames. How much did he start with?
256.
There we go, he's up to 540, so he's more than doubled without showdown.
Yeah, just bossing it.
I mean, like I say, obviously the lion's share of that coming from Jugralin when he did have the flop boat, but aside from that, it's been very impressive stuff from him. And yeah, like just the sizings there, the fact that he polarized, the fact that he went full pot there, having made the boat, recognizing that he gets to have so many draws that have missed, wants to therefore take his value big. Moeen, 2 10s. It's been kind of a hand that's been a theme in this frame. He, of course, bested Jugralin's 2 10s with his ace-queen. He sort of lose with the 4-bet, 3-bet, 5-bet, sorry, holding with this hand. Making it 7.5k from under the pump.
Fold from Dandachi and Akun in the big and small.
Saeed getting involved here from the button. Just as I was heaping praise. This one a little liberal, I think, against under the gun, but maybe feeling like he's kind of riding the rush. 883. Not going to be a board he's going to want to continue even to this 6.5k bet.
Yeah, and fair play to Moeen for finding this bet, obviously. Don't want to give up the betting lead here. Still some hands you can target for value at a small sizing, and You probably get a fairly honest response from your opponent on this type of board.
Yeah, I'm not sure what I was more surprised by today. Saeed leading this one with 10-7 when I felt like he's been playing a very good game. Well, the fact that you turned down ice cream at the buffet earlier, that threw me.
Restraint.
That's the only, you got one word answer for this thing.
It's probably more a case of the cumulative effects of said ice cream area on my waist. I only have 2 more shirts and 1 more pair of shorts. I'm very fearful that the shirts are struggling now.
You're trying to get me to tell a story, aren't you?
I'm on day 3 of this particular pair of shorts, and normally, you know the way pants tend to loosen up over 3 days? This has not been the case.
Yeah. Sometimes the best things in this place can become a negative. Dart's kind of hard to follow here.
Yeah. I don't mean to sound unappreciative, but I will be sending Merritt my diabetes doctor bill.
It's fair.
This. Because they forced me into it.
They do, they really do. You don't want to be rude and say no. That's the problem. Ace 3, ace deuce, and 8-9. All battling out on this one. Ace king 5. Heading to a likely chop. Maonitis, the +1 opener, is going to fire here on this board. Obviously one he gets to have a lot of as range. And of course, certainly can get caught by some worse and kind of makes the hand a bit easier to play, right?
I love that graphic across the top of the screen right now.
32 outs?
The entire deck.
Yeah.
Like, it's just been fanned by the dealer.
Well, that'll all but confirm it.
Presumably all those outs remain.
They do. It's just a race to catch the second pair. But one imagines this goes check, check now. Give him a win check calling from the big. Of course, there is a presence of a second flush draw there. Perhaps Maonitis can go for like another small bet here and then check back. Looks like that's what he's going for. And it might actually make Moeen potentially fold this hand, right? Against an undergun open, he c-bet 3 ways.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely
Like,
good.
Obviously, there are some spades and heart combos there, but not a huge amount because of the Broadway combinations on board.
My Tannis just find these mergy bets.
Yeah, and well, Moeen not going to fold just yet, but the presence of those flush draws, one imagines, enough to keep him keen. And well, river pairing jack means not only do they share their kicker, but their kicker is a king. And this one surely now results in a check, and they can take 50k apiece. Yeah, I mean, perhaps a little surprised maybe to see the presence of the ace-deuce specifically, but here we go. Whilst they chop this pot up, let's have a look at how things are. Yossi Aluz doing the best here, up to 160 blinds, courtesy of that huge combination draw working out for him. Saeed, he's climbed all the way up to 534k, as we said. Maonitis, 380. Of course, the short stacks. Dandachi down to just below a starting stack. Shugralin, a fair amount of it self-inflicted, although understandable. Also, he's had the kind of right combinations to make some moves, hasn't worked out. Still 20 minutes at this level, and then another full 1 hour of play until late reg closes. So if you are short, maybe you're looking for that close spot to ramp up the aggression and have another go.
Yeah, you asked me there a moment ago about the players who sort of made the most across this featured table. Well, Zugralin, unfortunately, the one who's most gone in the other direction, 330k, has become 102k. Labaki obviously started with 126 and he is gone. And Akyun down 160k from his starting point of 480. So yeah, chips have been moving around this table, mostly towards the stacks of Saeed and Elouz.
Middle of the table is the part of the table that prospers. And here is Elouz. Saeed, King, Queen, clubs. Certainly going to see some involvement here. Oh, Dandachi finding the premium. Swiftly making it 21k over that open. And this is going to be a pretty tough spot for Saeed and the King, Queen of clubs. Akyun, he would have loved to have got involved for 7.5k on the button. Can't do so for 21. And wow. I wonder, yeah. If you try and justify yourself a spot to get it in,
yeah, I think
you might stretch this and go, well, maybe he's light and he's light. And
I think he's going to do it.
It's like, no, yeah, good restraint. I don't think it's a spot, but it's one you can justify yourself as you walk to the cage, isn't it? Like, and Saeed.
Oh, look at it. Dandachi with the calling chips ready to go.
I think, we've seen Dandachi play a lot of hands, but his aggression factor not being the highest. We, of course, saw Moeen make that great fold on the river when he went super aggressive. And here, I think Saeed recognizing, hey, look, this guy plays a lot of hands, but he doesn't really do the front running. He's not the one beating the drum, so he's going to play this one cautiously, take a flop with the King, Queen of clubs, completely whiffs, as, of course, does Dandachi. But just the feel I got Dandachi is this is going to go check and just all in. Oh, no, he just swiftly check it back. Wow. That's me silenced.
Does Saeed ever take a stab? No.
There we go. This one finishes peacefully. A civil affair. Ace King pulling in a moderate sized pot.
So getting very close to 1100 entrants now as the re-entry ticker ticks along.
Yeah, average now a little over that 3 times starting stack mark.
Going to be the guts of 2.1 million in the overall prize pool, which I suspect will lead us to a greater than 250k first prize. Maybe even 300k.
Nice.
Defend here from Maitanis versus the Hijack Open of Dandachi. Very nice fluff for Dandachi, but Maitanis has a chunk as well, so I think we might be going here. Well, at this depth. What are we dealing with? 30 bigs?
Kicking it off with a 10k C bet.
Does Maitanis raise this one, or does he just come with call?
Is he just going to call? Has obviously his kicker and over to the other 2 cards. Has backdoor diamonds.
There is the club.
Yeah. Doesn't look like the worst card though if you're Maitanis. Obviously you can see here it is. I mean, it's reasonable to think your opponent might go blasting now with some sort of ace-6.
Oh my goodness me.
Well. Sneaky. And it's going to backfire, but nicely done. Slipping in the little check back. We sort of referenced that a pot earlier where he had the jack-8 and check back and then jam river over a bet, and you said, well, you're supposed to check back some super strong sometimes, and clearly it is in the arsenal.
Yeah, annoying run out for Dandachi here, having spiked that turn, going for deception, hoping to see a river that was not a club. And now Maitanis happened to have a hand that probably calls a decent sized bet on the turn now. Almost certainly gets away.
Yeah, swift fold for the pot size bet. From Dandachi. Kind of bummer he does bet pot because he's obviously just trying to rep the ace of clubs, and the ace of clubs is going to bet the turn at some frequency and all that said.
Yeah, that's definitely a tough spot for like a jack of clubs there.
Right.
Big blind is 7 here.
Can you give me 3.5? 3.5. Or maybe someone.
I don't have a change.
Okay.
New player to the table.
Is it a fresh stack as well? Because the reference he has doesn't have change, so... Is he coming in with 100k? Oh no, it looks like more. A new player to our table, but not a new player to the tournament. It's been fun. Fun opening frame of the day for you and I.
Yeah, it's a different pace. You know, last few days we've been sort of used to shallow stack, all in, lots of bust outs. That's been more the vibe. This has obviously been, you know, a different sort of experience. Day 2 almost resembles a day 1, to be honest. The way this one is structured, and we get to watch, you know, a table of players, maybe bust 1 or 2 people out over a frame, but really just develop dynamics, grind against one another, and give us a glimpse into the machinations of these guys when playing very deep.
Yeah.
Metanis is going to limp in to the big blind of our new player, Lak Osravi. Lak Osravi. Going with that. Who gives it a little tickle here with the King 6 of hearts.
Mm-hmm. Man Knight is cooling with the dominated 6-5. This is a lovely spot if you could see the cards. As it is though, it's Minitis who could end up winning this one just by virtue of the fact that he's flopped a hand that could call, facing 10k, but we are very deep. Does he continue here, David? Is this a hand that could ever make sense as the raise, having a diamond as well?
What I'd be worried about is this new player who's just arrived and we don't really have a great read on the situation. A quick profile might lean us more towards tightness, shall we say. We see that actually playing very much against type here. Now,
is this a card we can ever lead on?
They do say that the second pair pairing often good, but I guess he's going to test out Lachrovsky and maybe go for a river bluff if it goes check, but it doesn't.
Khosrovi, yeah, just finding the follow-up bet. Obviously,
power poker
has the best hand like most of the time, right? You're kind of denying equity to draws here a lot, but also just setting up maybe for that third street. Taking advantage of that perhaps unknown image as he's just joined the table, coming in first hand. Hey, look, you guys are going to make a decision about me just based on... Most people make a decision when someone sits down at the table based on age. It's like the easiest thing, right? We see someone come sit down and you genuinely lean towards the younger players, the more aggro, the older players have punted off enough stacks in their life to start playing a little bit tighter.
Yeah, you can get done though by those, let's call them moderate biases. I very, very vividly remember George McKeever, the Irish Open, put me in the bin one day. I remember, yeah, many times, in fact. Pierre Neuville wrecking me with the old man coffee image.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't always...
And actually, he takes it up a notch. He goes for confused old man who's escaped from his home image and really does you.
Yeah.
Some players are the master of deception.
And actually limping once again, and Jugralan really going for it. And look at this. I mean, I feel like he's been bashed up. He now walks into the next seat, Matthias with kings in a spot that kind of... Jugralan's going to be ISOing here quite wide. We could see as wide as Jack 5 suited. I don't think Jugralan would be ISOing it this wide if he hadn't lost those other pots. This is a fraction of tilt. And now he just gets pounced upon straight away. And hopefully he's gone pretty small here, Matthias. He's gone a bit bigger. But still, still a size that allows you, Grant, to believe that's fold equity, right?
Yeah, I'm going to push back a little bit and say that it's not tilt, because I don't think this is a guy who is maybe a tilter. I think this is a guy who is viewing 70 minutes on the clock to spin,
right,
and he's going to just be
tilt.
super proactive and super laggy for that period. I don't think this is a function of, you know, it's been a rough, you know, hour and a half. I think this is a function of, I have this number of chips in front of me and I kind of want to have more or be handed the same stack again.
Okay. Your pushback is accepted. Tell you what, though, if you had ice cream, you wouldn't be so argumentative. You're just an angry man today.
Just haven't had my sugar rush yet. I did. By the way, there was a caveat there. I said I was going to have some dinner dessert and not lunchtime dessert.
And to be fair, you do go hard on the desserts.
I go hard on the desserts.
I mean,
maybe that sounded a bit suggestive, James.
Oh, yeah. Wow. 2 sevens. Talk to me about them.
Don't know. I was trying to configure a souffle joke.
Dandachi's going to play them big. Limping a bunch. Now Sonny goes at the big open to 13k. Akashravi with ace jack on the button. His interest is peaked in the form of a call. Kind of a dicey spot for him when you're at an unknown table and someone opens this big. You got an ace jack offsuit combo against +1, but then he's just seen a limp fold the hand before, so maybe already picking up that, hey, maybe this guy's the active player at the table. And
wow.
And Dandachi certainly has a very high VPIP from what we've seen. But yeah, finds the set, finds the check. He's got some sneakiness to him.
He does.
Akashravi looks like happy to check back, and wow, he finds
that's a jack.
Yeah. Dreamy card for Dandachi, little does he know. This is the one that's going to help him get paid.
Yeah, you could get 2 streets here.
And I like that check flop goes small turn.
I think we're going big river. Obviously 9 or 10 would be pesky, but most rivers, I think we're going 45, 50k.
Well, that's about as bricky as it gets. 5-6 not supposed to be a factor in either player's range.
And I think you make the target hand exactly the hand you're up against as it happens. I think you think to yourself, okay, maybe I'm up against 9s or a king, or sorry, a queen jack or an ace jack.
Yeah. $33k, a little over half. Akashravi, really putting the blender here.
Yeah, it almost feels like a King X, like King Queen or King 10 that decided to take a street out right away. Maybe a pocket Queens would find this size. Queens might find a slightly smaller one, but it's reasonable.
Set on display, second pair to the muck.
Yeah, can't blame Akashravi there. Tough spot.
Welcome to the table, sir. You get a little bluff through, and then you get taken to value town. And unfortunately, if the 7s had just bet the flop, ace jack probably just finds the muck.
Yeah.
I think the perfect storm had to occur. Check, check.
Yeah, and some players might be thinking, you know, that ace jack call pre, you know, the wisdom of it. I have to say, it is something I do personally in a live scenario. We have our sort of ranges fairly plugged in, 3-betting ranges and whatever, but I do feel like I make deviations towards passivity in a live context in position specifically. So I will sort of suck some of my better hands that I would 3-bet into the flatting range, I will pull a couple of weak hands that I would actually let go of into the flatting range as well, and just sort of try to utilize that extra component that we have in live poker of just being able to stare at your opponent on the turn, on the river, and figure it out.
You think when you're playing poker?
I'm going to miss you, James. 4 minutes and 57 seconds left on the frame. Andrew Headley.
The man they call Picasso.
On the way.
6.
So Gralin trying to make something happen here.
It's one of these where he's betting ace high on a board and he's hoping he gets called because, like you said, he wants 250 carry, he wants the rebuy. As it is, he's going to have to settle for just that pot and have 96.5.
Yeah, he'll have one more level. I don't know if we're switching up tables. I assume we are for this shorter frame next. Most likely we change up the table and keep the guys either side of that short break, that sort of re-entry ending break.
Yeah, I've not seen anything in our production group chat with the new player lineup, so it may be that you stay with this table.
Maybe we keep these guys for an extra little while and then
switch and
do 3 hours of the other guys.
Yeah.
That's good too. Either way, I think we're happy.
I mean,
just a reminder there, we have actually switched things up slightly here. We promised you 9 hours of coverage at the beginning. Actually going to be doing 8 hours now. Again, not a huge amount of pressure on getting this tournament finished across 5 days. So I think, you know, trying to give the players a bit extra experience of the Merit Resort, allow them to go off for a nice dinner, time. Maybe hit the bar for a nightcap before getting up in the morning for a little swim. Maybe over to the pier for a dip in the ocean, refresh, and get back to the tables by midday tomorrow, which of course will be 1 p.m. for our coverage. Lovely. It's just the most civilized
that you done?
form of poker I've ever. It's just so, just poker organisers just expecting you to play from 10 a.m. till 2 a.m. It's just sort of gotten used to that. It's nice to be in a place where they care.
They do indeed.
So when you spend a bit of time at the World Series, you just feel like you're cattle being marched from room to room.
Marine with the open. Zamani with the fruity one from the button, calling it ace-8-0. Saeed in a small, with a contender that could have seen a squeeze, decided to go for the flat, keeping some weaker in.
Yeah, and a little bit like what I said a moment ago, sort of maybe backing himself to make those reads.
That's about where I'm afraid that me and David can take this one, because we've just lost pictures for a moment. I believe you guys at home still have full vision. In fact, you do. So, given that we're on a few seconds delayed, we're a few seconds ahead of the stream, we can take it from what we can see on the screen here. It looks like Moeen's come out with the bet. Saeed's called again. Don't adjust your sets. We're just a bit behind. As our systems are all rebooting. Ah, here we go. Okay.
So we're still on the flop.
Wow, a check raise. Hello.
Spicy.
Wow. Saeed. Bad man.
Well, it's kind of an interesting candidate from Moeen, actually.
Talk to me.
To keep going. Well, he has all those back doors. I don't know if he could have put up more of a fight, but wow, Saeed is an animal right now.
Yeah. More of Saeed, please.
Yeah. Gonna get one more hand in here, guys, before taking a short break. Please do stay with us, of course, for ongoing coverage of this La Dolce Vita series main event, La Notte Degli Assi.
La Notte Degli Assi.
Degli Assi.
La Notte Degli Assi. It's easier if you throw your hands around whilst you say it.
If
Just be careful, there's a coffee inbound.
Pinch your fingers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Degli Assi.
Did you see my intro? Beginning of the day? I know you were asleep for it when it was being performed live. Did you watch it? Did you watch it back? Did you check it out?
I'll tell you what, as soon as I get on my break here in a minute, I'll ask what that's what I'll be sure to do first, if anything. I was going to go to the toilet, but I'll watch
Because you and I
instead.
do like to brag about being one-take wonders for these. And we were a one-take wonder the last couple of days when we did these. I am going to confess. I read quite a lot of script from memory, and I got right down to the last line, and La Notte Degli Assi was there, and I said the Notte Degli Assi, and I was, damn it, and I had to do it a second time. So I was a two-take wonder today.
I don't think you can be a two-take wonder. I think it's just a multiple-take failure. Threes opening, fours calling, Akun calling in the big with Jack 6 of diamonds. Everyone hating the ace 9-7. Well, Moeen gonna go for it regardless. And
sneeze at this one and you win it.
Yeah, and he must have heard that because he sneezed. Akun. Well, hang on a second. He's got
all the back doors.
Back doors, but come on, we've been c-bet into in a three-way pot against the under-the-gun opener. This is, I mean, he's right that the c-bet's light.
Wow, look at this.
He is coming along with a call.
So a kind of out of position float of sorts.
Yeah, now, again.
You just start repping anything now. Is that the plan?
I think you have to rep the 7 on the 9 when you check call here. If it pairs. He hasn't.
I think he'll still find a way to win on this river. Very hard for Moeen to bet again.
Yeah, that's true. The alternative route is that it goes check, check, and then you get to bet here on river.
Well,
he doesn't have to bet big either, does he? He's trying to rep, what, like any ace.
Yep.
So you want to go kind of a small size. Also, all his draws on the flop, the 8-10s, the 6-8s.
Yep.
You know, everything's improved.
So you can do that mergy sort of size.
Yeah, you can just go really small here, like 10K, quarter pot.
Yeah, you're never getting an ace to fold, so just try and get, you know, this kind of hand category to fold. Also a king-queen.
Mm-hmm.
That's not bad too. Come on, Akun, get on with it.
He's actually gone over half.
Well,
it's kind of hard because now you don't really rep like a 10, do you? To this size, I don't think.
No, it looks like ace 10 now.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter in this instance. Always going to get the threes to fold. Akun picks up the last hand on this frame with a spicy one. The float from out of position. When we come back, blinds will be... well, the blinds will be the same. In fact, look at this. Next level we're going up to. I'm looking at our tournament clock screen here, David. We just increased the small blind of fractions. We're going to go to 2K, 3.5K to allow even more playability for those late regers when they do come in. They'll be coming in with 25 blinds, which I know is the point where you like late regers to finish.
Well, look, when we come back, I'm going to explain why I love it. I think that's enough of a cliffhanger for these guys. Join us, please, in 12 minutes' time when it will be myself and Andrew Headley in the booth.
I was saying to James, as you were on your well-earned break, kind of selfishly want that 30K to remain into the sort of three-handed, four-handed, like, because you don't see it very often, right, in these tournaments. Often it just disappears, you know, off the prize pool earlier in the piece, because it really will change things a lot, right? Like if that 30K is still there and there's 3 of you left, third place is 11K, right? And if there's a 30K in there,
oh yeah, it changes everything. We see here one of the shorter stacks here, Al-Mamar. Was he the shorty? I think he might have been second shortest or shortest. Ace 9 here. Looks like he's going to flat.
This is very curious. Not sure I like it. You know, you do just invite the big blind along here with a lot of different holdings. As we see Haidar now gets to complete with a suited king. Not too sure what this achieves, David, to flat. And now...
Well, it might be...
Could be curtains.
Game, set, match for Al-Mamar here.
Goodness me, look at Daniliuk here, flopping bottom 2.
This could get super messy, actually.
This could be very messy. Going to be a confusing spot, David, I think, for Daniliuk, thinking, what type of hands is Al-Mamar going to want to flat here?
Al-Mamar gets away. Astonishing.
I mean, I guess thinking that this is a super strong c-bet. And goodness me, Haidar jams. I mean, 225K more.
I don't think you're getting away with bottom 2 here.
I don't think we can fold.
Can certainly have, you know, even a really good hand like Ace King with the King of Hearts. You're doing pretty well against.
Going to be a bunch of pair and flush draw, potentially even a hand like the Naked King of Hearts. Even just an ace, David, right? With maybe ace 8 with an 8 of hearts in there. Yeah, he's going to make the call.
Yeah, he gets the bad news for now. He does have some outs, but I'm not sure he could have got away from that one. And yeah, had the ace-9 shoved it in, Haidar would have got out of the way, and Daniliuk would have no doubt snapped it off to try and take the bounty, and would have been in pretty good shape right now to do so.
Inconsequential. King of clubs on the turn. Daniliuk looking for a queen or a jack. Or Haidar going to have a huge double here in the early going at the FT. Not to be. 7 of spades completes the board. Huge double for Haidar. Big body blow for Daniliuk. Down to 12 big blinds early here at the final table.
Anyway, it looks like Georgie. I think
he pull it. I don't think.
I don't think he pulled it, but I think he might have like searched for a friend. I think he might have a lucky friend out there, and I've seen that happen in this room during the mystery bounties. I had the privilege of calling a mystery bounty here on my very first visit to Merit, and a lot of people believe in the lucky friend.
Yeah, it's everywhere. Mr. Romanello was getting requests left, right, and center in Vegas, being a mystery bounty professional puller. Who would you choose if you had to? All right, we'll come back to it.
Oh my goodness me.
Georgi, you are in trouble, sir.
Oh, this is not nice for Georgi. He's just picked up a bounty and he's in deep trouble here against Dalkalic, who well covers.
Against the chip leader also, this is going to be nasty business.
What a cruel game for, you know, 1 second you're feeling like you're on top of the world about to pull a big bounty.
Oh my goodness.
Oh wow. Oh wow. Dealer, what are you doing to us here?
Goodness me. Tulip Berganoff cold finds ace king. 50 big blinds deep. I mean, it's incredibly tough to get away from this.
And I think you're incentivized to just lamp it. I think you just send it here for 205 in the middle. If you can get folds, it's a pretty cool outcome.
It looks like he's gone for the non-all-in. I believe he announced 230. And it is potentially going to give him a chance here to get away.
Yeah, faced with 2 shoves, which we presume are coming.
I mean,
this is an opportunity to get away, although it's still ace-king.
Tell you something, Georgi could fold here. Like, what's Dalkalic's range here to 5-bet jam here from under the gun against the only stack that can hurt him in Tulip Berganov?
Wow.
Tell you something, Georgi.
Oh, you want to make sure.
There you go, snap folds.
You want to make sure. He said the words all in, but he did say it in a questioning way. And you want to be careful with that in my book.
Goodness me.
Wow, what a fold.
I mean, credit to you, Georgi. We've said before, his instincts are amongst the best in the business here at Merit. I think it makes a lot of sense, right? If you think about the range that Dalkalic is just going to pile it in with here, it really is.
It's aces, kings, and ace-king.
Very occasional queens, which I don't think is going to be in there that often. And all of a sudden, oh wow, Tulip Berganov though, going to run it. What a massive pot here early at the final table. 2.15 million chips. Destiny of this tournament could be getting, you know, you don't want to say decided, but this is massive.
Dalkalic has just requested to run it twice.
Understandably so.
Yeah, those very vulnerable Django's right now.
Oh, hang on.
Oh, Georgie!
What's going on?
The lucky friend!
And it's Queen Jack Jack! Georgi folding pocket queens. He's not seen it. He's having a selfie. It's all going off. Goodness me, Tulip Berganov now clinging on by a thread. Needs to find an ace or a 10. And it's a 10 on the turn!
It's chaos here!
Oh my goodness me. Out of nowhere, about to take the tournament chip lead. If he can fade a jack or a king, and he has done so.
Wow, so a forlorn Dalkalic with the best hand is now crippled down to 380k. Tulip Berganov spikes that 10 ball on the turn. Georgie wasn't even watching, but he flopped them all dead. But he didn't mind because he was pulling a 30k bounty out of the tombola.
Goodness me, welcome back to Merit. What a 60 seconds of action.
Next time, I will bring my friend with me.
Credit to the technical team there, by the way.
Oh yeah, they
Just
didn't miss a minute.
They didn't miss a beat, did they?
No.
Even got the selfie in.
Yeah, we have the biggest showdown in the tournament so far, and we still managed to whip round and find a player pulling an envelope who wasn't even in the tournament.
Bob, if I win a bounty...
I know, I was looking at him. I was like, I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is.
Right now, there's nothing left.
I think Georgie's gone again.
10,000 still. Yeah.
Right, focus Andrew, focus David. Back into the action. Saeed here, ace-queen. Makes it 40k. Interesting now, because I think that's basically all the big bounties have now gone. Oh, how's this for a troll?
Back-to-back Django's for Dalkilic here. He is going to get called and looked up here by Saeed. Can they hold this time, Andrew?
Goodness me. Conclusive proof we are living in a simulation. It's the kings. I mean, if he can hold here, he's going to be back up second or third in chips, I think.
Are they the same two kings as well? I think they are.
It might well be. Here he comes.
Eli Saeed in there. Obviously an easy decision for him. 750k, very much back in it if Dalkilic can win this one, if he can get the hold. Oh, well, he should be okay this time.
Pretty good start on the king 9-5 two-spade board. Just fading runner Broadway.
Yeah, average stack right now about 800k, so this is basically back to average for Dalkilic. Not bad. Doesn't look like a man who's feeling that great about it, it's got to be said. I get a laugh now, finally.
Rivers quads. What a few minutes here. And Dalkilic steadies the ship. And we can breathe. Yeah, agree completely, and they're pretty good with it here at Merit, you know, for the most part, unless we have kind of streaming restrictions from our end. Normally I allow the players to sort of write their own script, as they should. Tulip Bergenhoff here finds pocket sixes in the cutoff. More than strong enough.
Does he potentially have a clunky shove? I'm not sure of the exact stacks behind.
I think Dalkilic has 30 blinds on the button. Well, Georgie with 20. I mean, you certainly could, I think, actually. It's kind of close.
Yeah, I think if Dalkilic had like 25, you'd be happy enough to do it.
Yeah, potentially thinking to himself that he can raise call Georgie, potentially. It's not exactly fun for 20 blinds.
No.
With a hand like sixes.
But in Georgie, he definitely has a candidate who will go with all the wheel aces.
That's it.
Oh, look at Georgie's instincts, razor sharp there. That was a genuine spot. And a spot I'm sure he's taken in the past. But just spider senses seem to be working.
Yeah, it does get away from it. Haidar does defend with the queen three of clubs.
Worth noting a little adjustment by Tulip Bergenhoff to go 2.5
yeah,
there
I hadn't
as well.
actually noticed it. Well, here we go.
Oh, well, this is going in. Queen three suited a lot of hand. He might even take the initiative himself here with the stack to pot ratio of 1.5 to 1. Might just send this in, feeling like he can always get the ace kings and ace queens to fold.
Yeah, quite like it.
And
he has done it, David. You've called it.
And it's a little wonky for Tulip Bergenhoff, who obviously has the backup of the gutter, and he has also got a club in hand. But you know, he's up against probably the tightest guy.
Sixes. I have so many out.
Looks like it has gone in. Tulip Bergenhoff makes the cry call. We are going to the races.
And big old pot, 1 million in the middle. If Haidar can get there, he's right in the hunt for this title. And look at this, 4 of clubs, I believe. Does get there on the turn.
7 doesn't make straight. Straight flush make
it. She's trying to give Haidar a little sweat there.
Ooh, well, speaking of liking things, Sant'Agostino, one of our Italian contingent, ace king of clubs in the cutoff. Just a shade over 20 bigs to start, Demps. And round two, Koza, ace-4 offsuit in the big. Tricky spots to play. You know, you are facing a cutoff raise, which can, be, of course, be a bit wider than from some of the earlier positions at the table. Tricky one. Kind of all options open. I think still, James, unlikely to fold this one. We could elect to turn this one into a 3-bet bluff.
I hear you. Seems to be that. Seems to be popular at some sort of frequency, but this call seems like the most likely play.
Sure.
Just call, take a flop. Sant'Agostino is going to attack those ace-high boards a lot, obviously.
Oh,
how about this? He's going to attack this ace-high board, and he's going to do so straight into Koze's flopped full house. Carnage. And what a dreamy flop if you're Sant'Agostino, right? You're just ace-king. Not supposed to have credit for having an ace. Certainly not a big one. Raising from the cutoff. Betting here. Now, decision point surely rests upon this man. Does he elect to move things up?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of these spots where we just have so much hand, right, that I think people feel inclined to just slow play this one. Like, we block the entire board.
Right, a lot easier to raise if you've just got a 4.
If you just have a naked 4, right? Of course.
Obviously not worried about spades, not worried about straight. You kind of don't mind your opponent perhaps catching some backdoor. And he does a little acting job there. And then makes the call.
Talent agent on the phone already.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, the funny thing is, Sant'Agostino is probably thinking, "Oh, great, he's got an ace." It could be. He could perceive an acting job as. Oh, what's he doing here? Is he rechecking the card?
He's going for the recheck.
We're getting the whole thing. I thought for a second he was going to reach there to lead, but no, he's doing the whole Hollywood. Now, problematic if this is the only time he does it. He's going to lead. Wow.
Okay.
A little stock take. Oh, wow. This actually, look, this is the sort of stuff you, I mean, in my mind, when you see people do all this and then check, it's like they're desperate for my opponent to check behind. I always feel like it's not.
Yeah, okay.
When they do all that and then check, it's like they're trying to get you to check behind.
Yeah, the old tank check and just sort of.
Yeah, like I'm thinking about betting.
Trying to buy a card.
You know, don't bluff me, be careful, I've got it. And like I say, Sant'Agostino's feeling great about this.
Yeah, this is very, very problematic stuff.
Slides out a green chip, 500k the bet into 1.275. Now, Koze, does he continue to lay this trap again? Getting into character.
Yeah.
I assume we just keep calling because if our opponent's got an ace, they're going to value river if it's a good ace. And if they're bluffing, we'll let them bluff. He could maybe have picked up some outs now. Might backdoor a hand. And yeah, he does. Takes his time. Makes the call. He's remaining consistent with this posture, at least. I'm always worried when people do this much sort of Hollywooding. But now, Sant'Agostino has left pot behind. Has seen a great river to go for it all if he thinks his man's got an ace. And again, he's doing the whole counting down. Oh, this looks so good. At first, I thought this man looks like he's flopped a big hand. And now I'm thinking, right, this man's actually quite weak.
Yeah. Yeah, I just don't really see a universe where Sant'Agostino doesn't go for value.
Is he going to lead?
Oh, he is leading, so this is...
Wow. Now, does Sant'Agostino ever think, right, this is an ace and I'm going to go for it? Or is the chips behind just worth too much?
I think likely this is where we end up, and he is just counting out a call.
Right, he was praying to see a check and he was going to jam, right?
I think so.
Said he makes the call. Sees an ace, but it's the 4 behind that causes all the damage. Sant'Agostino, well, may feel a little sick about that one, but there are plenty of worlds where he would have busted.
Well, it's the one you have been waiting for. It's the big one, the main event. It is La Notte Degli Assi. Almost 1,100 entrants have flicked in the $2,200 buy-in. 9 of them are seated at our feature table. David Lappin here with Scottish poker legend Andrew Headley. Andrew, talk us through the players.
Just loving that. I've never been introduced as a Scottish poker legend. Thank you, Mr. Lappin. Yet new feature table lineup, guys, coming your way now. We have made it to level 14, the final level of late registration for this event. So, you know, 1,100 players at the moment may end up ticking closer to the 1,200 mark. That might be a little ambitious, but we might get there. That's going to make a prize pool of 2.4 million-ish. Very chunky indeed. New lineup of players, guys, for you. In seat 1 from Russia, we have Yuri Saipin for 269,000 chips. Corey Korkmaz, looking forward to seeing him. That's a name we've seen many times over the last couple of years at Merit. He has 246k. Bora Kurtulus from Turkey, healthy stack still, 147k. Good for a shade under 50 big blinds. Then we have, he is box office, Danesh Zargaran from Iran. We saw him win the IPO Masters, David, the other night. Very, very strong player. See him there on the board, 55 big blinds. We have from Italy, Riccardo Bonucci. 60 bigs, 208k working for him. Yeah, there's some big names on here, and we have an Afghanistani player in second place. Mahmoud Hanif, 120 bigs. He has a lot of artillery to work with, 420k. And rounding out the lineup, Michel Pucci, 35 bigs, 123k for him. And in fact, last but not least, Yuri Suvorov, 73 big blinds, 256k. All the players looking to catch up with Simone Pascucci, our table chip leader, 560k. And that is chunks, 160 big blinds, good for 5.5 starting stacks. Of course, 100k was the start stack in this event.
Yeah, to pick up on something you said there about maybe getting up towards 1,200 players, it is possible.
Yeah.
What I would say is a little bit different here is the culture. Players mostly, you know, are in the room or on the resort, and it's not that sort of snipey thing we see at the main event, or sorry, at the World Series, I should say, where you get all these late reggers looking to sort of buy the, you know, shortest possible stack and get in.
Yeah.
There's generally an attitude here of like, if they're going to be in, they're probably in, and it's just that if they bust, they'll get back in.
I like that. You know, it can be a little bit distasteful, can't it, at times? Seeing that stampede of players.
Oh, don't get me started.
Lingering around at the back of the queue as long as possible, trying to, you know, scoop as much EV as they can. So, guys, about to get underway, and here we go. Cards in the air. So this, of course, a 5-day event. Fantastic structure. Got to give it to the team here at Merit. 1 hour clock, as we referenced. Lots of small blind increases, so a whole heap of latitude and space for deep stack play.
Yeah, and I wonder if we'll even get to the money today. I suspect not.
No, I don't think so. Probably early day 3 would make sense. What do we have? 4 more levels, right, of play to wrap up day 2. Action folding round here to the small blind. Looks like a walk. Oh, everyone's been felted. GG. GG, boys.
Just
ignore that.
Just mass disqualification.
There's always talk about that, right, in these mystery bounties. People keep angling for they want some of the envelopes to just say, GG, that's you, you're out of the tournament.
I'm a fan.
I think it would be hilarious. I'd be seething if it was me, right enough, but here we go. Right, Suvorov, Ace-Queen opening. Pascucci, table chip leader, defending with King-Jack. Both players with the complete whiff through to the 9-4-8 board. Suvorov has C-bet, gone with the small sizing. Pascucci, pretty nasty combo to continue. And we do have 2 overs, backdoor straight draw, but no spade in hand. Let's just get out of the way. Makes sense.
Yeah, I've seen a few mystery bounties, picking up what you said again, where you had to pay the blinds for the entire next orbit.
Yeah, right, I'm loving that.
I quite like the one where the guy you just felted gets your bounty.
Oh, okay.
But that was a nice one, nice little twist.
Yeah, okay.
So the person who's just been eliminated has a little faint hope as they walk out the door that they might get something.
Yeah, like I've seen a few of them, lose half your stack or whatever, like in the envelope.
It's like
randomly.
It's like Monopoly chance cards.
Just nuke your chips. Poker players, we're all sadomasochists.
You have won a beauty pageant.
Yeah. We all love pain, right, at the end of the day. All right, then. First look at Korkmaz. Very stylish character. It's a cool guy. Gets out of the way. And here he is, the man of the moment, Zargaran. We saw him involved in some pretty outrageous pots the other day. And case in point, coming in for a wide open here. This one a little out of the realms of a normal opening range. Gets to work from cutoff, king 5 off. Bonucci, ace-6 of spades on the button. A couple of ways you can go here. Call seems very reasonable. 3-betting this one at some clip, also an option. Does land on call. Round 2, Pucci has the same hand as Zargaran. This one of those hands, I think, David, in my eyes, that people make some mistakes. 3 ways, this type of hand really doesn't perform very well.
No.
People feel compelled to call. Even a hand as strong as king 9 becomes like really, really borderline for me. But Pucci, undeterred, gonna flick it in, and it's gonna be rewarded with top pair. King, queen, 4, 2 clubs. Zargaran and Pucci both sharing that pair of kings. Nothing for Bonucci here. Out of the way. Part of the problem here is even when you flop this top pair, right?
Yep.
How do we proceed? Like, we can't get it in. We don't want to check raise, get it in here for 32 big blinds in a multi-way situation. Yeah. We're against someone like Zargaran, who is pretty ballist.
Yeah, it feels like we win a small pot or lose a big one.
You'll be pretty happy with this card. Chopping now with some king X that have him pipped on the 4 of spades.
2 ways for Zargaran to go here. You can target queen X for a small sizing, maybe go a little advanced blocker.
Yeah, there's even some argument to check here and juice some river bluffs from a jack 10, bricked clubs, jack 9, ace 10, which probably wouldn't bluff, but you hear where I'm coming from. Does decide to take your line, 18K, 40%. Likely just call from Pucci and check on a lot of rivers. Thing is, Zargaran can seek value still, in my opinion here. You can almost free roll, right? Getting potentially, it's unlikely, but you might get another king to fold here depending on sizing.
Yeah, you could put him in here.
You could put him in, and I kind of like it. Feels like a free roll, right? Your opponent shouldn't have many 4x. Okay, 4x of clubs is a thing. Other than that,
here we go.
It looks like non-all in, but he is going to go for river value, as he should. Well, continuing to put more chips together. Looks like half pots. And this is the issue now, right? We're effectively bluff catching now with king 5. I think the presence of that board pairing 4 is going to lead us towards flicking this in more often than not. It's not particularly comfortable.
Nope, and this is highlighting the very point you made at the top of this hand, that this king 5, very hard to play profitably.
And one thing I will say, I think if Zargaran has like top of range, whatever, pocket queens in hand, ace, king, aces, he looks to get it all in by river, in my eyes. Or should. So that might be a little tell here, right, that, okay, maybe doesn't have as strong a hand as he could have. Pucci's not loving it. Feels like just crying call, right? Not even crying particularly, just taking his time. Wow, the longer it goes, the more likely. I mean, he can't fold this, I don't think. There we go. Flicks in the chip, makes the call. They're going to chop this one up. Bit of extra information for the table, of course, that Zargaran is getting after it as wide as King 5. Going to chop this one up in the early going. So Mr. Lappin, the previous frame, I went and took a break with Ali. Any action as such? Nothing too spectacular. People still feeling sort of their way into the early stages of day 2?
Yeah, it feels more like a day 1 vibe, really, with a 100 big blind average still. But, you know, definitely quite a few players looking to be aggressive, looking to build big stacks. That is something we see here often. Zogralin, I suppose, was the main guy instigating with some big over bets.
Nice.
Unfortunately, he went in the wrong direction, ended up basically leaving the table with around about a starting stack. But definitely, I wouldn't be surprised if we see him at the cage at some point in the next hour. The way he was going about business, it was kind of like double up, triple up, or, you know, buy another stack and have another go. No harm there, obviously. Akyun also chipped down over the level. Iluz chipped up and he played very well, but probably started the show was Saeed, who really did impress. As we said, he really bossed the table, moved from 250k up to almost 600k over the course of those 2 hours. So yeah, credit to him. I think we only lost one player in that 2 hour spell, but that's not unusual. I wouldn't be surprised if we only lost 1 or 2 in these levels today.
Sure.
It is very, very deep right now.
Yeah, great structure. Round 2, one of our Italians, Benucci.
Yeah, we got the Benucci, Pascucci, Pucci trio in a line.
Well, he's got a big hand. Ace King off from late position. Always a nice seat to pick up this combo. Action on Pucci. In the small, out of the way. First look at Hanif here at this feature table. Pretty dusty kind of 9-6 off. It's gonna sneak in to defend range. Sometimes for chips, just depends how he perceives Benucci. Just decide to get out of the way. Seems fine. Nothing good's ever happened lifetime for you, right, when you defend 9-6 off. You ever flopped anything?
I don't recall. I don't think I've ever maybe made that call too often, so.
That's what I mean, these charts, they just lie to you. It's all misinformation. You know, oh, you got to call this one. All right, then.
Well, some people do have a, you know, silly reason for a particular holding.
Oh, and what would that be?
Oh, they'd be just maybe like former affection.
A look into the past, perhaps. Let's look forward, shall we?
Okay. And it
oh, there we go. Look at this.
And at our age and with our frames, it would be a look into the past, let's be honest.
Oh, dear. Right, Korkmaz, out of the way. Zargaran wearing the same outfit, by the way, that he won.
Lucky shirt.
It could be now, right?
Sunglasses.
Lucky sunnies, lucky shirt.
Got to get that one freshly laundered every morning.
It was great. I was kind of loving it. And on the previous day, before we got to the final table and the like, he was very much dressed down. Had a cap on, casual t-shirt. Then all of a sudden, he had all the chips going into the final day. And out came the baller, you know, linen shirt, sexy sunglasses combo.
Yep.
Benucci, back-to-back hands, ace-queen suited. Let's fold round to the big blind. Saipin defends, as he should with king 9. Both players gut shot straight draws. Benucci, of course, backdoor nut flush draw in hand and the betting lead. Goes with half pot. Wow, Cypin, turbo check calling.
Wow.
Interesting. Not the greatest hand, of course, to continue. Let's just have that sort of naked gutter one over. Turn 8 of clubs, Bonucci decides to take his free equity, take a free card. That makes sense to me. You know, potentially can bluff with worse here. Can potentially still be winning, of course, against the king queens of the world, king nines of the world. He's not happy.
No. Can't really find bluffs, I think, because doesn't expect this one to be in there.
Yeah, well done, Cypin. Nice recognition. Quite like the sizing as well. No need to go outlandishly large here. Just representing, you know, a Jack X type holding, maybe a strong 10. Well done. Yeah, Bonucci's not happy.
Super tilted by what was a 3 big blind pot.
Small pot to be getting agitated over.
Comes up to the rail for Sargran. Great feeling to win the first big tournament of the week and then just be like swanning through the room every day, just probably getting a lot of the fist bumps. Although he was the guy who said that his friends didn't stay up. And didn't he swear like F them?
Oh, he did? Yeah, I didn't see it. I was out of the booth.
Oh yeah, no. I think in the commentary they said something like, "Oh, it's late." It's and he goes, "Yeah, no. I had lots of friends, but they all went to bed. Bleep them." It was brilliant.
Brilliant. Action on Pascucci. Big stack. And a very playable ace-3 of spades. Min raising from the hijack.
Pucci versus Pascucci.
It's a lot of C's. Throws his hand into the sea. Would suspect this folds round to Korkmaz. Cypin, though.
Cypin unpredictable, it must be said now. Like,
right.
That King 9 was spicy last hand. 10-8.
Yeah, this is
We're getting after it.
Someone who's here to play. Korkmaz with the worst hand in poker, albeit the suited variant. Going to take the price. They are very deep, of course. 70 BBs plus here. Heart in the window, followed by a jack and an 8. Cypin flopping best, open-ended, with that backdoor flush draw to boot. Bottom pair.
Yeah, kind of a double, triple, quadruple check of the cards there from Cypin. And now a lead. It's going to be interesting to see what they make of this, given the...
Yeah, I mean, this one's just going to get through, but an immediate glimpse for us into his plan at this table. Very wide peel, and just goes ahead and leads half pot. Little spicy.
Yeah. We talked a little bit in the last frame about playing against type and maybe, understanding that, players do it's not a bad thing, but we profile each other. We look at each other across the table and we think, okay, I don't know about this specific individual, but, seems like X age, seems like, is wearing X types of clothes. Any evidence we have in front of us, we try to make split decisions. Obviously, long term, we hope that those kinds of profiling decisions help us in our decision making against those players. And if you can play against type, often most dangerous people out there.
So what you're saying in a roundabout way, Mr. Lappin, is that Cypin is a man of a certain age who's going to try and use people's perceptions against them.
Well, they always say that phrase, old man coffee, isn't it?
There we go. That's the one.
That's the tight guy profile, and not for a moment suggesting that he drinks coffee or is an old man. But, there are great ways of using reputations or biases and turning them against people.
I can't wait until me and you are 60 and then just play even tighter than we already do.
I already assume people exactly think of me that way, so,
I've seen you play some spicy hands. Talking of spice, Hanif, this is intriguing. Limps from cutoff with ace-8 of clubs. somewhat non-standard. Typically going to see this hand be opened. Allows Korkmaz to complete Jack 10 of clubs. I'm sure he would have anyway.
Ooh, action board.
Open-ended straight draw for Kurtulis. Gut shot and 2 overcards for Korkmaz. Hanif here. Turns top pair. Very interesting. He's going to check this one through also. Try and induce some bluffs.
Can I just point out that I did only 3 seconds ago say action board, and
we all checked
we've
it down.
checked through.
I was kind of selfishly hoping for a turn bet.
Sure.
From Hanif.
Yeah.
Because I really think that potentially small and big blind especially, could have gone for like a check raise bluff here with the 6-8. You know, you've got all the 9x that are going to slow play. You would put an ace in a bad spot or a random stab. You could get it to fold in any case.
I just quite like the fact that I said action board, and then there were 8 checks in 4 seconds.
Everyone turbo
Followed
checking
by
showdown.
bet.
My God, this is going to be an action pot.
Check. Board, check. Board.
Check.
Oh, we've got another trophy.
Oh, look at this one.
It's a teardrop.
Wow, that's pretty. Been very much a theme of the week. This sort of stained glass type. That's pretty cool.
Could do a bit of damage with that one. So that's a weapon, isn't it?
Some Final Destination stuff on the cards with that thing. Someone trips into the trophy desk. Was flying across the room, banjos you in the kidneys, much like Mr. Lappin did to me this week with a couple of lemons in the lower back. By the way, I do mean the fruit. Right, enough nonsense, Bonucci. Such a beautiful hand. King, Queen of Clubs. 7k to go. Round to Korkmaz. Same hand, offsuit variety.
Yeah, usually goes into the 3-betting range here if you are going to play it. Kind of like a fold though against under the gun.
Yeah, I really think you can go any of the 3 ways here and it can't be bad. Now then, Zargaran. I think typically just call here is very nice.
Yeah, it's a lovely disguise, strong one that you could keep in there.
You know, when you squeeze, typically you can end up just against hands that have you slightly pipped.
Yep.
Bunch of pairs that continue, you inflate the pot. I like this a lot. And yeah, one of the strongest possible hands we can have that just calls. Off to the 10-8-4 board. All 3 players whiffing. Zargaran with the best of it. Backdoor straight and nut flush draw working. Korkmaz with position though. We will typically see a bunch of small betting in these 3-way spots. See if he agrees. 2 overcards, some playability down the streets. I would like to see it. Sort of B33 type size, and it comes.
Yeah, he gets some ace-x to fold in the hand of Bonucci, and then if he does end up against Zargaran, can maybe like put some pressure on, you know, some 8x or 4x down the streets. Look at this.
He's so spicy. I love watching him, I gotta say. And this is...
Wow. Well, this is hand over.
Strong. It is going to be hand over in this instance, but pretty strong.
Yeah, he's got the overs and the back doors, and he just sort of understands that while having actually a disguised strong hand that could hit these types of hands in a way that they won't expect, he's also supposed to be more all over this sort of 10-8-4 board.
Sure.
He's got the 2-pair combos that they just absolutely don't have.
Yeah, I think when Korkmaz stabs flop here for a small size, he will expect Zargaran to continue with call, right, with quite a lot of hands. But yeah. There he is, once more. We know he likes to be proactive. Zargaran finds the check raise. Gets it done. Well done.
Well, a man with the wind at his back right now.
It's a great feeling, isn't it, when you've got that momentum and just everything that you're attempting is kind of just sailing through, right? The bluff. Of course, he was bluffing with the best of it there, but couldn't know it. Finding momentum, taking the right lines. Poker is a delicious game when it's going in such a serene manner. I like this trophy, gotta say. Pretty cool.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Honey, ginger.
And very fun that all the trophies have been different, nothing standardized. I've seen maybe 5 different trophies on our display over the last few days. Everything sort of with its own, almost within its own genre of artistry.
Very nicely put.
We had the stained glass. We had I think it was almost like a wooden with plastic modern art sort of piece for the Bamos.
Oh, an Art Deco piece.
It was kind of like that.
Well then, Mr. Lapin.
Django's.
Let's go. Saipin. Pretty strong holding from Hijack, ace-9 of diamonds.
Given what we've seen from Saipin, he may well defend or even look to 4-bet here against Korkmaz's presumptive 3-bet.
Yeah, I mean,
buckle up here.
Pretty tough to fold a hand as strong as ace-9 of diamonds here versus a cut-off 3-bet. Shade under 8 BBs from Corey. 7 bigs, in fact.
Ooh, Benucci.
Now these are amongst the trickiest spots in Hold'em. We'll see how Benucci perceives this dynamic.
I feel like if we were sitting with like 140k, it might be a nice one to jam. Playing 180, it's a little trickier.
Yeah, I mean, 50 bigs, right? We could occasionally just shove this hand, even for 50.
We could.
We could cold 4-bet fold, which doesn't feel great, of course, when you start the hand with 50 bigs. Can just take the sort of discreet route and get out of the way. It really is just going to depend on how he perceives Korkmaz.
And Saipan, because, you know, he's part of the equation here. If these guys have maybe cottoned on to the fact that he's being a bit looser, fair enough, but, you know, they may be actually profiling him as tight.
As we have a small power outage in the booth. Sure Pictures will be back with us momentarily.
Well, it has gone heads up, I can confirm, and Saipan did make the call. So 2 and 9, 4, 6 board we go. 2 diamonds. This is action.
Wow.
This is all of it. as Andrew and I huddle in the darkness around a telephone screen. This one just does seem unavoidable. 28k coming in here from Korkmaz as a C-bet, and who would blame Saipan for committing a lot of chips here with nut flush draw, top pair, top kicker. He has raised it up, and look, here we go. Here we go.
This is going to be a massive, massive pot.
Yeah. $500,000 going to be in here momentarily.
Korkmaz isn't going to love this when he sees Saipin's holding. Can't imagine he ever folds. Here we go. Is against top pair and the nut flush draw.
Yeah.
Huge spot here, one man. Gonna pick up a 450k pot. If it's Saipan, he's gonna be well over the 500k mark. If the ace-9 can get there. And it probably will now. Korkmaz likely on his way to the cage for a re-entry.
Goodness me, 9 of spades on the turn improves Saipan to trips. And he has a massive stack now, David. Closing in on 600k. GG to Korkmaz. Sometimes the money's just going in a 3-bet pot. Nothing he could do.
We catch a glimpse of Saipan pulling in that huge pot, stacking his chips. Looking like a real danger man on this table. Possibly playing a little bit against type. Very loose aggressive.
Vabbè, la mia sì, la mia è sempre fold. La mia è sempre fold.
Con questi sì.
What a spot for him. These are the spots, right, in tournament poker. You got to get there,
or
sure. You've got to hold. One did, Korkmaz didn't.
As we pick up the action here next hand, Pucci. And Saipan with the ace-9 once again, offsuit variety this time. Expect to see him come in for an open. And interesting if the other players are picking up on the lagginess of this man. Maybe they knew from before, but they can be under no illusions now. Flat from Kurtulus with the speculative ace-2 suited here, playing just 40 bigs or so. On Zargaran. Wow, he is going to pick up on this exact dynamic. Recognizing that Saipan very loose and recognizing that Kurtulus representing not much strength with the flat. $36K from Zargaran is going to be met with, I presume, a fold from Saipan with the offsuit ace-9. It's going to be very hard unless he really wants to create a dynamic here, take it upstairs against the dangerous Zargaran. Yeah, sensible, I think, on balance, although we see Zargaran was at it. This is a really interesting dynamic now with these players really willing to tussle.
Yeah, I mean, Queen 7 off is really taking liberties. We have seen this from him, consistently through the week.
No snap fold from Kurtulus
kind of
there.
Old school, right?
I was thinking about it too.
Kind of an old school strategy in terms of he's opened here just a call. I think this works enough, right? Almost kind of not disregarding his holding, but Queen 7, not typically a hand that plugs into a squeeze range. His timing though, we've seen it through the week, right? He did it with 9-7 off earlier in the Masters.
Well remembered, some 6s and some 8s were played fast
he's
too.
In there. He's going to be a force to be reckoned with. You know, this sort of rampant aggression is going to get the job done unless people find something to fight back with. Back on Zargaran, we saw him open King 5 from this seat earlier.
Oh,
just vibes. The vibes were off.
Bonucci.
I think that's reasonable as well. You don't want all of a sudden for your table to just look at you and think, right, you're really taking liberties and start to play back. Just takes a hand off here. Bonucci, very playable from the button. Jack 7 of hearts. Round to the two Italians, and Pucci, one of the least defendable hands in No Limit.
Yeah, I would be surprised to see any stickiness here from Pucci.
Yeah, just know where to go with this type of combo. Into the muck they go. Really has been a pleasure to watch Zargaran though this week. You know, everyone can sort of fall into these strategies which are pretty similar ranges. He's a bit of a throwback in many ways, in my eyes, to just, you know, I'm gonna punish you until you fight back.
Yeah, he has great timing. He puts on a show for us, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I think has a really good sense of when his opponents are weak and doesn't really then think too much or care too much about his own holding.
Yeah.
He sort of plays their range against them. And that's impressive to watch. Kurtulus will kick us off this time.
Yeah, pretty wide here from +1. Does of course have that ace in hand. Not much to work with so far for Pascucci. Well then, Pucci though, in the small, shade over 30 bigs.
I think he can just run this just about. You can flat and maybe navigate if you really do earmark Kurtulus as a tight one. But
yeah.
Also fine to get this one in as sort of maybe the worst one you would.
Yeah, it feels like 3-bet call off or flats are the two options. Is reaching for that 3-bet. Looks like 30k, very reasonable.
Yeah, and I guess maybe, just maybe, if it goes big blind shove and curdless shove, you can get away at that point, but you are inducing a sort of a rock bottom here.
Now this is ambition. Not a big fan of this, I gotta say. Curtilus does have position, but a hand that flops very poorly in the long term. Little surprised to see it. Well, this is big trouble for the Turk. 63k in the middle, Pucci 1.5 pots back. Overpair, diamond in hand. He's gonna run this. Typically going to see small-ish c-bet, and it's going to be very dice. Oh, he's just jammed. If anything, this might look weaker, David.
I think it'll work against this particular hand, but I don't think much wouldn't have. I think we were getting in here regardless.
Sure.
But I agree with you. I think throwing out a bet of around a third there is pretty nice, actually.
Yeah, just line it up for a turn get-in. Curtilus now, well, if we're calling this hand pre, cannot fold it post, and Pucci gets it in dreamy shape. We can see here, big favorite, 83% of the time will be chipping up to 240k. Curtilus, perhaps punished here, so far at least, David, with this loose pre-flop defend. Not out of it, of course. Our routes to victory, backdoor wheel, or an improvement in the pairs. Unfortunately for him, drawing dead through to the 3 of diamonds turn. May look back on that one regretfully. I'll say he may, he definitely will.
Yeah, pre-flop was the key mistake. I think on flop he does have to get the ace-9 in as played, but pre-flop just no need to be in there. It was basically a rock bottom open in the first place.
Yeah.
You could argue it was actually sub rock bottom open, perhaps, and yeah, obviously facing further action. It should have been binned, and now he has been binned on his way over. We wonder to the cage to increase our numbers, which are now over 1100. So, you know, with 25 minutes plus the break, we're over the 1100 mark. I think up to 1106.
Yeah, one thing I will, and that's a very good point from you. We do still have 25 minutes plus break of late reg, and Curtilus maybe just deciding, you know what? You know, he had what, 120k to start the hand.
Yeah, he's got
perhaps just thinking, let's go for a spin here, try and double my stack up, and if not, we can get back in.
Yeah, and here we go for that spin. 3 bigs, or maybe 4 bigs.
Yeah, not the worst hand to find. Suited king 6 of spades.
He's got it through the Benucci Pascucci Pucci. Gonna say that a lot over the next hour.
Yeah, it's a tongue twister. Gonna get it through to the big blind. He actually might get this through. Saipin, little laugh.
Yep.
82. I'll send these chips to you. Well done.
They could torture him by keeping him in with 4 bigs now through the re-entry period.
Nothing worse. That's one of the worst things that can happen to you, the hand before the break. And
yeah, you get all in.
You get all in and you get one, you get 2 outed or something, and you have 1 big blind left and can't re-enter.
You realise you have him covered by 1 big.
Are you allowed to forfeit? That's a good point. Maybe not midday 2.
Virtually certain you can't forfeit in any format, except maybe
the end of
kind
day
of
1?
the end of day 1 bag sort of scenario where you've got multiple entries.
Okay.
Yeah, although maybe it is in the rules somewhere that if you at any point in the tournament, if you just want to say,
maybe
have my chips back.
Maybe just hope the dealer doesn't notice that you have 1 big blind back.
You just throw it at him.
Just chuck it.
Chuck it at him and run around the cage.
Just run away.
Someone finds a chip on the floor in about half an hour.
Now, a man that likes to get involved, well, certainly will. Second best starting hand in the game.
The Djangos.
The Djangos. The Butchers. The Cowboys, whatever you want to call them. From under the gun, 7,500. Pascucci It's one of these combos. Doesn't love this versus under the gun and from hijack. I think it would be a little wide to continue, but I mean, he's going to be aware that Zargaran is a very active player, so we can actually be in pretty good shape here against a lot of his range. You can see him mulling it over.
Yeah, specifically against Zargaran, just thinking about the 3-bet option here, and he's going to go for it.
Don't hate it. You know, it's pretty wide, but if there's one player to do it against, probably Zargaran. Although that is, of course, dangerous because you can 4-bet you light. We've seen that this week too. Not sure what Hanif is considering. Maybe thinking about what he's going to have for lunch.
Okay, right back on you here, Andrew.
Yep.
Do you ever flat?
No.
Okay. Why?
70 bigs deep. Just one of these hands that just benefits from let's get money in, let's charge ace king, pocket queens, pocket jacks, all are going to be a thing, ace queen suited. I think we just always want to get more money in when we're at 70 bigs deep.
And when you're a player like Zargaran who finds the light
right.
ones,
and it's even more reason.
Yeah.
You know, if we are perceived to find the 4-bet here with king jack suited or whatever it may be, you know, ace 10 suited, ace 9 suited, these type of hands, ace 5 suited could 4-bet, then I think we just always 4-bet here at this depth. I can see flat at like 40 blinds.
Or even certain kinds of players,
blinds.
maybe.
Sure.
Like with certain dynamics, because I think what's interesting here is for Zargaran is like when he 4-bets, he can realistically think that his opponent could chuck in 10s.
Sure.
Because of his image.
I mean, if I'm 3-betting Zargaran and I know the way he plays, if I do 3-bet jacks and 10s, I'm not going to be able to fold to 4-bet. I'm probably going to have to call and proceed. If I have a hand as strong as ace queen suited and have 3-bet, I'm just going to
Yeah, he's one of the guys you probably have to get it in with. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to have to at least call and proceed and see what happens.
Yeah, so every reason, as you say, to shovel more chips into the pot with that image.
There would certainly be some premium hands that I wouldn't 4-bet. Maybe like a hand like queens.
Hello.
Starts to become cuspy, right? To 4-bet, get it in for 70 is a lot of chips.
Unless, again, you're him.
Even then, right? Like queens, like when Pascucci 5-bet rips, you're kind of just hoping for ace king now. It's one of those. But I hear where your head's at, defo. He's very tricky.
Yeah, the ace 4 suited.
These ones, yeah.
Yeah, that's it. You're snapping them off.
Yeah, 5-bet rifle. Let's go. It's certainly a thing these days. First look at a new player at the table, Umit Sadi. Out of the way, Pascucci. Little tiny flesh wound there, facing 4-bet. Back at it though, ace queen. Round to the button. Is Saipin. Big old stack here. Both of these guys insanely deep.
Yeah, definitely going for a set mine here.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we have positions, so we can find ways to win. Beyond ooh, Curtilus with the pesky little ace king here now, throwing in his 4 bigs.
It's kind of tilting to be this short when we would have got called here, shoving up to 20 blinds.
How big does Pascucci need to make it here to discourage Saipin? He will be thinking that to himself. Yeah, maybe something like 50?
I like it. Yeah, he's definitely going to re-isolate this. We have 2 big blinds call, all in for 5, shade less. I think he's going to make this in that realm, David, 40 to 50K. Would be absolutely fine. You can see him mulling it over.
Yeah, we see Curtilus obviously has big slick, but is going to be in there with, not saying any 2, but most cards, I think, looking to get this spin going.
This is intriguing to me.
Just flat?
Like just 25K.
Oh, this is tempting now for the set miner.
I don't love it, I must say. And when I say I don't love it, I actually really quite against this.
Yeah.
Too small, like we're so deep with Saipin. And ace queen's not really a hand where you want to encourage. Wow, he does get out.
I'm so surprised by that. It's an amazing spot.
Too tight, way too tight.
It's an amazing spot there to set mine, feeling like you could get all of it.
I mean, it's 150 bigs deep, right? Comes ace queen 5, we have $1 million.
And he put in 18K more. Wow.
Yeah, surprised.
Really surprised.
Doesn't have any meaning.
In any case, Kurtulis on the spin, looking to hold off the ace-queen here. Well, very likely to do so now. Just fading running queens or running Broadway. And that'll do it. Only has 17 minutes, David, to either get it, either get it in or get back above starting.
Well, yeah, like one more double and he's back.
Yeah.
And that feels good because you sort of saved $2,000.
Sure.
Seeing the funny side is Kurtulis. We wish him well in mounting a comeback.
Yeah, he's still in there. On we go. This one gonna fall to Hanif. Also lets it go.
Tell you, Andrew, I am very keen to get a little report from the outer tables here.
Okay.
Been keeping an eye on Poker News. Great job being done by Poker News' David Salaturu this weekend. And last week as well, by the way. He's been putting in a good stint.
Yep.
And yeah, keeping tabs on some of the big stacks out there and some of the notable players as well.
Lovely. That's a thankless task, right? You know, they get a lot of abuse, but do such a great job, you know, the Poker News reporters, and any information that we can get out in the field, always welcomed.
12.5.
Let's just, you know, for continuity, see the stories developing as we go through this main event. Now Zargaran being picked on here. Not normally.
Oh no,
Zargaran. He's just like, no, let's go, 10-3.
Yeah, I mean, this is spicy.
Doesn't make us 3.
I'm all for having faith in your post-flop ability, but this is intriguing.
Yeah, these are.
Bonucci now does have an overcard. Backdoor draws. Typically going to see small c-bet, and we see him reaching for it.
Yeah, looking like about 9k.
You did see him visibly tilted, losing a small one earlier. Be intrigued to see what happens if this goes to showdown. Well, Zargaran just picks up a whole bunch of light blues and launches them into the middle.
Yeah, this many.
I mean, talk about live by the sword, die by the sword. Should work. Bonucci just giving it the, what the hell is this treatment? What can you do? He's made it huge. Is he going to show? There it is.
Just to wind up your opponent.
The funny thing about this is he probably thinks that's a set. You know when someone shows you 1-3 here? They're like quite often, you know, oh, I've bluffed you.
You just told him ace 10 suited.
We'll see. Alla Forti, I'm never.
I love the Italian, just gesticulating. Forte, yeah? Oh, what do you want me to do?
A glance to the leaderboard. Abdallah Adine has 1.32 million and is our chip leader, we think, in the tournament.
Me.
Shalaf Halfa with 1.3 million, virtually the same stack. And Omar Lakhdari, a regular and notable to this poker room, 1.1 million. Guillermo Gordo from Spain, 1 million. Francois Najjar has just crossed the 1 million mark. And Azamat Tuliberganov is almost at 1 million.
Always got chunks, Tulip Berganov. Always. One of the bosses of the Merit Poker Room.
Another notable making his way up the leaderboard, Mihai Nista.
Yeah, very good player, Mihai. Super nice guy too. Right then, Pucci, 7k, pocket fives, Hanif. Deciding to call with the ace-4 suited in position. Likely to fold here, round to the big blind. He also lets it go. Heads up confrontation. Pucci with the best of it, albeit out of position to Hanif. Well, bottom set. Very nice. Finds the check to kick things off. Unfortunately for him, and if not with much to work with, does go check, check. 7 of spades turn. And if now does pick up a pretty ugly looking gut shot. And on this double flush draw board, likely to see Pucci reach for chips. Like the sizing, goes large. You know, hands that are going to continue, flush draws, pocket sixes type hands, 9-10 suited types. They're going to find it very difficult to fold, even to the large size. You know, target hands like the nut flush draw, hands like a 2-pair, 7-8 suited types. Fortunately for him, Hanif with nothing to work with.
And I got to give it up here for the guys in the Merit Poker production team. I believe we are, by the magic of television, going to go inside my mind and produce Shalaf Haifa, the man I talked about just a moment ago, who has 1.4 million. We believe he is joint chip leader right now. We take a look at Zorlakan Air, of course, the man who won the PLO last night in the wee hours. He's back at the felt, and there he is!
Oh, there he is!
The man, the myth, the legend, Vytautas Milburas, still rocking. Last we saw him, he had 350k, roughly average. Get him on the feature.
Did you see him there? He looked like Rocky Balboa. He had to get up, the robe on. Come on, Milburas. Lovely work.
How good are those guys, by the way? I mentioned leaderboards, I mentioned a few of the notables in the room, and suddenly we have a roving camera picking up 3 of them.
Asked and received from Mr. Lapin. Zargaran, never quite know what he's going to do. Very reasonable open here from cutoff with ace-5. Action on Bonucci, maybe feeling a little cowed by the aggression of Zargaran. Certainly could have V-pipped Queen-8 suited in position. Declines the option. Pascucci will not be declining this one. Very defendable. Flicks in calling chips.
Yeah, Pascucci will not scooch over quite yet.
God, you're good at these. 9-8-4, 2 clubs. The Italian flopping best. Bottom pair, albeit not with too much playability. With hearts in hand. 6 of hearts turn. Nice awareness from Zargaran, I think. His opponent's going to have a lot of hands that continue. Going to check back, try and navigate this one to showdown. Feels like Pascucci now will seek value. I would expect him to go for it. So it's, you know, bottom of range, but you got to find these spots. And the strong players invariably do. Like it a lot. 40%. Just target some ace highs. Basically what we're looking at here. Maybe a hand like pocket 3s, pocket deuces can make the call. 4-5 suited. These type of holdings, that's what we're looking to get called by.
What did you teach me before? Passaporta? No good.
He is good though, right? He has very nice awareness.
Yeah.
Zargaran, his feelings, so to speak. Not to simplify the thought process.
No, you're right. It's a kind of a
Very
finger on
strong.
the pulse kind of.
Yeah.
With passport.
Just recognizing, I think, that lots of Pascucci's bluffs will activate on the turn. Very much feels like a thin value.
Yeah,
river.
there's a great Andrew Brokos line, and I think in one of his books, Andrew, one of the great authors on poker theory these days, and he says when a maybe less sophisticated, I'm not saying this guy's less sophisticated, but actually just generally more players than not, when there is a bluff line available, they'll generally take the more likely bluff line, which again would have been activating on the turn there.
Yeah. And these river spots, you know, these little 40%ers, in the long term, it's the old, oh, you only need to be good.
Sure.
1 in 4 or whatever it is. Never good. Well, it is good sometimes, of course. The very best players will find the delay bluff. Well done, though, from both. Nicely played.
Interesting one for Bonucci here. Possibly a set mineable spot. Could bring in a string of callers if he calls, but obviously not closing the action is always a little bit pesky.
Yeah.
He's going to look to navigate here against Hanif. Oh, sorry, Hanif actually limped, so he gets to over-limp. Apologies, guys. Didn't spot the limp. So actually, yeah, very nice situation where you're likely to have a 3 or 4-way affair. Pascucci, even with 4 deuce, could consider coming in there. Remember, it's the 2K, 3.5K quirky little level here where you're actually getting an even bigger discount.
Yeah, I do like fold, but certainly could have completed. And also, he's very deep with Hanif, right?
Yeah.
Like, if you can just somehow cooler him, could be something to look for, but does decide to fold.
Pucci loving 6s here, free of charge.
Off to the king, deuce 3. 6s of Pucci are best.
I feel like Hanif will take a stab at this one.
He's played interestingly passive. Like we saw him, if you remember earlier, limp the ace-8 suited and check it down to the river.
Oh, look at this.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this.
Oh, and look at this.
Okay, just like a tiny probe from Pucci. Maybe just look to define where he is.
And Bonucci also along for the ride here.
Problem with this Pucci tiny stab is when you pick up 1 call, never mind 2, pretty tough to define where the 6s are. He's got nowhere to go now. Facing 2 calls. 3rd club on board in the shape of the 3. And if now, you would presume will be checked to...
Yeah, and I almost feel like everybody has enough of this. Although Hanif may feel like, well, he was the one who sort of limped in first, so could have maybe the slightly stronger range, could rep the bigger club.
It's a pretty uncomfortable spot.
Yeah, almost feels like everyone has enough to just get to river here.
Yeah, does decline the option to bluff.
Oh.
River's the best hand. Be a little bit tilting this for Pucci.
Yeah, and it feels like, again, everyone has enough of it to just check this one down. Is Pucci considering?
I mean...
It would be a little odd.
I don't think we can bet.
No.
Like, are we really going to... Like, what hand leads 1 big blind, checks turn, and then starts lumping money in? But he...
Wow.
I mean, this is... doesn't make much sense to me,
Just like he's gone for a blocker, which
Yeah,
I guess he's trying to block a deuce.
Yeah, and... just a very in-the-weeds type hand. Does have a wry smile.
Like, we've not lost much, but it just seems unnecessary.
Yeah, I'm not sure what we get to fold that we beat. Maybe trying to get 7s or 8s to fold is a deuce, like you said, but that doesn't make much sense at all. Multi-way.
That's why I bet, so you can fold flop. I had a pair too. I had a pocket pair.
I quite like Bonucci. He's just like, yeah, whatever, mate.
Can match the way to lose the maximum on this board.
Yeah, a bit of a strange hand. No, not a spot that we will find ourselves in too often from the booth.
No, certainly not. Lots of post-mortem, though. We've seen it maybe 3-4 times, these guys all exchanging what they thought of each other's play, which is sort of fun.
I enjoy it. This is what you should have done, mate.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, you make it 40k, but, you know, a 3, okay. You play your hands.
Yeah.
It's good, it's good. Like it.
And Cypin, we've seen he's capable of stepping out, and this really is stepping out from the norm. Ace-6 offsuit from the gun.
I wonder, maybe recognizing that
he's been getting a lot of respect.
But also, like, we're 2 minutes from re-entry, and like there's that maybe psychological bubble here. Nobody wants to do another buy-in. I don't know. You're just thinking about it.
Be a thing.
Some guys might want to spin it up and actually want the opportunity, but actually, I think given these guys, maybe they just want to maybe lock it up and not be put in that spot. Pascucci. It's a wonky one. Queen Jack off. Easily dominated. Versus a larger open size, although it's not much larger.
Oh, hello.
Oh, Pucci.
Yeah, on the thin side from Pascucci. He does have the button, though, and he's going to, I think, have a lot of faith in his ability to take things post.
Give me a sizing here, Andrew. What do we like here? We like 30k?
30,
more?
38.5.
Lovely.
I think we want to go a bit larger here. Out of position, small blind, very deep.
38, like 37.
There we go. Oh, he did, so he almost agrees with me. I like it. Very good. 10.5 bigs. Now, and if made ace 9 work a moment ago, if he continues here, I might leave the booth. Yeah, very nice size and choice from Pucci.
Yeah, and it should be handover.
Yeah.
And with 30 seconds on the clock, it will depend on the speed of handoverness whether we get one more in before the break.
I think they will. I mean, Pascucci just very aware of his strategies, just never continuing here with Queen Jack off.
Yeah, I think just looking to play a pot against that man, actually.
Yeah. It seems fine, honestly, calling the button. We're very deep, or he's, you know, not to be unkind, but may just regard himself as having a much stronger post-flop edge. I mean, that's yet to be proven. Cypin has played several very good pots. He's aware of what's going on. I think he may have won every pot he's played, apart from that one. So, with that in mind, last hand before the break, guys. We are going to have a chip race, I believe. And it's the last level of reg, of course. Action on Bonucci. Hasn't been a great level for him. Been somewhat beaten up by Zargaran. And a couple of others. Round 2 at the blinds.
Oh, is he
Pucci,
on Hanif?
excuse me.
Pucci hasn't folded yet, so he has now.
All right then, does limp. With the Queen 6, Cypin content to check with the 9-4 of diamonds. Well, that flop is all Hanif, top and bottom. Let's check flop, I like it. Induce some bluffs. And keep your opponents. Yeah. Trying to induce some bluffs. Hasn't worked. Oh, it has worked. Well done. 7k then from Cypin. Quite like this from Hanif. Allow his opponent to potentially bluff river or value bet.
Oh no.
Then, goodness me. Cypin backdoors a straight. Wow, what a run out.
Yeah, pretty grim for Hanif, who was playing possum all the way.
Yeah, I mean, 17k. I think if we've played our hand this way, you don't love it. I think you're going to have to look up your opponent very often here. Should still be some bluffs.
And some weaker 2-pair that might still pick this size.
Right. You know, there's going to be some bluffs in there, 5-7, 4-5 types, a 10x that recognizes it's not good often enough. That will normally check back as it can beat like an 8 or something. But you hear me.
10-8 and 10-6 might go for thin value too.
Yeah. I think we just have to pay this off. It doesn't feel great. We've checked this down with the intention of bluff catching.
Yeah, it's a pretty grim run out given
it's
how
nasty.
we set our stall out.
Is stanking, yeah, it does pay it off. Tough to blame him. Saipin shows him the bad news. And the end of a sensational level for him on the feature table. So that hand is going to take us through to the break, guys. We will step out for, you know, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, myself and David. Please don't go too far. Come back and join us after the break.
Proudly presenting a crown jewel of Dolce Vita Poker Festival, $3,200 blind high roller event crafted in collaboration with Ogeli Poker Events. For over 13 years, the legendary Shadi Ogeli is bringing poker players from Lebanon to Cyprus. Get ready for unforgettable poker showdown.
After 15 years of working here in Merit, it means a lot to me to have a tournament under my name. Since Ms. Songul took control of the poker room, you see the great work done in 10 years. Without her work, we wouldn't be here. I started here in 2009 as a player, and after 4 years I became agent for Merit, and since 2014 till now, we did a great job together. When you're a partnership with such a big company like Merit Poker, considered now like #1 poker destination worldwide. I had a very good relation with Ms. Songul even when I was only a player here. We had a good connection, and of course without her help I wouldn't be here after 10 years. She opened for me many doors and helped me to enlarge my data and to offer a very good service for the player. Merit Poker is in partnership with EPT, MPP, Triton, Super High Roller Board. All this became in 10 years. Without her work, we wouldn't be here.
Blinds are now 30-60K. Looks like we've reduced the clock to a 15-minute clock, so that's kind of turboed things up as well for these guys.
As if these boys needed help gambling.
Yeah, Chilberganov all in here.
All in.
Just going to isolate everybody else here. Dalkalic can't call with the Queen 9. Georgie, no good, but the Haidar snap in there with the Ace-King here. The two big stacks going to war.
Queen is no good.
Ace Queen is no good. Somehow Haidar has better.
Allah, life is good.
I fold one queen. One queen?
7 million chip pot.
Okay, 3 diamonds on the flop.
4 diamonds.
Got 90 starting stacks in this pot. The 163 stacks in play.
Let me,
I guess that's my way of saying it's a big pot.
For me, guys, what is the big deal?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no.
Queen in the window.
Tulip Berganoff finds one of the two ladies that were left in the deck.
One more queen, please.
Thank you.
I don't true.
Haidar very politely requesting a king from the dealer. Oh, but a heart will also do.
Not almost, exactly.
Oh, no.
Exactly,
Sorry,
exactly.
Mr. Safi.
No.
10 outs once for Haidar. Can he find it?
King of hearts.
No, he cannot. Tulip Berganoff extends his chip lead to almost 5 of the 6 million in play. Haidar, what do I do? I have no bounties. Give me some money somehow.
Yeah. Yeah. IPO generated 937 entries at 1K pop. 175 players remain. First prize will be 146K.
Oh, and this is going to show down the Jack-9 of clubs once again in the hands of Dalglish. Not the first time he's held on to those same 2 cards as a previous moment.
Here we go then. Step 1. Get the first double up. Finds himself in great shape with the Jack-9, but ooh, I saw the 7, but a Jack rolls out behind. 2 cards away from making a game of it. Still be 3-1 down, but more than doable. Ooh.
Backdoor potential, but he doesn't need it.
Wow, well, Tulip Berganoff has improved, has taken the lead, but the backdoor goes the other way, of course, because Dalglish can now find a 10 himself. He can nullify with a 5. A Jack or 9 doesn't do it.
That's it, James.
Good game. Good game.
Just like that, Tula Bergenov is the champion.
We meet each other on a very special occasion. For the very first time in Cyprus history, we have Ladies Championship. It's not only 10K free roll, but also the winner will get a package to go to London. And we will show there how we play poker in Cyprus.
Here feels so friendly, so warm, and it's really a lovely place.
From this ladies event, I expect only to have fun. And of course, the first place,
full of emotions,
just winning.
but of course, definitely, I want to win. It's more challenging to play against men, to be honest. Women I can read better than men.
It gives me a lot of feelings, you know, the adrenaline, it gives you...
My advice would be grow a set and grow them quick.
I want to go to TV table. I want to win, of course.
yeah, why not? I'm looking forward to go to the TV table.
It's going to be my first time TV table because of previous times only supporting my husband. So maybe this time it's going to be me, so he's going to support me.
I'm ready. So far, I think I'm batting 100%.
Easy.
I think I'm just the master.
Give me a challenge. Come on.
I go again?
Oh, no.
Let me see that one more time.
Got me.
I can't relax when I'm looking at that many letters.
Thank God. Okay.
Lesser leather, never weathered, wetter, weather better. Easy one.
Lesser leather, never weathered, wetter, weather better.
Lesser leather, never weathered, wetter weather, better.
Do it one second time.
Yes. Lesser leather, never weathered, wetter, better. Bollocks. You got me. Lesser leather, never weathered, wetter weather, better.
Lesser leather, never weathered, wetter weather, better. It's easy.
Okay. If two witches would watch two watches, which witch would watch which watch?
If two witches would watch two watches, which witch would watch which watch?
If two witches would watch two watches, which witch would watch which watch? Give me a challenge. What is this?
You sure about that?
If two witches would watch two watches, which witch would watch which watch? Boom!
One more time, no?
No, no one more time.
Okay,
Perfect.
okay.
I win. Where's my prize?
Surely there's got to be something more to this.
Betty Botter betting better with the gutter bot on flop. I think I'm 100% GTO.
Betty Botter betting better with the gutter butt on flop. I go again?
Yep.
Okay. Betty Botter betting better with the gutter butt on flop.
Betty Botter betting better with the gutter bought on flop.
Betty Botter betting better with the gutter ball on flop. I think I'm just the master of this. I think we should quit now. I get points. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no, no. Yeah. Georgi Skuhul.
Is he behind me?
Georgie's name is the one that gets me every time, I think.
Skuluchia.
Gia.
Georgie Shulukia. Oh, I always get this one wrong.
Georgi Skuluchia.
Georgi Shulukia.
Georgi Shulukia.
Shulukia.
Skuluchia.
Skulukia.
Skuluchia.
Skulukia.
Yeah.
Oy.
Oh, Jesus.
Come on now, you're making these up. This is someone's typed this one around.
I was going to say, when are the really hard names coming?
Okay.
Abik. Oh wait. Is this real?
Abak David Aivas Purtaher.
Abak Navid Aivas Purtaher.
Abak Navid Ivas Portaher.
Abak Navid Aivas Purtaher.
Abak Navid Ivas Portaher just defended his big blind.
Accepted.
Abak Navid Evers Purafa.
Abak Navid Ives Purtaher defends the big blind. I don't know why it went French.
Level 99.
La 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 la. Okay.
Sure. No problem.
Oh no, these are very long.
Let me see that one more time.
Wow. Does this guy have a nickname?
Ali.
Ali raises. Okay. Oh, you want the whole name?
That's not real.
Ali Pourhaidaza Desharab goes all in.
Ali Pourhaidaritz No, try again. Ali Pourhaidaritz Dahar Sharb.
Ali Pourhaidariza Desharb is on the button with plans to win this pot with skullduggery in mind. Lapin, you're fired.
I think I did okay in a couple of the other ones, but I think we just call him Ali.
Ali Pourhaidar is Desharab moves all in.
Wow, this is really hard, guys. Pourhaida Riza de Sharb. Ali Pourhaida Riza de Sharb. De Sharb. Pourhaidar. Ali Pourhaidar Iza de Sharb. I can't relax when I'm looking at that many letters. I'm done. I've given it all that I can, guys. Come on.
Even though it's hard, it's not impossible. Tell them there's no limit, I'm unstoppable. Stop myself and guilt, then it's possible. Nobody else will play the fool. Maybe I was born just to break the rules. Stop the water for the money and fill up my pool. Not my morals or my dignity, we keep it cool. Just to work for the system, usually like a tool. How efficient do we use ourselves? That's like the story you're telling someone else's tales. All that chit chat will make you feel. Try worry less and really worry about yourself. I learned the hard way would damage health. Listen to that voice within, gotta know yourself.
Canzonieri, 2 6s action is already on him with 30 blinds. Coming in for a go. Oh, wow, this is funny because Aaron obviously 3-bet Canzonieri just a few moments ago. Next time he raises, it's going to be met with another 3-bet, one presumes.
It's the old adage, James, that when they do it the first time, they might not have it. The second time, they always have it.
Okay.
You set it up. Yeah, this is a tricky spot assuming nobody finds anything behind and this comes back round to Canzonieri. Oh, wow. Pascucci's cold found the queens.
Yeah, this is just death, isn't it? This is such a dream spot for the cold 4-bet jam. He's playing, 25 blinds? And take his time, of course. Going to be a lot harder decisions than this one. This one, a must. And, well, bar some help from the deck. He's been dealt out of this one. Makes, Canzonieri was probably in a real tough spot here, wondering what to do.
Sure.
With these 2 6s, this will, of course, make things a lot easier for him. And here we go. There is the jam, as he must do. Chelik. Pondering with the 8-4-0.
I wonder if we are on a pay jump.
We're not, but also he's,
interesting.
with 6 million in chips, he's the big stack.
Does he know it's on him?
I mean,
I feel like he might not know.
I'm wondering.
There we go.
Yeah. He checked out so long ago. I thought that must be the case because if he was like the shortest stack, maybe he's tanking.
Sure.
Here we go, the cold deck, the announcement received. Pascucci not liking seeing Gazarian just insta-flick the chip in. Cannot be good news. There are still 5 cards away, though, from the end of this hand. Anything can happen. Gazarian, wow, look at the stack he'll have after this hand if he were to hold. 8.3 million in the pot. Here's 1.1 behind as we see a Jack 4 5 flop paint, but not of the right variety. Pascucci with no backdoor equity, but with the courtesy of the folded cards, we can see he is drawing still to 2 outs. But with just 1 pull of it, very unlikely the Italian will continue, and that is the case. Simone Pascucci eliminated in 20th place.
And what a hold that is for Sahafi, fading 2 nut flush draws. And a bunch of overs.
He knows it's on him this time. He's got butchers. Fast-paced action here. Missed the IP Masters final day. Sant'Agostino. Getting more and more ladders, although
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we see a beautiful view of the Mediterranean Sea. Camera work over the Crystal Cove Casino and Hotel Complex here out at Merritt. And we are back, and registration has now closed. This is, of course, the main event of the Dolce Vita series, La Notte Degli Assi. Well, level 15 is upon us. And quite the number of runners, Mr. Lappin. Final figures are in.
I don't have 100% confirmation of this, but we do have 11:33 right now. There could be a couple of last-minute, late reg kind of guys just at the cage as we speak. Clock hasn't quite ticked over yet, so we will bring you up-to-date info on that one. But yeah, we've definitely crossed the 1100 mark. 11:33 right now.
Brilliant.
That's going to generate a prize pool of around about 2.2 million.
Chunky indeed. Little look, guys, at the same feature table that we had before. We were just doing a chip race and closing registration off. Saipin, who we saw have a sensational level. He is chip leading 150 big blinds. Then we have Simone Pascucci, 140 bigs, shade under 500k. Mahmoud Hanif, 400k himself, 114 blinds. Of course, you can see everybody very deep on the feature. Well, the man, the box office legend, Danesh Zargaran, is entertained us all week. He is in shape to make another run at it here in the main, 83 blinds. Then we have the Pucci and the Bonucci, 263k and 149k for Riccardo Bonucci. And rounding out the lineup here on the feature are 2 Turkish players, Umat Sadi, 26 big blinds, 91k, and Bora Kurtulus, 13 big blinds, 44k to work with.
Yeah, noteworthy there. Pucci did start the frame an hour ago with 125k. He's up to 260k, so he's made good progress here, as has Zargaran, as we saw, has added about 100k to his spoils. Obviously, at the other end, Kurtulus has lost about 100k so far. Saipan, the big mover and shaker, up to 530 from 270k. We lost Cork Maz, of course. That was mostly the reason for that Saipan spin up.
Yeah.
And a lot of the other players, much where they were.
Yeah, Zargaran really showing the most appetite to just get after it. And Saipan, one of the big movers. So, cards back in the air. Bonucci didn't have many things go his way in the previous hour. Still with a very healthy stack. Round 2, Pucci. 10-6 off. Likely to find its way into the bin. Round to the blinds. Cypin. 130 bigs plus with the Jack 7-0. Very interesting here in that Curtilis, the short stack, is in the big, David, with just 11 blinds. So can, of course, change our strategy from the small with this hand. Curtilis deciding just to jam. I'll play devil's advocate here and say that I prefer a raise call. I know we're shallow, just 10, 11 blinds.
How about a check?
Check can be a thing here too, for sure. You know,
very often up against 2 undercards, and a check is kind of sexy.
Yeah, lots of the range that limps the small here at 11 big blinds is very weak. You know, a large part of Cypin's range is just going to open shove. When he doesn't, ends up being very polar to top of range traps and a lot of nonsense. In any case, Curtilis taking it down. I like it though. I like it.
I think I like the check behind most of all for the simple reason as well that with just 10 big blinds, it's not as if you're looking to navigate your way through the bubble from here. It's a long way off. You really do need to spin now, and actually taking a little risk with an opponent with a big card, small card combo, getting there, versus the possibility that he hits a small card and you get the lot, or he has 2 undercards and you get him into a spot where you're like 78% on the flop and you go with it. I think that's just too sweet, to be honest, overall.
Yeah, I quite like it. Take the risk of getting to 90k versus just jamming and getting to 48k by just picking up the blinds. I'm with you. A bit more playability if we get to 90k. In any case, Cypin back at it. 2.5x raise from the button. King 10 offsuit. Zargaran never quite know what he's going to do. Pocket threes, 70 big blinds deep. Typically going to just be a call. He agrees. Cypin flops best. King Jack 7. Top pair good kicker. Button versus big blind. Likely hand over. We will see. Like this size and choice. Very coordinated board. A lot of gut shots. A lot of straight draws. A lot of worse hands that can call a substantial size in. Goes with half.
We have seen Zargaran sometimes take the aggressive line here and do something a bit funky with a hand such as an underpair. This time he is going to just get sticky in a very dark tunnely situation, it must be said.
This is ambition. 4 pair 7s. You might see some big blind leading. Generally though, happens on a jack more than on the 7. Little surprised that Cypin doesn't seek value on this river.
Great.
Seems very unlikely that Zargaran is going to check call flop, check turn, check river here with a hand better than a king. You know, there can be some traps that are looking to check raise river. We block the queen 10, right, which gets there. I'd like to have seen him go for value. But
yeah, we almost have a good little induced candidate, actually. If we're Saipan there and we fire out a small value bet, we could almost be inducing a move.
Bluff from like a 9-10, right? Would make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Like double gut shot on the flop, river's a 9 and thinks I don't need to bluff. Queen 9 being similar.
Yeah, I don't hate that. Anyway, on to the next one. Sadi, the new player at the table.
Yeah, not much has gone the way of Pascucci. Has a pile though. Plenty of time for him to be patient, pick his spots. Pucci, beautiful looking queen jack of clubs. Comes in for the min raise. Round 2, the big blind. Bonucci. And it's a very attractive hand in the big. Ace-9 of diamonds.
8.
Reaches for calling chips. Two very playable suited combos. Gonna take it post. How about that for a flop? 10-9-6 with two clubs. Pucci, open-ender, two overcards and a flush draw versus middle pair, good kicker, backdoor nut flush draw potential. 10k c-bet quickly called by Bonucci.
Yeah, nail-biting stuff here.
Jack of spades on the turn. Pucci improving. Two top pair. Very interesting spot now. I like this a lot.
I agree.
Thought he might check and finds it. You know, one of these kind of turn cards that can improve the big blind quite a lot. Lots of our kind of one pair type combos, right? Like an ace 10 or an overpair. Don't want to bet and get raised, so we can go ahead and check and get value on a later street. Maybe induce some bluffs by the 8 and 7x of the world.
Yeah, and I think Bonucci can sniff this one out. Obviously, a lot of Jack-X connect here. It's very hard for ace-9 to be good now.
Yeah, very, very under-bluffed line. You'll bet, check, bet. Only really beat hands like ace-X that decide to play this way. Like his pocket eights gonna turn its hand into a bluff? I don't think so.
Oh.
This would be ambitious. Hard to give our opponent a stone bluff, and if a lot of the bluffs are coming from like a suited ace, we block the ace-queen kind of combos, ace-8, ace-7 suited, we have an ace in hand. Hard to think of too many stone bluffs in my eyes. I think Bonucci's good enough to get away from this.
I agree.
But we'll see. Has been a little snake bit at this table. Yeah, well done. Good fold.
Recognizing that he was clinging on there with ace-9. Couldn't really take the heat.
Yeah.
Pucci in the ascendancy, continuing the good run of form. Reminder there, 125k and the shortest stack at this table when these guys got together at the feature, and now well above 300.
Yeah, I did receive, you know, you don't want to be unkind, somewhat of a gift in the spot versus Curtilus with the pocket tens, if you remember, with the diamond, where ace-9 got very sticky and gave him a full double. Yeah, Pucci playing very nicely. Very serene progress, up above 300k. Pascucci, King Jack offsuit from under the gun. Big stack. Decides his hand qualifies for an open.
Curtilus, pleasant sight here. And Pascucci will have a close enough one when it gets back here. This is a shove for just 11 bigs. I think he can just about get away, given that it was an under the gun open, but price will be tempting.
I'm with you. I think he'll fold this combination. Seems very likely to me. Super experienced player. I think if we have King Jack suited, we probably flick in the call. Of course, we're going to be up against some pocket pairs, some ace queens, right, that we do okay against, ace 10 suited types.
Yeah, it needs 37%, maybe add a couple of percent onto that for a bit of risk premium and edge perception that he might feel he has.
Yeah.
That becomes closer to 40, and then that's not tempting at all. With King Jack, good fold. We see there actually, just in case again anyone watching is a little confused by some of the graphics, we do factor in the dead cards, anything that has been displayed. So, you know, King Jack obviously in better shape than 13% there. But I'm guessing a lot of the kings.
13%.
I'm guessing two of the kings were gone. So Oh, and there we go. It's lit up now.
Oh, look at that.
So it's actually not blue. It's kind of purple.
Oh. And it has like a teardrop within the teardrop.
Yeah.
Like the inception of poker trophies.
Nureyev. I'd like to see a fold here. These hands are a little pesky at this depth, certainly deeper, I don't mind. He's going to open it up though.
Yeah, I might just squeak in like 50 bigs from mid position. I'm with you though, I like to just fold deuces and threes in these spots. Kind of fours.
I think I need fives, but I'm a nit, remember.
+3, Lapin, you can widen to fours, come on.
But they never flop a set, you told me this.
That's true, worst hand in the game, guys. If you take anything from this stream.
It's been removed
Never
now.
play pocket fours. Round to Pascucci in the big, 6-7 off. He's gonna defend this one. See, pocket fours, it never flops a set, you see. Nobody has it right enough. Pascucci checks. Nureyev, if we're going to open the threes, likely to try and take it down here post.
7.
Yeah. Let's just try and dislodge these 2 overcards. Type holdings that can't continue. Well done.
Just want to throw a little shout out to Asif Warrens, who is out there, poker tourist, in the chat.
What a legend.
He's been with us for, I think, most of the stream, actually.
I don't know how he finds the time. Big love to you, Asif. Nice to see you as always. As we move forward.
So it's our only option.
It is.
We can't move back.
There's some philosophy in there. Don't look back in anger. Well, somebody who always finds a way to look left, right, center, up, down, any which way. He's entertained me all week. Never quite know what's going to happen. And case in point, Mr. Lapin.
Wow, look at this.
I mean, Dinesh. Jack deuce off. We are in the streets.
Remember, he folded King 8 in the same seat like 3 orbits ago.
I mean, this is
vibes, as you say.
Pretty outrageous. Now, Pascucci, both options available here. We're never folding. Do we decide call or 3-bet? Actually quite like call.
I do too.
You know, Zargaran's a guy, I don't really want to inflate this out of position with ace-10 off. Guy that can 4-bet me, the guy that will peel in position liberally. Yeah. I'm a fan of this from Pascucci. Let's just see 3. Another one of these kind of dusty completes from Pucci. You know, we saw it earlier with the King 5-0. Does flick it in though. Is the min raise. Takes the price. Off to the King 8-8. Zargaran with the betting lead. Mercifully for him, perhaps. His opponents have both bricked now. Pascucci, do you want to look your man up? Keep him honest. And he just gets it done, Lapin. Fold, fold. Zargaran's world.
It certainly is this week.
There's something to be said for it, right? Momentum in poker. Like everything at the moment he touches seemingly turning to gold. Gets it through on a nice texture for him as the pre-flop raiser.
Sono pronto a giocarmi tutto.
Bonucci's so expressive.
Opening up has been postponed.
in these off-the-cuff moments as we move forward. To really test out Zargran's willingness to be abusive now. 8-3. Just let it go. Bonucci.
At the end of 17.
Representing must be said here with the Merit Poker gear.
Race 8.
Oh, very firmly announced.
We'll do the 15, the 16.
Reminiscent, and maybe this is just a purely Italian thing, but it sort of has the table presence of a Dario Minieri.
Oh, okay.
Feel like there's a kind of a
he used to verbalize, didn't he, every time? A raise.
What a player. Amazing.
I like Bonucci. He's a character.
I said a moment ago, his wonderful expressions, both in and out of hands.
I don't think there's enough emotion at the table. I'm here for it. Love it.
Could play a Bond villain, I feel.
Aye.
Be very good Bond villain.
Yeah. The old cat on the lap, is it?
Yeah.
Who was that again? Which villain was that?
Yes.
Come on, you're good at this. What's his name again? Doctor No? No, it could be.
Let's go with that.
Let's go with that, yeah. Credit to you for not doing the impression. I was fighting everything in me not to do it. The old Mr. Bond.
Nureyev with the jacks. There, Mr. Bond.
I'm going to do it anyway. Right, let's cover this. Nureyev. Was it you that called them the Jiggities?
No, that's...
that Dempsey?
No, that's actually originally Bradone.
Someone called them that
Bradone
is what I mean.
Oh, okay.
In the booth.
That is a Bradoneism.
Okay.
On the vlog.
Right. Ooh. Okay then. Saipin. Ace Queen. Very tricky, of course, to navigate here. Big blind versus under the gun.
I love a flat here. That might sound a bit nitty to some, but
it's pretty standard.
I love a flat. I don't think we're going to see a flat, by the way, but I love a flat. I think Saipan has been taking the aggressive lines today, and that's why he's at 550k. Has been sort of embracing variance, if you like.
Yeah, I would call this spot as standard. Facing 50 big blind open. Under the gun.
You don't love your jacks right now, facing a 3-bet from that man. You're new to the table, remember?
I think very likely to proceed with call. You just call in position here. But we actually spoke about this spot, right, in depth earlier in the week. Like, specifically under the gun versus big blind. Yeah. And we said that people are so value heavy when they 3-bet.
There's very few light ones, like the King 6s and the Ace 5s don't find their way in that often.
Well, huge flop for Saipin. Nureyev, of course, not happy to see it, but going to be pretty easy to proceed here, assuming Saipin continues with C-bet. Does just feel like a spot that nails our opponent's 3-bet range.
Yeah, nice sizing here from Saipin, going for a 28% or something in that region.
I mean, what can you do? Unless we want to float one, potentially try and dislodge something like Kings. Would seem ambitious, does get out of the way. That's what we're going to take away from this week. That when we're in the big blind facing undergun open, we're just going to go mental.
Oh, ballistic.
We're just going to 3-bet continue range.
Yeah.
Continue range. 9 blinds. Good luck. It does very much feel like one of the spots in modern poker that still plays quite honestly and old school.
Yep. So no budge on that 1133 player number. I'm going to guess that is our final tally. Great turnout. Remember, a 1.5 million guarantee. Easily smashed once again. Pucci with momentary thoughts of larceny there. Represses the demon voices.
Around to Saipin. He's just going to walk this one.
Wow.
A little surprising.
That's a very
tight. It's drinks here, mate.
That's a very tight fold. Queen 5 suited and small.
It's drinks here.
Wow.
It's a thirsty man. It's like the classic, isn't it? Whenever someone's eating at the table.
Oh, yeah.
And they 3-bet and like dab their mouth with a napkin and quickly put the utensils down and then 3-bet. One of the worst feelings ever.
Always like.
You think? Oh my goodness, you are a savage. or when someone wins a massive one and they're still got a massive pile of chips. Yeah, massive pile, and they're like, and it's all over the place, causing a huge mess, and they're, you know, pulling the cards through. And Moses like, I don't know what I'm talking about, but chips left, right, and center, and they still raise.
Is that the Dead Sea being?
That's what I was trying to
do.
I got lost in my train of thought. Zargaran, back at it. It's a little wide, but it's reasonable. You know, this 70 bigs deep kind of thing. Some of these suited kings make their way into the open range.
For sure. Alongside the Jack 2.
Yeah. You never know, do you? He's great to watch. Gonna get round to the big blind. Curtilus on the short stack. More than happy to defend here. Weak ace in hand. Look to flop some equity. Doesn't do so. Queen 3-9. 2 clubs. Does have the ace of clubs in hand. Somewhat problematic, of course, to only have 52k. Even if you suspect your opponent to be light. Well, look at this. Wow. Okay. Less than pop back. Now then, Zargaran, you have a hand that does not connect with this board whatsoever.
Very hard to continue, but he's
really finding it.
He does find it. He always seems to find it. Look at this.
9k.
Savagery.
How does he find it? I mean,
his timing is impeccable.
It really is. Maybe just thinks that if Curtilus has a queen, right, he just runs it. Seems pretty reasonable.
Sure, but aren't you going to be sticky more often now without it?
You are, but, you know, if you don't have a 9, if you just have like a 10-8 type hand, an ace high, it's going to be very tough. Now Zargaran continuing to impress. He really did just decide there very quickly that he could dislodge Curtilus.
Now that's the face of a man who doesn't like Jack 2.
So expressive. Old Bonucci.
Love the nails, by the way. A lot of love for those nails. Did you have a goth period in your teen years?
Did not.
Kind of did, to be honest.
Did you? A little moody.
Well, I think I'm still moody.
I feel like yours would be like a Morrissey phase or something.
Well, you've The Cure.
Oh, there we go.
Morrissey certainly. But no, like even like a bit of like Marilyn Manson.
All right.
Yeah, I had a couple of those albums.
Right.
Liked a bit of Korn. Probably moving into more heavy metal than, you know,
well,
death metal territory here. But you know what I mean.
As we take a trip from David's trip down memory lane, Zargaran defending with King Queen. 2 very reasonable holdings here. Oh, here we go. How about that for a flop? Queen 7-9, heart, heart.
and two players who don't slow play. Two players who generally look to take the aggressive route. This is the kind of setup where we might think this pot could stay somewhat small, just in sort of like one bet call mode. But actually, I feel like these are two players who could bloat the pot.
This could get big quickly. Saipan looks to have bet around about a third. Oh, Zargaran.
So far, so slow.
I guess recognizing he is against the big stack. Someone who can threaten him. Very nice check back from Saipin.
Wow.
I like it. One of our stronger hands. We already have Showdown, can induce some bluffs. Or go for a street of value on the river.
Was that a snap call or was that one of Saipan's? No, it was one of Saipan's chips. It made its way across the feld. I think this is a kind of a cry call spot though, isn't it?
It feels
Zargaran
like
hasn't
it.
put a foot wrong here and does have uncanny instincts, it must be said.
Yeah, not great here to have King of Hearts in hand specifically. You know, some natural bluffs like a King 10, King Jack that gave up turn and decides to go for river. All of the unpaired ace-X that c-bet and get there.
I tell you, if he finds a fold here, that is pretty sick.
It's quite hard to give Saipan too many natural bluffs, but we may just feel compelled. 15k to win 53. Yeah, I think very reasonable to pay this one off. Gets the bad news.
Yeah.
He's going to be fairly happy, right? If we check raise flop here, very good chance we lose a big proportion of our stack. Saipin, we saw him win a huge one with ace-9 of diamonds earlier. Makes the heart variety work too. Nice size in river, I think.
Yeah. Not
too greedy.
And Saipin obviously got that massive double up early, but like he has just grafted and grinded his way from, what was that, like 480 at the end of that to now, what, 630?
I like how he's playing, yeah.
Very good.
Sort of not too out of line.
No, not too out of line.
Nice
kind of seemed like he was a bit out of line at the start, but actually much more balanced overall, I feel.
Yeah.
We saw one or two moments where he stepped out, but that's kind of nice to have that in your locker. You know, these guys have to, play a little dance with you. Well, more than happy to dance here is Sadie with the ladies. Going to induce, hoping to find somebody willing to tango. Does make a 2.5x. Hanif, a willing participant here.
Yeah.
And Saipin, well, I don't know. It does seem if he hones in on the open off such a shallow stack of Sadie, he might let this one go. But he does like to play pots in position, and this is what he gets to do here.
Yeah, ace-10 off, one of those hands that doesn't perform very well versus a 20 big blind open and mid-position flat, excuse me, but does commit the 10k, does have position as you referenced. Now then, Zargaran in the small. Oh, King 9 of diamonds.
So just a correction there, it wasn't a 10k open, it was a 9k open. Okay. So we've switched that round on all the graphics. Zargaran is getting a slightly better price here in the small. Would not be surprised to see him complete.
I wouldn't be shocked if he 3-bet this spot either.
It's a bit tricky with Sadie off 20 basically. You're going to end up committing yourself to him, whatever sizing you pick.
For sure. I think you will see people take this spot.
Look,
here he comes. I'm not shocked to see it.
No fear whatsoever. 52, first misstep we've seen from Zargaran, sort of pouncing. I think just like seeing all that dead money and just can't help himself.
I don't absolutely hate it. Like, I'd prefer to have like a King-Queen suited, King-Jack suited, and just run it against under the gun. But if it gets through him, right, quite likely to get through. As we can see, Sadie, pocket queens, in they go. And if now...
Yeah, far too much action now for this ace queen.
Fairly trivial.
Little hand funeral.
It feels very much that way. It's a little frustrating. We have kind of close to top of range peel spot versus gun. Anyway, Zargaran now commits the rest.
Good luck.
And here we go, 188k in the middle. Sadie in nice shape here. to get himself back up to close to 50 blinds.
No, non vedevo.
Zargaran been running hot this week. Will it continue? A very unlikely Queen 8 deuce. Dead to run a runner straight.
Yeah, you could almost stick a fork in this one.
Can do now. Great spot and great pickup for Sadi. Zargaran gets his fingers burned. It's always going to happen though at some point, right? If you play this style, there's going to come a point where you run into it.
Yeah. That was optimistic.
It is.
But
this is the way he plays the game, right?
Who I feel just assumes good things will happen.
I mean, if you're going to pick up pots, we saw him squeeze Queen 7, open Jack Deuce. We've seen all week that he's picking up chips in these scenarios that I guess eventually when you do run into it, you can afford. You know, 80k, okay, it's not a great result. When we run into a big hand and lose it, clearly the way he constructs his strategy is that aggression is key. Pucci, +1. Looks like a min raise with the ace-jack. And if now looking a little frustrated, shall we say, with having to get away from a few spots. Wants the V-pip in there now.
Computer
very wide. 7 suited. Nureyev with the decision. Not the greatest of spots. Like, we still have cut off button and both blinds behind. Hand that can be dominated. Certainly options are open. We could 3-bet this hand. It does decide just to call. It's going to be round to the big blind. Sadi, fresh off that double. And finds King 10 off. Going to complete. Four-way action then. Off to the 9-8-4 board. All 4 players with. Nobody with a pair. Nureyev arguably in the best shape. 2 overcards. Gut shot straight draw. Decision now whether to probe small or take a free card.
Yeah, it's a close one.
Is reaching.
20.
He's bet half pot. Interesting here, Pucci.
Job done. Job done.
You think?
I do.
I don't know. Yeah, it might be job done. Ace of clubs in hand though, backdoor. Not flush draw,
yeah.
Backdoor straight draw, 2 overs. You might be right in that half pot may get it done. I think a third or smaller.
Yeah, a third, and then it suddenly becomes kind of a nice raising candidate.
Yeah, I agree.
Ooh,
oh, here
hello.
we go.
Hello.
Yeah,
sticky. I preempted this one.
Yeah.
Incorrectly.
You know, the modern day. Gotta be sticky. Got a lot of backdoor equity. Can have the best hand. But it's very close. I'm in agreement. 9 of hearts turn. Arguably a better card for Pucci. Well, of course it is. In that his hand is still best. It does reduce the amount of sort of 9x suited combos that Nureyev could have in hijack.
And what are the check calls, Andrew? Like, we see it's ace of clubs.
A lot of
jack,
this.
But like,
a lot of this, I'm like.
Which ones can take the heat?
Hand like an ace-8 suited. It's going to be a good candidate to sort of station down you know, unblocking all the flush draws, all the 10-jack, queen-jack type hands. I hear you though, there's not too many hands that can stand a triple barrel here. Hands do become a little face up a lot of the time here. Yeah, well done, Nureyev, recognizing it is really difficult to defend properly. That is what you're getting at here.
I suppose that's why I thought it was hand done, because I thought facing maybe 13k on the flop, we could make it 40k and take the aggressive line with all those backdoors and overs. Whereas when it goes 20k and then we can't really raise without kind of awkwardly committing ourselves.
Sure.
Then I feel as though flatting's not really a great option, because it's going to be very hard to realize unless we absolutely smash the next card, which, by the way, is not necessarily ever a clean out.
It's true. It's very, very tricky out of position. One of the sort of most awkward spots in Hold'em, that one. We just have better hands to continue turn. Like, we can have a 9 still, right? You know, King 9, we don't want to get it in. King 9 suited, 9-10 suited, we can check call. Ace 8, 7-8 suited. Just have a lot of better hands to continue turn.
That ace jack wouldn't have been the worst small C bet on its own.
Yeah, it's just tough. Four ways. Really hard hand to play. Credit to Nureyev for finding turn barrel.
Yeah, none of that. And I think recognizing that this was a hang-on kind of situation rather than a trap situation.
That's it. Can't disagree with you. Cypin now. Oh, here we go. Let's put my theory to the test.
Well, we know he's drawing dead now.
He is. Honestly,
there's no way he can find another 4. There is actually, in fact, the dealer has taken the 4 diamonds and 4 clubs out of the deck for his hand.
I like how Nureyev is approaching things. Very, very deliberate. And he's reaching for 3-bet here. Much prefer this to call. I think we want to split this hand between just folding pre, which I think would be very reasonable, and 3-bet. I like it. Clear out the field behind, have a hand that's playable, have some nice coverage on the middling boards if our opponent continues.
We saw earlier, Cypin.
Oh, there's 1-4.
We saw, oh my God, he's right. We saw Cypin not much of a set miner in that spot earlier on.
We did.
So I wonder if facing this 3x of his open, will he let it go or will he get sticky? Obviously not really a good set mining opportunity anymore. Let's see. Let's see if there's some consistency there.
60 effective. We're not supposed to fold like too many pairs, but we are out of position. It's very tricky. And we have pocket 4s.
Yeah, but there is no more 4s.
There you go, see? Science. Jack 5-3. There is one. 4 of clubs still alive.
It's well been burnt. One of those burn cards. See them there in the pile? It's in there.
Yeah, very tricky here. Nureyev. Great flop for him, of course. Top pair, mediocre kicker. Gonna start with a small bet. Pretty typical, of course, in these 3-bet pots. Cypin gonna keep his man honest for 1 street at least. Does, of course, have backdoor straight capabilities for the times he's behind.
Yeah, I think that's key to calling here.
Yeah. 3 of diamonds turn, no change. Decision on Nureyev, you would imagine. Checked over. He's just mulling his options, whether to pot control here.
Yeah, options are targeting 6s through 10s for another value bet versus pot controlling against maybe a hand that's pipping him right now, a Jack 10, Jack Queen.
Yeah. Can also induce some bluffs from like a King Queen suited that feels it has to take the price on the flop, even out of position. Looks like he's going for the sort of set my own price. Look to probably check back river if called.
Yeah, it's the advanced blocker.
Yeah, very nice. Gets another call and improves to a hand, excuse me, improves on a river where he can now value bet.
And could get looked up.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh, no.
No, 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 no.
50k in the bin.
Not sure what this is achieving. Maybe the first mistake we've seen out of Saipin. You never get a better hand to fold.
And now, do you sort of think, if you're Nureyev, is there a way that I can nudge a jack off?
He might jam.
The aces or kings or queens.
He might jam here, yeah. Almost feels like you can free roll.
Yeah, and you're not likely to be up against too many 3x here.
Maybe the slightest of concern is that you can be up against literally queens that is played this way, which is not impossible at
Or
60
fives.
big blind. Yes. Ace-3 suited, one combination. Maybe a very trickily played pocket fives, but you would have expected to hear from that potentially with a flop check raise. May just continue slow playing it though. And Nureyev just deciding, I mean, he's obviously never folding here. He's literally just thinking, can I jam this hand or is it an overplay?
I think he might land on just call.
Yeah, very, very nice.
Oh, there it is.
Very
nice. Beautifully done.
And Saipin.
And now he's kind of almost leveled himself. With a nonsense lead like that, it's almost like leveling yourself into thinking, oh, I've left room for him to make a move.
Could well be. He's painted himself into a bit of a corner with this 50k river lead.
Very consistent story being told by Nureyev.
Yeah.
Not necessarily an honest one, but a consistent one.
I mean, there certainly could be the occasional sort of suicide bluff. Something like an ace-10, ace-queen that was barreling off and decides, no, I don't believe you have a strong hand with this line. This would be
torching money.
Yeah.
I think is the phrase you're looking for.
I think it is. You're right. Nureyev knows he has the best of it now. Probably aware his opponent has some kind of a pocket pair. Oh. Trying his best to look disinterested. Yeah. Well released in the end by Saipin. A little bit of a blip, especially with the river bet. Conclusive proof that my theory of pocket fours holds strong.
Watch this space, guys.
You're going to be messaging me from now on, like every
time I flop a set online, I'm going to send it to you.
Any spot.
Yeah.
Every live stop, just a little photo of the pocket fours. And then each time you show me the board and it's king, queen, 10, 9, 8. Well done, Nureyev. Nicely played hand.
Yeah, he won a lot more chips
he won
than
a
we
lot of
expected
chips.
in that one.
Well done.
Thank you.
Motoring up to 360k, good for 90 big blinds.
Prima è passata, non l'hai vista?
298 players remain in the La Notte Degli Assi 2K main event here at the La Dolce Vita Festival. I haven't got authority actually, it's 292 now. Our ticker may be a little behind.
Yeah, moving pretty quickly. Right, Kurtelis has decided it's time. All in queen 5 suited. Gets it through.
We got 13 more minutes left on this level, at which point we will take a very short break, after which James Dempsey and Ali Najad will be taking it home tonight for what will be a somewhat truncated, shorter day for these guys. Not going to put them through their paces here in the early going. We're looking at 8 and 9 hour days. Get them to the buffet.
Oh, we get to go though.
We get early buffet.
Free me.
They only get the leftovers.
Yeah, I love these main event structures out here at Merit. Pretty relaxed days, you don't burn out. Speaking of turning on the afterburners, Nureyev, he's feeling it. Pocket queens, 8K to go. Now then, Mr. Zargaran finds a very strong king jack of clubs.
Is he about to run into the queens for the second time?
Yeah, from what we know of him, likes to err on the side of aggression, makes it 22K. I like it for what it's worth. Very nice to enter the pot with 3-bet here. Just sort of clear out the field behind. Puts pressure on the opening range. We can get some better hands to fold. You know, the ace-10 offs, ace-jack offs of the world are not happy with this king-queen off. Action on Nureyev.
4-bet and juice, Andrew?
I think you can go either way. He probably will, a shade under 50. Just under 50 bigs, it feels like we can just go ahead and look to get it in. I wonder how aware he is of Zargaran. Like, don't mind calling here. It has a kind of multifaceted sort of, you know, qualities to it, where we just call, keep in the bluffs if we think he's going to 3-bet fold too many hands, which with a player like Zargaran, I think that's very fair.
Yeah, it's well said. I think you get your chips back in other ways on other nodes.
Right. He is just thinking now, am I going to run this, or are we going to play a little deception? He may find queens to be just that strong enough to go ahead and run it, and he is going to do so.
Yeah, I do like that against this particular opponent.
And by the way, Zargaran might not be done with this.
No, this is the kind of hand we could see him execute a 5-bet light one here.
Pretty nice size and choice here. 14 bigs. Over the 3-bet from Zargaran, which really was 5.5.
I think he's going to go for it. I think he's going to go for it.
You think he's going to jam?
I think he's going to jam.
Wow.
You think he might flat?
I think if he continues, he'll call. But we'll see. Yeah, you're right. I'm wrong, and Zargaran is going to be on the brink. Here we go. Big old pot on the feature. 100 big blinds in the middle. Zargaran, once again, live by the sword. We are going to see 5 cards to determine his fate in this tournament. Needs to improve against the Queens of Nureyev. Bleak as it gets for the King Jack of Clubs. 8-5-3. Down to a king and a king only, or we will lose him. No help. Through to the 4 of clubs. Can Zargaran continue the heat of the week? No, he cannot. Deuce of spades.
The IPO maestro hits the rail.
Yeah, just one step too far. 5-bet rips King Jack of clubs right into the queens.
And the ladies were his undoing today.
What was the previous lady's hand?
He overplayed them again.
No, but did he do it before? I forgot.
Yeah, it was like 10 minutes ago.
Right, my bad.
He had the King 9 suited.
There we go, thank you.
King 9 of diamonds.
Sorry,
it's been
a very long day, David. Hasn't been that long. Yeah, well done, Nureyev.
Goldfish memory here.
I know. But you were right on it. Did call it. I bet jam was
pattern
coming.
recognition, sort of part of the gig.
Very nice. Nureyev now, table chip lead, 560k. Good for 140 blinds. He is feeling it.
Curtilus hanging in there, must be said. Give him credit, 12 big blinds.
Bonucci is upgraded.
What a stylish man.
No, very fashionable spectacles. Round to Sadie. King Jack offsuit from hijack.
Do you know what? The Italians, they just know how to accessorize.
They do.
Thank you. The guy busted.
There's a lot of style going on. There's about 200 Italians in the complex this weekend. And there's a lot of stylish people. And it does make it feel like, let's just say the Celts, the Irish and the Scottish, almost like we're a different species.
We have some work to do, is what you're saying.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, shout out to the Imperium Poker Room, one of our partners here this week, bringing over 250 players for this main event, I believe. So we see Pascucci getting after it. Also has the pocket queens. This time Sadie gets away from King Jack, albeit the offsuit variant.
Yeah, you can see the Italians sort of...
They are very cool.
Buttonless on the pier, getting the tan with the sunglasses on. Just looking great.
Why have you unbuttoned your shirt, David?
Meanwhile, the people from Northern Europe, people such as yourself and myself, more likely to be found near the buffet.
Don't put me in with you. What's that all about?
That's where we do our best work.
I'm effortlessly stylish, right?
I don't know.
Right?
I don't know.
That's fine. I, apply style in other areas of life.
You do have a very well manicured beard.
Thank you,
I will give you that.
Here we go, I'm back. By God, I'm back. Right, Bonucci, he's back. Ace-Jack, +1. 30 blinds to work with. He's very expressive, isn't he?
There's so much going on. This could be aces. This could be 9-10 suited. This could be ace-jack off.
Quite the spectacle.
What is he doing? It's like he's trying to summon... That just, like, if ever you've telegraphed you're low on your range.
Yeah, like, can you ever have something good here, really?
Well, yeah, maybe you can when you're Bonucci and you just throw out these shapes to kind of confuse and beguile and befuddle.
What an interesting...
That was super...
That was something.
Interesting.
Now, Saipin might have some positive memories of Ace-9, being that he's won 2 massive pots at this feature table with the suited variety. He's going to step out a little here with Ace-9 offsuit. Not a big fan of this against 30 big blind open from early. Nureyev getting to complete here. Suited Jack-3, and he comes. We have 2 hands dominated. Bonucci dominating Saipan and Nureyev's holdings. Off to the King 10-5 we go. Bonucci betting lead, gut shot to Broadway, Jack of Hearts in hand. Couple of ways to go here. Does take the free one, don't hate it. And there we go, bang.
Almost Warhol-ish.
Andy, a bit of Andy, bit of
Those
the Andy
glasses.
Warhols, yeah?
Yeah.
I can see it. Does improve to Broadway.
Not quite as hirsute, but...
Interesting decision point here for Nureyev. We do have a jack in hand.
Oh, trouble.
Blocking, of course, the nuts.
Is Saipan going to take a spot here?
No, he's checked already.
He has checked, okay.
I think Nureyev, there is some potential to take this. A little scary, right? Like Bonucci, just because he checked, still going to have some hands like ace-jack, pocket queens, queen 10 suited and the like. Yeah, I think I like this. We can delay bluff rivers here if it checks through potentially. And try and dislodge a hand like 7s through 9s. An ace-10 type holding.
Look at this performance.
This is quite something, I must say. It's quite something.
20.
Lands on 2/3 pot. After all the theatrics. Saipan. Just naked ace high. Have seen him make few speculative calls. Finds a good fold. Now then, Nureyev. Pretty tough here, facing this size, right? I mean, 2/3 feels like we either fold or raise. Doesn't really feel strong enough to check call.
He's got the folding grip on the card.
Yeah, I think he's just going to get away from this one.
Oh my goodness me, look at this.
Kind of loving it. It's a shame he has to leave the feature table soon.
Shades of Truman Capote as well.
Oh. He's fuming. Gets it done though. What an interesting character. Oh. Oh. What's going on here? Oh, look at that. Round of applause from the booth. Very nice. Beautiful look at the two trophies.
Sorry, I just had an image of the camera knocking over the trophy as it came through there. I'm sorry. I know the camera work would never be so sloppy, but it just, in my mind, I just thought, how funny would it be if it just like knocks over both as it goes through.
Just like in a museum where you knock the vase off and you just awkwardly sidestep your way out of the door. Goodness me, right.
Oh, that's
focus.
Me now.
Focus, Andrew. Focus, David. Pucci, focus in on number 1. Pocket aces, makes it 8K. 60 bigs deep. No takers thus far. Hurtless though.
Oh dear.
Very dicey.
Oh dear.
Mercifully for him, does just call.
Yeah, this could even be like a stop-go kind of idea.
Sure,
from
there's
Curtilus.
Plenty of textures that we will get it in. This isn't one of them. King 9-3. Oh, very nice. Bit of deception.
Tricky.
Yeah, when a man turbo checks while drinking a cup of tea, that's a bad sign.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to get paid there, for sure. Pucci, up to 250K now.
Quite like it though, a bit of subtlety there from Pucci.
Yep. Pascucci. Ace Queen +1.
Round 2, Bonucci, King 7 offsuit. Does commit calling chips. Off to the Jack 8-7 board. Bottom pair for Bonucci. Pascucci comes up pretty empty. Just 2 overs. Does exercise the option to check back. 3 of spades on the turn. Bonucci still best, although unwilling to start seeking value just yet. Try and navigate his way through to the river, which is the 9 of clubs. So King 7 with the check mark. Would be very thin to bet. Let's check it over. Pascucci now with the decision point, whether to turn his hand into a bluff. Decides he has just enough showdown, unfortunately for him. It's the bad news, as Bonucci tables the king 7. As we get a dealer change here, blinds are going up to 2K, 5K. Roman Nureyev out front. Great level for him, 109 big blinds. Followed by Saipin. A few little speed bumps. Things been going well for him overall, though. Very healthy, 97 big blinds. Simone Pascucci, similar realm, 466k. Mahmoud Hanif, 361k in chips. Michel Pucci, 50 big blinds, good for 249k. Rounding out the lineup, Umit Sadi, 33 blinds. Riccardo Bonucci, 31 big blinds. And Borak Kurtulis on the short stack, 7 big blinds, good for 33,000 in chips. Round 2, Saipin in the hijack, pocket 7s. Reaching for chips. Makes it 10k to go. Round to Sadi in the big blind. Is going to defend here with 10-4 of clubs. Jack 7-4, middle set, flopped by Saipin. Bottom pair for Sadi, no backdoors available. Let's check it over. It goes pretty large, 17k here, recognizing it's a very coordinated board. Unfortunately for him, Sadi unable to continue.
Saipin does release the 2s in early. I quite like that. Obviously most of the players not as deep as him. If they all were, I think maybe coming in for an open is nice, but facing a lot of shorter stacks. Speaking of shorter stacks, Kurtulis taking a spot here. Jack 8 off. Could get looked up here by Bonucci, but I think maybe gets this one through him. Has probably earned a few folds, given
33.
He hasn't been super loose, and this is tricky for Bonucci because does he put in the 33 and then fold to further action? It's a bit messy. Obviously he's playing 30 bigs. I think he wants to preserve those 30 bigs, if I'm honest. Yeah, gotta let this one go. Maybe someone will wake up In later position, Sadi Pascucci has a spot to take a shot at Kurtelis here. Won't love it. Does make the cry call. Hoping to be in this kind of shape, 55%, sort of as good as he could hope for, really, but you know, not needing to be much more than 40.
Yeah, and off we go. Kurtelis looking to spin. Pascucci, of course, very experienced, recognizing here. Doing fine against a 6 big blind jam. Through to the king 4-3. No help for Kurtelis, looking bleak. Needs a jack or an 8. No help on the 9 of spades turn. One chance left, 5 outs. Can he find it? He does find it. 8 of spades on the river.
Away.
Kurtelis clinging on.
Who could begrudge it? We might have a story here.
Yeah.
He was down to, I want to say, 13k.
He was.
After that big collision.
In fact, less.
2 hours ago.
4,500. And he got it in with 3-4 offsuit, didn't he? No, sorry, this is someone else. Carry on.
No, but it's you know, it's a bit of a spin up. He's kind of hanging on. Great structure, this one, so you can be a little bit more selective. He's battling. He's ninjing. Is that a cheeky limp from Hanif in early? Looks like it is. 5-4 suited. Looking to play a pot with the suited connector. Interesting to see how the players behind react to this. Bonucci might limp along, might isolate.
Yeah, Hanif looking a little disgruntled. Has had enough of folding. Gonna mix in very non-standard limp here from under the gun. I think you can go either way here, depends how we perceive this limp. I kind of lean towards isolate, but can't be too bad. In the cutoff, less likely to have our equity denied here, multi-way. Can keep in some worse hearts, some worse king X, 10X, potentially win a nice one.
Oh, Pucci lurking.
Yeah, finds it.
And I don't think you're going to give a huge amount of credit to Hanif having a trap here, given how he has come with some limps on a few occasions.
Even if he does, I get the feeling he's not folding though. He's here to play.
And that could bring in the rest.
Yeah, this is kind of gross now for Bonucci.
Should Pucci have got a little larger there? I feel like he should.
You can make it 30 to 35.
That's the number I was thinking.
You know, typically we like to add a big blind per limper, right? So 3 limpers, plus maybe 3x, maybe 30k. Bonucci.
Do we need to reboot Bonucci here?
Looking kind of like a puppy that's had his dinner eaten, to me. Oh. Okay.
Let's play poker.
Yeah. Now then, what does Pascucci do? Likely to fold here, of course, if it hadn't gone multi-way. May feel.
Oh, there's just so much reason to stay in this one.
Like 7-8 suited, the type of hand that will perform well.
Huge pot here, 105k. Pocket Jack's in the lead right now, but
somehow
everyone's got a hand.
Comes King, Queen, Queen. Bonucci leaps into the lead.
Oh,
interesting decision from Pucci here. Bet's tiny, 15%. Maybe just trying to clear out some hands. I'm not sure I love this. Into 3. Of course, never getting rid of a better hand. Bonucci makes the call with 2 pair. Pucci now does improve to a gut shot. Bonucci with a gut shot of his own. Checks over to his fellow Italian. Quite like this. Check back, bit of pot control. If we bet here and get shoved on, it's a disaster. Pucci's got to know now his hand is no good.
Yeah, hand is total dust at this point, so
I don't think we can bluff though. Wow. I mean, this is... We saw him do this earlier with sixes.
10K. Just a kind of a weird blocker.
I don't know what this is trying to achieve. Bonucci gets the good news. A huge pickup for him. Very nicely done.
Yes.
Well played. All right, so with that, we are going to have a change in the booth. Mr. James Dempsey and Ali Nahad about to tag in for me and Mr. David Lappin.
Let's go all in next time. You go all in, we play. Wow. Wow.
Apre il TG fold.
And our thanks to Andrew and David, Ali Nahad and James Dempsey. Indeed, at the controls now. I'd love to tell you that the adults are in the room, but of course, as you know, James, that would be a lie.
At least we got rid of the diversity hires. No?
So,
too topical.
Picking up here at this feature table, where the boss stack of 109 big blinds belongs to Mr. Nurayev. Roman Nurayev, to be exact.
Ah, Pascucci. I'm watching him just the other day in one of our other events. I say one of our other events because for the moment I've forgotten exactly which one it was, but such is the case here at Merit, they kind of blend together a little bit.
A raise from Pascucci with the Queen 10, performing quite well against this Queen 9 offsuit for Hanif. 8 deuce deuce. Really air in both camps here. The advantage with Pascucci. Sprinkle and take it.
Holly, you appear to be a little warm.
Oh my. A 9 on the turn, and if you think I'm warm, how do you suppose Pascucci's going to feel if he gets to a showdown here? Not that he should, but he does have 2 overs and a gut shot. Could see it going check, check, realize.
I mean, we've turned a lot more. Still got the 2 overs, have a gut shot now. This all kind of makes sense. And Hanif, I mean, you check call this flop, somehow you find improvement. Obviously, you can't go.
1,000 though. This is all of a sudden a little uncomfortable because the prospects of being up against the overpair are very real. We're unblocking aces, kings, and jacks, not to mention 10s.
It is
for Hanif.
But there's plenty of spade combos that picked up here, these kind of hands as well. And we're going to have plenty of weak hands we still get to the turn with that we can fold to our ace highs, maybe even some king highs. Get this far. Pocket pairs, 3s through 7s as well. We're really high up in our range here. Obviously, we could have some deuce X, but bar that, this is about as good as it gets. Taking a little time, makes the call. I like this because this one's obviously a clear call, Ali, but there's going to be so many hands here. He struggles to know what to do with. So balancing that with this hand by taking a little bit of time before calling.
Now the board double pairs with the 8, and Pascucci does wave the white flag. It was a 2-bullet affair for him, and
certainly as well on that river, Ali. It's the kind of most likely card you're up against is an 8 or reduce, and neither are folding. And you see Pascucci's disgust at being shown Queen 9.
Well, it's just not the kind of hand that you ever expect is going to be peeling that flop. In spite of having 2 overs and some backdoor straight potential. And a very sarcastic, nice hand being delivered there.
You love to see it.
Io speravo che col fatto che si vede le carte si vergognava, non si vergogna mai, non si vergogna.
Sto impazzendo. Sta 800, 500. Non si spazio.
Mi fa tipo il reso 5 bui iniziano, giocano.
So then we're joining this. I say we're joining her. By that I mean myself and Ali are joining, of course. Viewers have been enjoying the action thus far. We're picking up this action towards the latter stages of this day 2 of La Notte Degli Assi. What a field, Ali.
Unbelievable, this $1.5 million guarantee shattered quite handily in a 2K buy-in event. Obviously 4-day ones. Rebuys available for 5 levels here on day 2. Story checks out. 9-6 deuce, open ender here for Bonucci.
Yeah, 1,133 entries in the end. It's a big one.
9.
9K, the announcement here. And the King 8 is going to peel, so we are seeing some real ambitions. And how about, again, a connection with the turn for the King High?
I wouldn't mind this, Ali, against, say, like a button raise, where the ranges are so much wider, but this is pretty disrespectful again against +2, and he finds the King on the turn. Saipan up against Bonucci. Bonucci, well, Ali, let's see what he decides to do here. Obviously, he's going to have so many hands that do want to bluff. He is going to elect to put the 7-8 of hearts in there, betting 20 into 45, of course. Having called with King High, finding a king, nothing we're going to do but call again.
Ace on the river that does bring in the spades. Granted, that King of Spades becomes somewhat relevant, but you wonder whether or not, with the opportunity before him, Bonucci isn't going to try to fire once more.
Right. And what does it say on his neck, Ali, there? But why not? Yeah, I mean, the thing with this is you do want your opponent to have some of these draws when you bluff. Now, we block the 7-8, but we block it in hearts. Our opponent can have all sorts of spade and diamond combos. Now, of course, spades through the front door have got there. Look at this. He's just going to go for it. He's just going to try and make his man fold a 9, 6, maybe some turned king. Oh, he's gone really small. Actually, this is kind of fun. He's gotten such a small size, Ali, that he's, you know, he's not trying to rep some super strength. He's just trying to make a 9 fold. And
you win.
The King, therefore, just calls. But if he got a bigger sizing there...
I tend to agree with you.
I was wondering if we might see something really spicy out of the King 8. Having the King of Spades, blocking some of the strongest 2-pair value sets. And, of course, the nut flush. Maybe we would have seen a huge check raise. But, again, another one of these Italians. Not happy to see what they got peeled with on the flop.
I'm not sure I would feel safe beating Bonucci in a pot, if I'm being honest. Seems like an ill-advised enterprise.
I mean, it's kind of the name of the game, Ali. Supposed to try and win hands.
Oh, I'm aware. So animated is Bonucci, wearing his heart on his sleeve. I'll tell you what, if, you know, if you haven't been down the Merit Poker Street,
welcome to Merit.
There'll be a lot of talking to oneself. Short stack at the table. Kurtulus, ace-9 suited, jams.
Yeah, short stack, but still best part of 15 blinds. And, well,
he's queen suited here for Pascucci. Asks for a count. He'll certainly be in the business of coming along.
Oh, yeah. Just having a look at the stacks behind. So you've got Pucci with 38 blinds, not much of a concern. But the other two behind, 76 and 112 blinds, respectively. So I think Pascucci just best served with calling here. Calling doesn't exactly invite overcalls. It's still a 15 big blind jam from under the gun. It still looks strong. Calling here in itself looks strong. And that's what he's done. Throwing in 3 of those 25k chips. Wow. Again, just looks strong. Yeah, Pucci can't do anything with that king-jack suited. Certainly once there's been a call. And, well, similar story here with king-queen suited. Might have been intrigued for the original jam.
Well, we don't find ourselves in a good way. The flat from Pascucci. Nobody else interested in getting involved. 158k pot and 1 heart on the board. Top pair for Pascucci, rendering the 9 useless other than in the form of runner-runner straight. And there's one part of the puzzle. King or an 8 now, and suddenly we could see Pascucci really detonate. And instead it's the 7. So that'll do it for the Turk. Bora Kurtulus. Good game to you, sir.
Se troppo non foldati, probabilmente foldi uguale forse mano, però cioè no vabbè non posso sapere che c'hai.
Again, the Italians talking to themselves in the aftermath. At least this time, Simone is hauling one in. That'll help anesthetize him to the damages incurred against the Queen 9.
Yeah, that was a spicy one. The Queen 9, the 0 respect. Mere 2 overs on 8 deuce deuce against the button range. It's not quite as outlandish as it might seem, but you know how it goes in this game, right, Ollie? Feels like you can't do anything right, and you just go on a big downswing.
Sure.
Mr. Hanif with a limp. Welcome to Leo. First hand at the table, Ollie. 7 deuce. Have a free flop.
Yeah, and one where your 7 is dominated. Peculiar behavior out of the cutoff, by the way, with the king 7 suited. Kind of a candidate for maybe raising an attacking late position, but as it stands, neither player paired up, neither wanting to bet the Jack 5-3 board until the turn where De Leo says, if you don't want it, I'll take it.
Yeah, welcome to the table. First hand, getting to see a free on with 7 deuce, finding the turn bluff. Getting it through. And he's coming in with very few chips. Oh, pardon me, plenty of chips. What am I talking about? I'm reading the wrong stat. He's got over 60 blinds, so a healthy start to this event for him.
Sure.
Average, though, is a whopping 90 blinds at this stage. How about that? 447,000.
And with hour-long levels, James, you know, you're not getting diluted at the same clip as the boys in the pot limit Omaha Bounty were yesterday, 17-minute levels.
Yeah.
Touched on that earlier.
Yeah, I didn't have the 6 big blind average is the finishing position of that tournament. But there we go. They found it. It was... I lost count of the double ups. Heads up. Each player went through. It was a case where they both got their opponent down to like 12 to 1 down, 13 to 1 down, and then spun all the way back up. It was fun. Side pin. 8-6 suited. Surveyed the area behind, decided it wasn't worth attacking.
Bonucci doesn't rate to be interested in 9-3 offsuit. Sure enough. Into the muck it goes.
Beautiful setup here in the Dolce Vita series, La Notte Degli Assi, effectively, affectionately christened our main event, and it feels that way. It's one that's getting the lion's share of our coverage, and of course, it's the one with the largest guarantee, $1.5 million.
We save the best for last at any given Merit series. More Italian involvement. Ace Queen, the responsible kit for the min raise as we play 2, 5, and 5. Hanif, suited ace, dominated, flatting. Did I have in the cutoff? Chewing on Queen 10 offsuit.
Yeah, Hanif's starting to look at this one with a suited ace. Also, we saw limped a moment ago with the King 7 diamonds. So clearly someone who likes to get in the mix. Take a look at some pots. It will remain a heads-up affair.
Both players with a wheel draw on a 5-4 deuce board. 2 quick checks.
Yeah, I think Pucci recognizing it's quite far ahead a lot of the time, and he's not making the pairs fold. Has enough hand that can check call as well. Now kind of going a little bit in between. Can't like seeing the king when someone's called you in +2 check back flop. They're going to have plenty of king X, but there you go. Deciding to bet nonetheless. Denying some equity. Perhaps that's the strategy in that spot.
Modest little pickup there for Michele Pucci.
Credit for that logo. Matching our lemons. Looks freshening.
It feels like the label on some cleaning product, if I'm being honest with you. Pocket kings here for Hanif. He's springing a bit of a trap.
Oh yeah, limping in with the King 7. Going to limp in with Kings as well. And is that a click raise, Ollie? The min?
Sure is, from the ace-9 of Sayapin.
Yeah, very curious to see that from this hand. Just obviously trying to get it heads up as cheaply as possible, trying to reopen the action so the players behind can't call as liberally. Obviously, reopening the action is exactly what he's done, and it's not what he's going to want to see when one assumes early the trap gets sprung. Pascucci in the big. How does he view this? Does he think Hanif has a lot of limp raises? See, he's caught in the middle now. Comes along with the Queen Jack for Min and plan A. How grim do you feel if you're Pascucci right now? Cool in the middle.
Yep.
See the limp raise. Gone pretty small as well, just 20k more. Should work in this instance because Sayapin is right down the bottom of the range and certainly not one of the hands you really want to call a 3-bet with. If this hand was suited, we might see it if there was a bit more connectivity. Like, I don't think he's folding ace-10 suited for 20k more. But ace-9 off, that's hitting the bin.
So for Hanif, relatively uncontested affair, not forced into taking a flop.
Look at Pascucci. These Italian boys are getting a little lesson in merit poker.
Yeah, yeah.
Be careful because if you're lying, we can check in the streaming.
Aces I call. 6 raises. After you explain. Aces I call.
Arrive. Somebody, I believe, has a little bit more experience in these realms.
Yeah, Roman with a healthy $476,000 in career tournament earnings. Here he is with King 10 offsuit. Going to work from under the gun +2. $3-3-8 board as Pucci was a customer out of the big blind for the discount. Checks it over.
Pretty standard thus far. I'm gonna want to bet very small on this board, given he wants to bet it pretty much 100% of the time. I think range wants to bet there. Might do some exploit checkbacks in certain situations. But
just about 24.5 minutes left in this level of play, and you and I are accustomed to seeing, you know, some pretty social gatherings here at these feature tables, in particular here at Merit Poker, even on day 2, day 3, late, even final tables at times.
Yeah.
Just given the deep levels of familiarity a lot of the people who play in the world's biggest little poker room tend to have with one another. But as word is getting out, as newer players are making their way in, you know, we're seeing a lot of new faces, and we're seeing some serious card players out there.
yeah, I know Marco and his team from Imperium have brought down around 250 players from Milan, and well, not just from Milan, but the regulars at Imperium, if you will. Now they bring a lot of players down here quite often. But then maybe the fact that we're seeing a lot of new faces, because some of these Italians I haven't seen before. So yeah, they're getting exposed to it. So they haven't maybe built up those relationships with the sort of other players at the table. And also it's late on day 2, you're on a featured table. Sometimes people aren't as chatty as they might be out on the main floor. But there seems to be some sort of, not in jokes, but some back and forth about earlier hands. Seen with these guys talking already, so.
Under the gunman raise with the kings. The big blind, the only customer, and Mr. Hanif is totally divorced from this 10-9-6 board. Checks over. This one should be done rather quickly.
Yeah, side pin. Obviously a board that I think we're going to go a bet. When we want to bet a little bit bigger. He has gone up a little bit to 10k. Could even go larger on this kind of texture, but then they are super deep, so not a hand you're necessarily looking to get it in at any point with just one pair. Yeah, mix of nationalities here for sure. A Russian and Italian speakers at the table.
So many countries represented. If you had to hazard a guess, James, at the number of nations in this main event alone, and I don't have the answer to this, so, you know, how many different countries would you say ponied up the 2K to get into this one?
32.
32. Now, we know the largest delegations are going to be from Russia, from Italy, given, you know, Marco and the team that you just described. Turkey, of course, a lot of locals, a lot of Iranians.
Lebanese.
Also, Lebanon, so close, just about a 40-minute flight, 30-minute flight, as I understand it.
Yeah, I'm going 32. Don't know why. Just now.
I might take the under on 32, but I think you're probably right.
Yeah, there's always one person from a country you didn't think of.
That's true. It only takes 10 or 15 of those lone wolves.
Right. There's always a Brit, there's always an American, maybe some French, Spanish, Italian, Portuguese, but everyone's got to be here.
I haven't seen the boys from Kazakhstan.
I've seen some Kazakh action.
One, have you?
We had Demir Jugralin on the feature table earlier.
First became familiar with him right here at Merit.
Yeah, won our 10K high roller, like in the Gangster series last year. Maybe the Western.
One water, please. One water.
De Leo raising it up, King Queen out. Side pin defending. 8-5 from the big. Just about as weak as he'll want to go here from the big. And
I gotta say, it feels as though there's no two cards that this collection of characters is unwilling to plant.
Right.
You know, second blind out there in order to take a flop with. And when you're playing deep stack poker, that tends to be the case. You want to find hands with which to speculate, put the bad beat on. The upside is so great.
Yeah, and especially when we're still in the chip accumulation phase of this tournament.
Right.
It'll be a little different as we get nearer the money. But right now, primary goal is building stacks. Sidepin's done a great job of that so far, having over 100 blinds. So he's a 9K bet. We saw him get very fruity a minute ago with King 8 with the King of Spades. Look at this. Is he going to find the check raise here? Oh, no, he's gone for the float again.
This is really don't try this at home territory.
Like,
and finds an open-ender.
And now, see if he can find a lead. He's just going to check. I wouldn't mind a lead there. Because we just don't want to check call, Ali.
No.
We get to have the 4-5s, the 6-7s, the 3-7s, these kind of hands that could lead when our opponent's going to check back so often on this board. Kind of scary when he does bet. But look at this, king high betting now. Side pin, activate, surely. He's got a club, he's got a diamond. He's got a 5 blocker. If we somehow get hit with this hand, it feels like a mandatory bluff, Ollie. Again, yeah, this is the problem. He's going to get himself where he's just check calling, and now somehow De Leo has built a 70K pot with king high and the best of it.
What was the best of it? 4-liner on the board now, and the 5 smacks Sayapin for the winner. Will he be allowed to get to showdown, though, free of charge? TBD. One would imagine that he would be checking once more, but it would be an opportunity to maybe turn the hand into a bluff if he really wanted to.
We kind of reached the point now where we beat all the clubs and diamonds combos, which are quite a lot of the 2-barrel line. But I like your thinking, because he gets to have a lot of the 4x, and DeLeo just really doesn't. And I think that's DeLeo's going for his mind. He wants to bluff, but come on, what are you repping here if you bet? He could go small and try and make like a 6-fold. I think that's what he's done. Is that 20K? Yeah, I like this. If you're going to bluff, I like this sizing. He's just trying to make, 6x, maybe even a 7x, like a 7.5. Well, 7.5 is a 2-pair, ignore that. Just the 6x's, I guess, and maybe a 3x that's stuck around. Obviously, as well, perhaps some ace-high flush draws. This is a good example of why, when you bluff, you don't have to bluff big, Ollie. He's just targeting a really small part of the range, and he's going to feel sick when he sees this. Oh, he's not going to see it, because DeLeo is just mucking. So side pin doesn't have to show. Oh, I wanted to see the reactions. I wanted to see the Italian conversation. They've robbed us, Ali. They robbed us.
Well, it isn't going to take long before the delay catches up and word is going to come down. And I would imagine everybody's got a list of pots in their mind that they're curious about what it is that was going on.
Yeah, Ollie, that'll be hand 1, hand 2, hand 3.
Every single one since
4,
we
5,
got
6,
into the
7.
booth.
Yeah. Crazy, crazy stuff. That was a wild hand. I mean, I like the idea of maybe finding a check raise bluff on the flop with the 5-8. As played, certainly we get the turn. It's like an amazing candidate check raise bluff. And then we check call, hit a pair, and check call instead.
I mean, if we are going to tear one off, we really have to have a plan beyond simply making a hand.
Right.
So when we do pick up the kind of equity that we were given,
he can just come out with a little lead on the turn.
Especially because 4-5 gets there, and that's not a hand that's ever going to be across the way. You can successfully represent it.
Yeah, you have the 4-5. You have the 6-7, the 3-7, even the Jack-7. Don't you have to bet big even? You kind of want to lead sometimes just with a Jack anyway, because your opponent's going to check back so much on the double flush draw board.
It's that expect the unexpected.
Yeah, this is why we love it.
Though, you know what I mean? You're right, because you and I grow so very accustomed, given the majority of our gigs, are spent watching truly elite players collide against one another at unbelievably eye-watering stakes.
Yeah.
To a template of sorts, an almost unwritten agreement that we all are going to abide by the undercurrent that is game theory optimal, ICM respectful sort of poker. And then we come here and we see some people that are like, what was that acronym you used?
The deviations in those circles are like whether you bet quarter pot, third pot, or half pot or something.
Right.
Here the deviation is whether I 3-bet and then blast off my entire stack with this combination. That makes no sense, But this is why I love this. This is not old school poker, but this is street poker. I mean, you got to have your wits about. You got to do a little more thinking. You got to do a lot of deviating.
Yeah.
Not to say those guys in the super high roller events aren't deviating. Of course they are.
Right.
Of course they're thinking. But so much of the early structure in our hand is built around agreed upon ranges, like you say, agreed upon ideas.
Ace, King, 10 here. Pair of kings for Pascucci. The best of what's around. As both the button and the big came along. Note that Hanif flatting with Queen 5 suited. Does have the Broadway gutter here. Now a two-way straight draw for Nurayev. Of course, the jack is a little bit murky, given a larger straight would be available to any one-card queen. Round of checks. Now second 9 on the river. Pascucci's kicker improves to the ace on board. It was never playing as of the turn.
Yeah, he's... All right, is he really thinking about doing something here?
It would seem like a little bit of a peculiar spot, but maybe he's thinking about repping a 9.
And he's just happy to table his Queen 5 of diamonds first.
Pascucci's gonna haul this one in.
Yep, nice pick up for him. Welcome one and all to those of you joining us on our YouTube stream. Please do chime in. Any questions? Myself and Ali will surely answer. And there you go, Ali. The Russians are robbing the Italians.
5 Italians, to be specific here. Part of the 9-man affair at our feature table, day 2 action of La Notte Degli Assi. La Dolce Vita Series main event here at the Merit Poker Complex in North Cyprus. Umitsadi, 27 bigs deep, bookending things.
Yeah, is there anywhere else you'd imagine these Italians would come across the likes of Hanif, other than right here at Merit, the real crossroads of the world?
That is a very fair way to describe this place. The epicenter of action, that's for sure. Folded around to the button, Jack-6 offsuit, not adequate.
Limp in from Narai of Queen 7 of clubs seems reasonable. Can maybe limp in maybe 100%. Maybe there's some blended strategy here, Ali. We sometimes see that. We see the big blind playing around 35 bigs. Gonna have some limp raises that are both bluff and premium. Gonna have plenty of limp calls.
Neither player makes a pair on the king-high all-diamond board. Nastasi with a flush draw.
Yeah, thanks for the free flop, guys. You give me the 8 deuce off, and now got an 8-high flush draw. Yeah. Just what I woke up from my dream about this morning. This spot. And there you go, just facing a 5K bet. Pretty ugly spot. It's like, you know, Narai's gonna bet this flop at a really high frequency. Yeah, just decides the 8 high flush draws enough. Real cuspy one, Ali. Real cuspy one.
Bet and a call of 5,000, bringing the pot to 25K. And Nudayev should be done with the Queen 7 of clubs, one would imagine.
Yeah, I wonder if Nastasi, maybe that was a spot where the hand's just at the bottom of the hands you want to call with, so therefore maybe sprinkling some raises now and again with that. Obviously, it could be pretty disastrous when we get called, but if you know Narayev's going to be stabbing at really high frequency, then just making all these hands folds enough.
Well, the thing is, not only do you create fold equity, but you also create a lot of clarity with respect to what your opponent is holding.
Right.
If you do raise it up on the flop.
And it wouldn't have to be big, because you're just trying to target this kind of hand. When your queen highs, ace highs, some straight draws, maybe even a bottom pair. Narayev. He thought long and hard a minute ago. Looked like he was going to stab the river. Has surely given up here now. Does Nastasi bet here, or does he go for the delay? I imagine with the 8 high, we probably just want to bet here. And some of the stronger diamonds were happy to check back and let some weaker in. But betting here, we can definitely make some bigger lone diamond combos fold. Not many, but some. That's always great. Plus, again, still these hands that are in here. I would say the pace of this hand is something we're a bit more familiar with, Ali, at other venues. Merit usually super fast. Maraf just thinking, hurry up and bet, pal. I want to go on the next hand. I want the button.
You know, just the manner in which Nastasi is carrying himself at the table, you kind of get the read that this guy is a player, James.
Or he's watched a lot of poker.
Yeah, it could be some imitation is the highest form of flattery afoot. Oftentimes, world-beating elite level pros will take to finding a way to keep their hands free from the table so as not to be picked up on.
He has $891,000 in career earnings. Biggest result, winning the IPT main event in Campione back in 2011. That was a 2K buy-in. That's clearly a number he likes. Also had a deep run at EPT Monte Carlo back in 2014. Regular fixture, it seems, in the Italian, Slovenian event circuit. Put down to Malta on a number of occasions.
Where our Booth brother David Lappin calls home. Once upon a time, Isaac Haxton.
There we go. There. A lot of poker players have or do live in Malta. Never been, Ali. I've never been.
Nor have I. Ace-Jack suited here for Hanif has itself some problems. Sayapin with the Ace-King. 4Xing.
I like trees and grass and stuff like that. Apparently Malta doesn't have any.
No, I've heard it's quite a rocky outpost.
Yeah, that's pretty unfortunate for Hanif. Obviously, limping in a strong hand here. Juice is in this kind of action behind, but Sayapin having it beat. Remember last time, of course, Hanif limped and it was a min raise from Sayapin with ace-9 offsuit.
Sure.
Met with a check raise. Now he's gone for the 4x. I wonder how Hanif responds to that. He knows the min raise was kind of a nonsense raise. I wonder what he reads into the 4x. And it looks like a lot of smiling, a lot of freeness as they check this one down to a board that neither player is going to like. And, well, Hanif could well have lost more here. If he'd opened, I think he would have been forced to call a 3-bet. Then they would have taken the action post-flop.
Sayapin currently holds 130 big blinds almost. 649,000. Good for a healthy chip lead out here. I'm sure he's definitely left some people really questioning themselves.
Yeah.
At showdown. Yeah. I would imagine he's claimed a few pelts en route to this stack as well.
I think there are a lot of people who, when they hop in their car and leave the Merit complex at the end of a festival, scratch their heads on the drive to the airport.
Sure.
You see things.
Sometimes those things are ace-8 offsuit. Passed up a pawn.
Nastasi on the button, continuing the deliberate theme. 40 blinds. This one's certainly going to be a raise. Wow. He's keen for the TV time.
Well, as long as he's balanced, and whether it's aces or, you know, 7-4, he's going to do the same thing. will allow it. Not that it's ours to allow, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. I know what you mean. I'm not going to allow it. Come on, it's the button. You get to raise a bunch of hands.
So an unnecessary amount of posturing deems James Dempsey, but in the end, a predictable open with the King-Jack to 12.
Yeah, and it's kind of fun that he's gone this slightly larger sizing, because this now makes it really hard for these kind of hands. The King 3-0 from min, always going to call. 3x, always going to fold. You start putting it in the middle there somewhere, and things get a little harder.
Sure.
That does stick around. Queen, Queen 9. Nastasi, not just with the best hand, but also a board he's going to want to bet. Not every time, but a decent amount on. Let's say, obviously, the raise size being slightly larger pre-flop does knock out some of the worst of Nucci's holdings.
$6K C-bet. And that'll be that.
Well, it becomes coming to the end of this frame, and thus this feature table. I'm going to bid these guys farewell soon. But I want to know what's going to happen for the rest of the night. Team Italy versus Team Russia. And everything in between. Pascucci, 2 threes under the gun. All right. See if he can have one more pop at it before we go on that break.
Folds around to Sayapin. Lays down the suited 10. Deuces for Nuraev.
This always makes me laugh when I watch it. When it's 3s versus 2s. I don't know why, Ali. I'm just a child. It's like you got him right where you want him.
Nuraev will go set mining here from the hijack.
You will allow this, Ali? Okay. Just remember, you allowed it. There we go.
Perhaps I don't run as tight a ship as you do, Captain Dempsey.
Delay with a interesting one. They may have called with the Queen Anne of Hearts, perhaps recognizing under the gun that just a bit stronger and wanting to get out of the way. But we've seen him get involved quite a bit so far. I'm a little surprised not to see him take that one. But then break's coming up. Maybe he needs the bathroom.
These are all possibilities.
Maybe he wants to hit that poker room buffet.
King 10-8 rainbow board as neither player hits their set. Dining options will be subsequently limited, but Pascucci with the betting lead. Checking it over to Nuraev.
Yeah, just a really ugly board for Pascucci to see when you've been called by the player in the hijack.
Well, if it's ugly for 3s, it's ugly for deuces. Note that Pascucci, as the pre-flop raiser, might be in a position to try to represent this ace. He does have that very tiny diamond draw.
Yeah, it's possible, but I think, we're just going to see more checks. And I think, Ali, that's how it's going to play on the river as well. I don't think either player is that keen to bet. When they know their opponent can certainly have some hands that are going to call bets as well on this kind of texture.
Sure.
Now May, Pascucci. I mean, maybe there's some river bluffs potentials here. Probably more from Nuraev. There we go. He is just going to try and fold out the 9s, the 7s, the 5s, the 4s. Maybe some 10x. You know, Jack 10 suited to the world. Bluffing with the best of it.
Yeah, always relieved, of course, when the opposition does put their hand into the bin, and a positive note on which to finish for Mr. Pascucci as he and the remainder of this featured table will be stepping aside. And as such, Dempsey and I will do the same. We're headed to a break here in the main event. Don't go anywhere. Still plenty more action to come from Merit.
No financial pay jump.
Yeah, I'm just
that last one.
Just having a little look. We're
15 comes
two
up.
places away. Okay.
Yeah. 88.
Oh no! Once again.
Canzonieri finds the bullets, the rockets, the boots, the aces, whatever you want to call them, at the perfect time.
Goodness me, we've already seen one cold deck. Queens running into aces. Now Celik with the kings. Runs into them once again. And I believe we might have seen both the remaining kings folded there. Which is going to make this even worse for Celik. Koza once again. This
Yeah, just looking at the clock.
Very deliberate style.
Just wanted to get as deep as possible. We're playing few hands as possible. For whatever reason. Again, makes sense, I guess, more as a short stack, but everyone has their reasons. Now, Celik, decision point. Which way does he play this? Canzonieri just looks so strong when he 3-bets against another guy open, but at the same time, the 4-bet looks so strong, he makes so many hands fold. So he's trying to think, right, does Canzonieri just have a hand he wants to go with here, or are there going to be some... 3-bet buffs are always a possibility, but does he have hands that are going to 3-bet, that think they're good, and then end up folding to a 4-bet because now they get an answer they don't like? Like maybe he's got an ace-queen suited,
Ace-queen
or
off or something.
something like, you know.
Occasionally 3-bet folds, yeah, I'm with you.
Instead, he just goes for it, and Canzonieri's going to beat him in the pot, flips over the boots. And it is the coldest of Hold'em cold decks. We see it so often. Kings into aces, pre-flop. 8 million chip pot. And, well, if you're right, then Celik's drawing dead.
Spades only.
Ace 4, 5, and yeah, I mean, our graphics telling us that he has no chance. The deuce 3 run out being it, of course. He'd have no chance, even if the kings were live in the deck on ace 4, 5. It wouldn't change much. But I saw pre-flop, it was saying 4%. So it was, you're certainly right, all the kings were folded. And that's that, the full double.
Yeah, brutal stuff for Celik. Nothing to be done.
Belaku, king 10 under the gun. This table, he's going to try and get one through. It's been snug since his arrival. Maybe I want to capitalize on that image. But like I say, I think at this point everyone knows everyone. Cove, yeah, not going to keep banging the old same drum. Clearly has his play set out here. Canzonieri, the one in the big blind here, and Cappiello in the small. They're the big stacks, 11 mil, 9 mil. So kind of actually a nice seat for Belaku. Obviously Gazarian behind, very capable with 9 million in chips, but he is left of the biggest stacks. Celik, stock take, but Queen Jack O, can't imagine him being a hand he wants to play against an under the gun open, albeit we can see here it is a lighter one.
Yeah, he agrees. Not quite enough hand to get into the mixer. This one going to fold round to Cappiello in the small. Round to Canzonieri. Very pretty looking 8-6 of spades. He's counting out calling chips here to defend from the big.
Seems to be a devout Yankees fan. Just knows the double logoed apparel.
Oh, wow.
Coldest of cold decks here. Canzonieri flopping the flush from the big blind, but look out, flopping the joint, the straight. Oh, is he coming out with a lead? This is naughty on ace, queen, jack. How do we have leads here? This is feisty.
Absolutely unreal stuff on this flop.
How's he found the lead?
Yeah, super rare that you will see leads on this ace, queen, jack texture. Never mind of one suit.
Does that instantly scare Berlico?
I don't think so. I mean, a lot of the time, you just really, does the guy just flop a flush and lead into me here? I think more likely it's going to be a sort of one spade in hand. Right. Maybe something like a king of spades X.
But
would make a little more sense. Berlico going to start with a call.
Yeah, still, you don't almost want to raise here because if he has got one of these kind of weak one pair with a bad spade, he's just going to fold anyway. Maybe you want to allow your opponent to come blasting.
Sure.
Little does he know, he's the one on the wrong side of it.
Yeah, I'm with you. You also don't want to give a hand like an ace-8 or something like this if it has somehow decided to lead a route to the exit door.
Now, 1.375 in there. What size does he come with on the turn? A little over half. This is getting real all of a sudden. Here's Berlico with no option but to keep calling.
Sure. It's still likely, I think, going to be feeling pretty good about his hand.
Right, it's one of these spots where you just never expect this action, so you don't really know what it is, but at the end of the day, you flopped a straight, so I guess we've got to feel happy, but obviously the value that, the big value that takes his line, it does have us beat, right? It's not like our opponent has a set when it's come ace, queen, jack, and we've opened from under the gun and they flat the big blind. They don't really have two pairs. Maybe there's queen, jack that might go this way. That might be it.
Yeah, I think I'm with you that calling is the way to continue here.
So he does.
He does agree.
Whereas in that 700, 2.8 resides in the pot. Berlico with overpot behind and, well, the grimmest of cards, the 10 of spades on the river. Obviously, neither player likes seeing that one. Canzonieri, is he going to find a bet? He'll block. With 8 high flush. Kind of scary, right? Because the most likely hand that Berlico's keenest to call two streets with is the king of spades in hand.
I think one...
Ace, king, king, queen, king, jack, king, 10. All these hands could be in there with the king of spades.
For sure. I think one thing that is sort of working in our favor, very difficult for Berlico to have like the 9 of spades or like 9 of spades, 7 of spades or another small spade in hand.
Right.
Like he needs to have ace 9 off. Yeah, it's basically king of spades or nothing. So we can sort of still fairly comfortably value bet. You know, look to get value from a hand like a straight, something like an ace king.
Right, all the sets.
All the sets, right, might feel compelled to flick in 800k.
And is there any world where...
I wonder if we can ever bluff. Wow. It would be very spicy.
It would be, but I mean...
Yeah, it does get away from it.
Well, he won't like that river, but he's going to see later on that it was one of the best rivers in the deck for him.
Round to Aoun finds pocket 8s in the cutoff. Nice strong holding, of course, from late position. Does come in for a raise. 40k to go. Does Faisal have ideas in mind? Is reaching Demps. Very interesting. He's chosen spicy line a few moments ago with the ace-6 suited. Big blind versus early. Going for it again here from the button. Rogov out of the way. Back on Aoun. This is very spicy from Faisal. King 9 off. Just a shade under 40 big blinds to start the hand. Action back on Aoun. Decision point to be made. probably argue, Demps, you could go either way here. If you think your opponent's too aggressive, you could 4-bet jam this hand. I think typically people will continue with call, which is what he decides on. Inflated pot here.
Because of the fat?
Yes.
Ooh, Jack 9-7 finds a piece, but a piece also boon. Pocket pair, obviously still best against some of the legitimate 3-bets, the ace kings, the ace queen, and of course now picks up additional equity against the biggest of pairs. Came with a 10, but as it happens, has fallen behind. I like this in Faisal, just recognizing, hey look. Oh wow, he checks back the 9, finds trips, but I like the check back. Obviously not going to get a lot of value with the king 9. Trying to rep himself, perhaps he has got those ace king, ace queens, they're always going to want to check. Here. Now Un's going to feel pretty good about these 2-8s, right?
Yeah, I think recognizing, Fazal, that this sort of Jack 9-7 connects pretty well with a cutoff range that opens pre and just calls 3-bet, you know, going to wrap around this Jack pretty often. And you've called it, James. Aoun now probing turn. I believe he's bet.
Oh, he's got chips in his hand. He's thinking about it.
Okay, sorry. I thought I saw them going in.
This is when Faisal's going to look back and go, did I really 3-bet king 9 off? Is that what I've got here?
This is going to work out beautifully so far.
It's so nice to have this strong a hand when you look like you've got an ace high or a king high.
Absolutely.
Perhaps king 10, king queen, something like that.
Yeah, I think we can have some hands like a pocket 10s or something could potentially check back here. Maybe a hand like an ace 7 suited, but I'm with you. We're extremely high up. I mean, very likely just to continue the story of like sort of somewhat weak holding here and continue with call.
He's going to call here. You're going to hope your opponent perhaps bluffs rivers, but also on the flip of this, actually, assuming this goes like a brick on the river, and then if...
Oh, wow.
There we go. Wow. Moon gets there. Straight on the end. Let's see how this plays out now. Does he check and just throw some rope?
Very interesting one.
Because he's... What am I trying to get ready from here? Like, did a Jack 3-bet me and check back? Has he trapped with, like, aces?
Yeah.
What do I know, like you say, he has 10s at some frequency.
He does. It does feel like, I think, in the long term, that the button checks back too often when we check.
Yeah, it's kind of like...
You know, a hand like a queen jack suited, like a jack, you know, king jack off that decides to just pot control.
Yeah, like he's just going...
Yeah, he got snapped.
Wow. And what a horrendous run out this was for Faisal.
Yeah, 230k snapped off.
Yeah.
Tough to blame him, of course. King in hand, blocking some of those king queens. Of course, we're blocking full houses. Very unlucky. Pretty nicely played hand from both, I think.
Have you got any gorgeous looking trophies at home for anything?
Oh, you've done me.
Not.
I've actually never won a live tournament.
Oh.
Yeah.
What about from your wakeboarding days? Did you win any big awards?
10-pin bowling trophies, mate. I've got bags full of them.
10-pin bowling?
10-pin bowling, mate. Yeah.
I could see you being a bowler.
Didn't you know that?
I didn't know.
I used to be ranked 2nd in Scotland as a young man for 10-pin bowling.
2nd in Scotland for what age group is that then?
The under 16s, I think. Then under 18s. That's how I was so successful with the females of the species. They love bowling. James is making a symbol that I will not repeat in the booth. Right. And that's enough of that nonsense. Round to the button. Canzonieri, ace jack of hearts, 450k. Berlacci has a potential one here, Demps. We did reference that he likely thinks that Canzonieri has been really pushing the action.
Yeah, and this...
Here we go.
This seems like a pretty reasonable spot, doesn't it?
Really tough to blame him. You should have fold equity here against the chip leader.
Yeah, when you're this short, 12 blinds, you don't get many 3-bet jam spots because, well, you just don't have much 3-bet. You don't have much fold equity, but against the button, you do. And look, I mean, Canzonieri's taking a moment here, but this is way enough hand.
It has to be.
And he just moves it. I mean, Berlacci held back some chips. I think he's just checking the situation. We're showing us 15 left, so we are through the pay jump. I guess he's just confirming that. 16 players, got 76.
You didn't restart it. You didn't restart it, right? So, okay.
Pretty unfortunate here to run into a hand.
14 left?
No, 15.
15, 14, same price.
It's the same people for money jump. I'm sure.
Can you move a little bit?
There is 3 for money to look.
So yeah, he was just he thought the pay jump came at 14, but the other players quite nicely pointing out, hey buddy, you've already got the pay jump, saving him as time banks. I mean, there's some camaraderie.
15, 14. Yeah,
it's the same.
He didn't realize.
Da.
Has secured that pay jump. In fact, the next pay jump's not till 12 left. So, Balaku, he's the one at risk with the ace-4-0. But we've seen the ace-4-0 perform pretty nicely on this table up to now. Can it continue here? Well, there is a 4, but not before a jack. One of those outs folded. He's going to have to go.
On the river.
Oh, doesn't even want it now. Well, he hasn't got it now. So there we go.
Time banks here for 4.
But he has asked for it on the river.
No.
Balaku. Oh, finds it on the river.
Wow.
Wow, there we go. That's the trick, Andrew. We live and learn.
And you got it.
You don't ask.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of the Dolce Vita series from here in northern Cyprus, presented by Merit Poker. It is day 2 of our main event. La Notte Degli Assi, Ali Najad alongside James Dempsey, a total of 1,133 entries, 722 original buy-ins, 411 re-entries, the $1.5 million guaranteed. Absolutely smashed here in this $2,000 buy-in event, where we welcome a brand new collection of combatants to the feature table. And in that last frame, I mentioned that I had yet to feast my eyes on the Kazakh boys, and right there in second, we find Daniar Albakirov. 887,000 in chips, a whopping 148 big blinds, keeping Sami Ayub up at the top company.
Ali.
Yes, sir.
Your boy's in 7th.
Recep Aydemir of Turkey, very much a fixture here at Merit Poker. Tons of personality and a good bit of talent as well, sitting on 47 big blinds toward the bottom of that chip count. Not anywhere near a situation critical, which is sort of where Andre Daniliuk finds himself.
Yeah, he's someone we've seen before. On more than one occasion, Daniliuk.
Just 2% rather of the chips in play. 11 bigs. This is not where we want to be.
Daniliuk, $1.8 million career earnings.
We play 3K, 6K with the 6K big blind ante, 15,000 in orbit, the price of poker, every 9 hands that go around. And you know, resumes like the one that you just described on Andre Dempsey, they're smattered about these main event fields. In spite of the fact that the buy-in is simply $2,000, you might think somebody with that much in career earnings wouldn't be all that interested in, you know, plunking down in an event such as this. However, you know, people don't miss out on Merit series, let alone Merit main events.
Ali, 2Ks at Merit. Andre, 4th in the warm-up in the Western Series earlier this year, 55K, and 2nd in the warm-up in the Gangster Series at the end of last year for 123K. Both those events, $2,000 buy-ins.
Yeah, obviously. He seems to have cracked the code of Merit Poker Optimal, understands the secret sauce. And the interesting thing is, the more that you come out to the complex here in northern Cyprus, the more that you play these events, the more that you begin to grow accustomed to the specific style of poker that is called upon in order to sort of succeed here. And it's a different style and a different brand that maybe, you know, you would be employing outside these borders.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
In that prior frame, we observed the Italians talking to themselves on a couple of different occasions.
Yeah.
Bonucci,
I tell you what,
Pascucci.
I wish I'd been here during the EPT, because that would have been the, I imagine, the event that had the most outsiders, as it were, to Merit, the most first-timers, and they would have been plonked in alongside a whole host of the Merit regs. Probably been a little bit confused for the first day.
Those are the situations where I think we find the most interesting storylines, is people who are on their first trip out, sprinkled into a field full of Merit regulars, and then left to decode and figure things out on their own. Now then, Egypt, ace-7 takes us to 13,000 here, just a tickle north of the minimum.
As we learned early last night, not part of the only father-son combo that plays at Merit.
Oh, that's right. The
heirs.
Mm-hmm. 2 Turks.
Yeah, got 3-handed last night in the PLO.
By the way, big stack response here from Abakidov with King-Jack offsuit in the cutoff, making it 35,000.
Yeah,
Ajar, ace-7 suited under normal circumstances. This would be attractive. He understands the prospects are far less desirable.
The instant smile. Obviously, we're joining these guys for the end of the day. Clearly been a little bit of history already. And maybe not just this tournament, but poker in general.
No doubt.
Obakirov stealing one. I like the hand selection early. The offsuit King-Jack is up there with the offsuit King-Queen. Kind of hands you don't really want to peel with, don't necessarily want to fold. And certainly don't want to be folding if the opponent's opening with hands like ace-7. So
talk of the ace-7 openly.
Interesting, just a little peruse of Obakirov's results, and it's probably have a Hendemob in it. Somewhere that name, I mean, from Australia.
Yeah, I'm seeing the same thing.
So may well be, you know, living in Australia now, and obviously originally perhaps from elsewhere. We'll see
how it is.
Yeah, but sometimes people are. They may have been born in another country, but still identify as being from that country. And they want to fly that flag when they play, right?
Yep. Halil Gungur, pocket queens for him.
Yeah, Obakirov next seat coming along, ace-4 of diamonds. Seems pretty reasonable to me. Could mix in some 3-bets.
The deuce-5 of diamonds, kinds of cards that he wants to see working their way to the flop, both busy on the button.
Yeah.
Little does he know it, of course. Davidov can close the action with 5-6 offsuit here and take a price. 6 for a shot at 39.
Yeah, seems like a pretty good hand to do just that.
6.5 to 1, unintrusive.
He stacks as well. Oh, okay, he just want to make way.
By the way, he had 555,000 back, so you would think that speculation would have been...
Yeah, it's kind of a hand you're not going to go wild if you only flop 1 pair and you can, you know, once in a while make a straight. Seems like a hand you might want to play, but...
Tend to think this is the kind of flop where things aren't going to get wild either. You note that Gungor does not follow through upon the pre-flop raise, given the presence of the king and the perception that maybe this hand is better served as a check. Obakidov asks the question modestly to the tune of 11,000. Gets called, finds a 4 on the turn. It goes check, check now to the river.
Yeah, picked up a little bit of showdown. Had a stab on the flop. Now beats some of the better ace highs, perhaps, that he's feeling he could be up against. Gungor's got to feel pretty happy about this hand, and looks like he is going to find a bet for around half pot. Pretty awkward for Obakirov. Obviously, he created a situation where he's got himself in here, yeah, and like he just Makes a reluctant call. Sure, we can be up against some queen, jack, queen 10, jack 10 kind of stuff, but I think those hands tend to just bet the flop on king 9x as the pre-flop raiser rather than check call. I think the check call's weighted more towards the ace-highs and hands like that, and the ace-highs don't really bluff the river. They just feel like they got the best of it a lot. But again, I always caveat this, Ollie, and the reason I always say it is because it's true. We don't know what's happened over the rest of the day. We don't know all the hands these guys have exchanged, all the hands that have been turned over at Showdown that they've not been involved on. They've got reads on their opponents. It just makes it hard when we come in fresh.
Well, in particular, it's challenging for the players who end up part of a rebalancing effort as tables are broken down and are removed from a table that they have a good read on and have clocked, and then all of a sudden they have to park their bones in a very unfamiliar collection of folks who, by the way, sometimes you think you know the players, but based on what's already happened, maybe somebody's on tilt, maybe somebody's tightened up, you don't know about the adjustments and, you know, what's taken place before your arrival and deviations that some people that might be known entities otherwise might be.
It's a great point. You might know this guy's normally really tight, and now he's 3-betting, but he's also 3-betting the guy's opening every hand, but you don't know that yet. So you end up making a crazy fold or vice versa.
Ace-king here, nothing crazy about the 3-bet to 40,000 in the face of Idemir. Under the gun, king-8 offsuit, by the way. Recep really showing some ambitions.
Yeah, and this is, again, why I kind of like that 3-bet with king-jack offsuit when you see this. Idemir opening the king-8 off, ace-7 off. Means that, players are going to be attacking these opens. And obviously Gungur doing it from +2, he's going to get a lot of respect. Yeah, with that, I always think the worst time to move table is right around the bubble time. You get to a new table and you're just completely unaware of like who's scared to bust out, who's going for it, who's in the middle. You know, your own image hasn't been created yet. I hate it. Of course, it doesn't happen too often because you have to get to the bubble for it to happen. I'm more of a didn't make dinner break kind of guy.
Well, you just don't want to be in a rush to eat. If you make it to dinner break,
get first dibs on the buffet.
You got to come back.
Beat those guys there. These guys haven't been fed today. No dinner break. Just blitzing through the levels.
Yeah, only 8 levels of play, an hour long each. Not exactly the most grueling or taxing day of poker, but it has added an extra day to this main event, the decision to kind of truncate some of the levels being played on any given day.
How we always do it here is it means there's another tournament this evening that players can jump in and it kind of overlaps. So the day 2 will be later, you know, how it goes. But it also means that the players who want to have a relaxed evening can do. And don't forget, we're on an hour delay. It's 9:45 here. So this finished about an hour and 10 minutes ago in real time. Players are at dinner right now. They didn't need a dinner break because they got the dinner at 9:30.
Yeah, could still make it. And many of them are traveling with family as well, just given it's such a beautiful time of year to be here in North Cyprus. Seaside. Wives and girlfriends, or husbands for that matter.
There we go. I was going to clue you up on that.
All able to enjoy the spa, the sea.
Daniluk deciding to run this effectively for, what, 11 blinds from under the gun. But yeah, it's nice. I haven't actually been to the spa yet this trip, Ollie, because I just go outside. Down the pier, you'll find me.
Warming your bones?
Yeah, dipping in the ocean.
Well, Idemir not going to dip in with the 10-3 suited, so this king-queen performs quite well. Smile on the face of Daniluk, understandably.
The sea's just that perfect temperature where it's
a bath.
It's like in a month's time it's even warmer, right? As the temperature lags, but it's like so hot outside right now, and the sea's just that. In no way is it cold, but it's instant relief when you get in there. It's so nice.
Yeah, but there's no shock.
No, there's not. But that's, you know, we don't want shock, Ollie.
I've never swam in any body of water that was natural, that carried the toastiness of the Med.
Bless you.
King 9 off. Understandable disinterest. Should be the same for Tambovtsev.
He's a man who got the memo. Merit cap, merit shirt on the home team. It's nice gear.
I mean, it is nice gear. You know, our chief, Ashkan Barei, who's been so instrumental in dreaming up this stream and cooking up these different events, involved in the merch as well. Quite proud, rightfully so, and people really do rip through it each and every time. The merch store begins to run lean at this point in any given series. You're like, well, do you have a medium? Sir, the mediums were sold out a week ago.
Well, sick brag medium.
Maybe
Funny,
the large is the one.
I've been on the road, Ali, since the last time I was here at the start of May. And
meaning you've not gone home.
Right. Given
You've been nomadic.
I've been nomadic. Given that.
You've had to buy some gear.
Well, no, I brought the same shirts here that I was here with in May.
Oh.
And every morning so far, I've gone to put one on. And just gone, not today. There's video of me to camera back in May wearing those same shirts. And now they don't fit. I don't understand what's happened.
Yeah.
It's almost like a trip to...
I've got some theories.
Cyprus back in May, and then a couple of months in Vegas, and then some more time here as...
I mean, for those considering a trip out here, don't do so with the presumption that weight loss is going to be a part of the agenda. You stay well fed out here. And look at Aydemir. He's snacking on the Nader Open.
Well, the situation here is they've been messing with him. They've been messing with him, so he wants to have a little go back himself. And yeah, Nadir, you know, suited very reasonable hand, of course, to open the cutoff. Aydemir getting frisky with this, but look at the Gungur. Senses are tingling. He feels like something's not quite right here. And if you're ever going to fight back, Ali, we love the ace-5 suiteds. They're the ones that look at this. He's pieced it together. 60K. Clicky, fullback, very small. I'm surprised it didn't go a little bit larger, but really, really in tune with what's going on here. And Nadir, well, unlucky. You may have wanted to fight back, but what can he do here when Gungur has come out with the cold 4-bet? But the problem in my mind is the cold 4-bet is so small that Aydemir's still going to call with a lot of hands. Now, quite a few of the offsuit combos are going to fold. If he's got King Jack off, I think he just has to fold for this. But a hand like this, Heavenly, that's not going to fold for 25,000 more. Especially when it's one chip. It's easy. Here we go then. To the flop. 4 bets. Ace-5, B6-7. We're home, Ali. We're home.
That we are. Note the diamonds are smothered. However, on a Queen 7-4 board, Aydemir has the best hand. And this was not an insignificant chunk of his remaining stack with the re-entry period closed that he committed to this particular pot. And flopping middle pair, he's not going to be in the business of folding to this C-bet. Just 13-5.
No, I think 35. I think
35, forgive me.
Yeah, the graphics saying 35, but I saw Aydemir throw in 35K, which makes a bit more sense.
This is actually an interesting card on the turn. It provides the double gut shot straight draw to Gungur. Could leave him feeling emboldened enough to fire another barrel. Aydemir, of course, picks up a straight draw of his own.
Well, Ollie, there's some better ace high out there that might have called the flop. There's all the 8s, 9s, 10s, jacks kind of hands. But now Hayden and Yasu just rip it in with all that equity.
Oh my.
And what is Aydemir going to do now? He has better than those hands, right? If you're a person sitting here going, maybe I'll call with jacks, no. Fold the jacks, call with this hand. Because if you are behind, you've got all this equity.
You're right.
I don't know what he's going to do, Ali. It's a tough one. I mean, Gungar's just going to have aces, kings, ace-queen as well. I think is going to be a common hand to cold 4-bet with.
All of the above are candidates to be behaving in this fashion.
Question is, you've got to think, does Gungur have two sizings on this turn, right? He shoved for 75% pot, but does he go, if he's got a hand like aces, kings, ace, queen, does he go a little milky? Does he bet like 40k here and then 120 on the river? Or is he always just going to jam his hands on the turn here? If he's always jamming, then it's very hard. But if he has those two sizings and this looks a little bit more bluffy. Now, of course, there aren't a whole lot of bluffs on here, given it's a rainbow board. You know, if this was the 3 of hearts on the turn, you could convince yourself your opponent's in there with big hearts. Obviously, the ace-5 suited is one we know the solvers like. Is he thinking Gungur's capable of that pre-flop even? I'm looking at Gungur earlier. He doesn't look that concerned to me. Well, I say all that now, he's getting a bit jittery, but just from a live read point of view. I don't believe you.
You see item here saying, do you have ace king?
Saying I don't believe you.
I mean, listen, this is not posturing out of Recep. He is a candidate.
Did you hear what Gungur said? He said you're going to see it anyway, right? Being a stream table.
You wonder whether or not that skews item here in terms of what he thinks is across the way.
Yeah. It was such a quick response. And kind of the quick response is, yeah. And you say that it lends me, again, confirmation bias, I'm looking at a bluff, but it makes me feel like it's a bit more bluffy.
Oh, and it gets through.
Well done, Gungur, well done. And yeah, really hard for Idemir to make that call when there is no flush draw on the turn.
I suspect that these boys have plenty of history against one another, by the way, James, that lends into that pot. You see,
I just said ace-5 to his table mate.
Washing it down. Carpe diem.
Yeah, we go.
That which he's got emblazoned onto his forearm there, and he certainly seized the moment in that last pot.
Well, well, well. Yeah. And it's funny, actually, the small 4-bet pre-flop, the sizing he went being so milky, actually. I didn't mention that on the turn when Idemir's facing the jam, but that actually makes it easier to fold as well, I think. It just kind of looks strong, right? He went for a really small 4-bet size out of position. That looks like it might be, you know, unbalanced scenario where he just has the best of hands, the aces, the kings. As we can see, he's managing to do it with ace-5 suited. So actually, I think an even clearer fold for Idemir, even though we can see in this instance, he would have had a 70% chance at the double up.
Sure.
Great hand.
$13 to go. Says Sami Ayub, the Jordanian. No takers. Or no, a call from Abakirov.
Yeah.
With the Queen-3 suited, forgive me.
You're forgiven.
Ace-King-7. Neither player in love with this one, but range advantages are clear for the under-the-gun raiser. Hence, he collects some chips and follows through. And this one's over. Ayub, by the way, just 3,900 and change in recorded career live tournament earnings. All of it coming in the US, by the way. Where he's gotten involved in a Win Signature Series, as well as a Venetian Deep Stack. Deep runs in both of those events, respectively, a 12th and a 5th. And some modest buy-in, no limit hold'em. 500 and 300 respectively.
The man's got taste. Win, merit.
Sure.
I'm sold.
Pocket eights here for Davidov. See what he's got on his mind in terms of sizing.
It's like 13, shade over the minimum. No dear. Well, he just got blasted out that pot a moment ago with King Jack of Hearts. Gonna let those pseudo connectors go. Didn't really look too short to play that one. Aha, here's a hand that's gonna play.
Pocket kings has the medicine for these eights.
Yeah, I like this. Going pretty big, just under 4x from the small. We're playing near enough 100 big blinds deep. Could even go bigger. But then, if we don't have too many 3-bets from the small blind, we kind of are weighted towards the strongest hands when we do this. We're probably going to call with even likes of 10s, maybe even jacks in this seat against +2. And probably flat a lot of the ace-queens, so our range a bit more nutted, thus we can go a little smaller.
37,000 is a reasonable sized ask from the pocket eights. Of course, the advantage of being able to play the pot in position is clear. The disadvantage of doing so against a covering stack when we're sitting as deep as Davidov is a bit problematic, but the flip side of that is you can get a full payoff here.
Right.
If it comes just right.
Yeah.
Upside not capped.
Yeah, just recognizing the price too high. Going to be too hard to navigate post-flop when he doesn't flop a set and just staying away from Obakirov. Clearly some respect there. If he's up against a weak, what he perceives to be a weak player, Ali, I think he makes the call. If you're up against what you perceive to be a strong player there, he makes the fold, so respect that.
Respect is rightfully shown based on our observations. Seems like a competent operator in the cockpit of Flight 2, let's call it, in the 2-seat. Nobody looking to take off with some dusty ones up front. Idemir, ace-4. Not interested.
Obakirov. 5 high on the button. Finding a raise. Ayub's suspicious in the small, but Jack 9 off a little bit too weak to do anything with, I believe. Stoev dominated Jack 4 off now. His hand's so weak, Ali.
How weak is it?
Well, we want to fold it, but we might sometimes get real frisky with it.
Yeah, you're right. We see oftentimes bottom of range, just on balance, playing back, recognizing that with some frequency there's going to be plenty of opens and then folds from the late position raisers.
I think it tends to be once we get to that sort of stack depth. I think we were playing. What?
Last 3-bet kings.
Just going back through the stats again, yes, 74 big blinds he had in the big. I think actually at that depth is when we start looking at some of those 3-bets that come out from there are actually some of the kind of prefer the suited combos. Normally we were saying, you know, the big blind just calls all their suited hands, but once you get to that sort of depth, now maybe you can mix in some 3-bets with the Jack Deuce suiteds.
Yeah.
Because those Jack 4 offs just play so poorly when you do get called. Obviously they're good to bluff with because you don't want to call the open, but they're just too bad. So you have to kind of find the 3-bet bluffs as some of your weaker hands that you do call with as the potentials. At least that's what the kids tell me.
Having the deuce in hand, though, is problematic because you do want to, you know, vacate that card in particular to be in your opponent's range. But the suited king, I think, is the one that's really coming in favor.
Certainly, that's a really popular one. Obviously, in the big blind against button, you just pretty much, I think, always want to call with the suited kings because they just play really nicely post. But certainly in the small blind, that's a big candidate. Especially the king six suited. And someone obviously told Brian Kim that to the nth degree.
Oh, yeah. That was the combination, king six suited, I believe it was, that sent the very illustrious Brian Kim, who's been here to Merit on multiple occasions with the Triton Super High Roller Series, packing in the World Series of Poker main event final table.
And Bob Stuyve finding one with ace-7 offsuit instead, and a little heart for the fans.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was...
He knows the cameras are on him.
Yeah, it was an interesting hand that Brian Kim played. Obviously, I know it was discussed at great length amongst the viewing public.
You know, I think for me, and forgive us for those of you who are listening and, you know, didn't soak up coverage of the World Series of Poker main event this year because, of course, it's behind a paywall over on Poker Go. Unlike the coverage here at Merit, which comes to you free of charge on our YouTube channel, if you are enjoying it, by all means, give us a like, give us a subscribe. But Nicholas Ostet, Lena 900 online, very well-known, long-time crusher online. He was in the final 3, and he took a spot that I thought wasn't really necessary to take, given how deep he was, given that he really was a favorite against the remaining field. And early on, in that final day, found himself out the door, clearing the path.
Yeah, I was
the ultimate champion, Jonathan Tamayo.
You know, I had one cash out left to process at the World Series, and I unsurprisingly played golf that morning, and I'd gone to the World Series to cash out, and I was in the cash out line, and I saw Lena in the cash out line, and I was like, whoa.
Oh, yeah.
But my initial thought was, is the main event over already? Because I was so sure he was going to win it with 3 left. But no.
Like, not that quickly.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Idemir, suited connector. He's the party starter here. 10-9 suited. Flats out of King Jack and King Queen, the latter of which has the diamonds smothered. Plenty of interference here in a 3-way affair heading to the flop. 51K in the middle. 2 diamonds on the board, and escape is not going to be an option for the time being for Recep Aydemir, the pre-flop raiser. Small blind, Hajar, 2 overs, king high flush draw. And he's going to come out swinging. This is definitely in breaking with the flow of play.
Yeah, Hajar with fewer chips than Aydemir. Let's see how he approaches this one. I thought this was going to go check and we'll see a bet from Aydemir and a call from Hajar, but the lead, I think, kind of freezing Aydemir a little bit. It kind of looks like maybe it's a hand like 6s or 5s that doesn't want to check, doesn't want to check round behind, wants to just kind of put a bet in now and figure out what's out there. And little does he know.
Jack on the turn, as the King Jack was cleared by the lead. Hajar now checks, and
Aydemir just moves all in. Wow.
And talk of the flush draw.
He says, have you got a flush draw? Wow.
I can show you one, okay.
Look at Recep offering to show one.
Anyone.
And
wow.
Hajar into the muck.
Show.
My goodness.
I will not show you. You see?
Well. I did not see that hand playing out that way, Ollie.
Offset.
Wow. Aydemir somehow getting out of what looked like a very frosty deck. Things thaw out pretty quickly in this part of the world at this time of the year. Yikes.
My turn.
Chance to further this late night rush for Idemir, recovering from that 6-7 of diamonds.
He'll be playing this one.
He probably play exactly like the last one, Harley. Try and flip a flush draw.
Yeah, sure.
Try and move it in on the turn.
Of course, he did have the luxury of being the covering stack against Hajjad, and it seemed as though he knew his man.
Yeah.
Able to ask him whether or not he had a flush draw, in spite of having one himself, by the way.
A little bit of gamesmanship that. When you've got the flush draw, you try and put it on the other person. Is that what you've got? You've got a flush draw? Because I've got the overpair.
We're ready to start for Poker Cup, day 1A. Information from players, today we will play 14 levels instead of 15 because of delay. Dealers button seat 1, button seat 1. And we're going to start our tournament with light 3600 and 2600. Dealers, shuffle up and deal. Good luck everyone.
Nadir defending the big 10-8 of hearts, dominated against the under-the-gun opener.
Ace, King, Deuce, top pair for Idemir. Should be a sneeze and take it sort of affair. Check in front of him, and in 35 comes 15. Game over.
Slow, slow. You say it slow, slow.
Just yellow.
Come on.
Ай, крашер.
Давай, пойдем.
Let's go. Был шанс. One point.
I should call this time, you know. It's very bad. I call the flop. No. I call you on flop. You don't care. I maybe said something. Flop. Call flop. I'm tired. I'm not tired. I will do this, you know?
You are a big blind, I hope.
Wow. Selling this?
Never lose.
Folds all the way around to the cutoff of Hajjad, where he looks down at ace-9 offsuit. Just 88,000 in front of him.
Bravo.
Good luck.
In it goes. The roughly 14 bigs. Davidov. Normal circumstances, suited one gapper. Maybe he likes to get in there against a standard raise, but
yeah, it's pretty grim when you've got that hand on the button and don't get to put a chip in.
No good. No good. No good, bro. Good luck, bro.
So you fold?
Yeah, I fold.
these sorts of pickups are crucial when you're flirting with that 10 big blind stack.
This is the sort of jovial nature at the table I think you were referencing earlier that we normally see here.
Just add Idemir.
Right.
And, you know, some regulars.
Sure.
I think, that are familiar to one another. Not everybody towing the line, but...
Nope.
The mood being light and the poker being serious don't have to be mutually exclusive phenomena.
72, please. 73. 73 to 80. 73 to 80. Come from.
Handorf Staev. No good with this hand. Not really had much chance to get involved. Just feature table towards the end of this day 2. 2 9s. It's a big hand on the button, aren't we?
That it is. And oftentimes it's the kind of hand that could get some pushback upon it, courtesy of the fact that it is opening from the button. Idemir with the king-jack offsuit. Let's see if he deems it a candidate against Amjad Nader.
Right, he's been giving it a go this last orbit. Let's see what he wants to do. This is certainly a hand you can 3-bet from the small blind. Certainly a hand you can't fold. Remember, he did 3-bet Nader's open before, got cold 4-bet. This time, going for the more defensive option, and ended up finding the worst hand in the big.
Okay. 7-6-5 rainbow. Really nice board texture for Nader. Overpair and the gut shot straight draw. Idemir checking it over with paint cards. And no meaningful connection, facing the C-bet.
Yeah. And a big bet at that, Ollie. Look at this. Yep. 32K. 5.5 blinds, the C-bet. I kind of like it, because we're saying when we bet 5, 6, 7, we're trying to make out we've got something. We open the button here, right? And Idemir can certainly have some of that board peeling from the small. So they're going to have some pocket pairs. Some ace-7 suited. Any suited ace, really. Maybe some of those middle suited connectors. As it was, he was in there with king-jack offsuit, and that can't stand any heat, let alone 5 blinds.
Pre-flop after flop call. Pre-flop and after flop I would call. Flop is good for you. Even pre-flop I would call. Pre-flop.
Pocket 4s now for Obakidov.
Yeah.
Under the gun min raise. King-7 offsuit, Idemir just 208,000 in front of him, and he really loves to fight, doesn't he?
He's itching. I don't think he's done with poker for the evening, Ollie. Once these guys bag up, I think he might hop in that next event.
We're only about 20 minutes away from finding those bags. Nine-9-3 board. Ungor has connected, and these 4s are actually a delightful little holding on a board texture such as this.
Yeah, very nice looking flop for him. With range, really. Actually sizing up a little bit. Gone 1/3. Could go really small in this kind of board texture. But see, your opponent probably has a little bit more 9x than you do, but you also get to have all those pairs. Oh, wow, what a turn.
4s full. And really not a card that concerns Gyungor here.
Right. Again, a bit like the hand we saw Gyungor play, it hasn't brought any backdoor flush draw, which is obviously going to reduce the candidates, the number of bluffs that Obakidov can have. And look at this, he's just bet pot. Recognizing, hey, if Gyungor's cool with a 9, I want to get all of this. And if he has a hand like 5, 6s, 7s, 8s, 10s even, could just call from the big, even maybe jacks, they're never folding. Doesn't have too much 3x, so although that's what he's got, he's not particularly targeting that.
So the 11K C-bet on the flop, followed up on with a $55,000 turn bet. Here we are at the river, and interestingly, Gyungor decides to bet out 25,000, and it's sort of, under normal circumstances, the kind of thing that would have to be considered in terms of respectability, I'm not sure if a lot of 9X plays this way. Maybe it's ace-5 being cheeky. Who knows?
Just a block, Ollie. Just a straight-up block. Now, of course, you're going to have to throw some really strong hands in when you do block. But it's hard to be balanced. It kind of looks like that kind of hand. And Gungor getting the terrible news. Huge raise. And so quickly as well.
Yep.
That's going to really flummox me. Surely my opponent takes some time on this with either the hand or the bluff. But it seems from what we've seen, Ubakirov does play pretty quick. Gungor going to level himself here. I mean, what hands are really going to bluff here? Because the funny thing is, he might convince himself that, hey, look, the turn bluffs might have been a hand like ace-deuce suited, ace-5 suited that want to carry on having turned a gut shot. Does ace-deuce now raise? Maybe that'd be the bluff. But ace-5's just got there. Thing is, the big pairs, the over pairs, don't go this size, okay? So now he's repping like ace-5, 5-6 suited maybe, and then the houses. But he can have 3s and 4s. Wow, he's got paid off. Huge payoff.
Third barrel. A healthy 275,000 as a raise against the cutesy block bet. And I think this is one of the downsides, James, of that block bet. When it's so cute like that and the raise comes in, you don't know whether or not it's something that's just tethered to the idea that this block bet looks fishy, or if it's tethered to the strength of the hand we're up against.
So once we block bet, we have to fold. That's just how it is. And when we block bet with basically the worst hand we could have, I think we then have to fold. It looks fishy, right? How can he have this raising under the gun, betting 3 times, coming in with a huge raise? But he can have those hands. He can have 4s. He can have a big 9. He can have ace-5. I guess the sizing was definitely weighted more towards boats than, or at least a straight than like a ace-9 type holding. But who knows? I think ace-9 can certainly go huge still.
Agreed.
The speed of it as well. Just no thought. 350k. Huge raise.
Okay, la Notte Degli Assi, just complete the hand you're on, and you're going to play the last 3 hands for today. As usually, as you complete your last 3 hands, you're going to put all your chips in the bags, writing down name, surname, and chip count. And your next day is going to restart tomorrow at noon, at 12.
Last 3 hands. After this one, Ollie, I think.
That's the announcement being made. We see Idemir, 7-8 suited, cut off open. Gungor looking for a pound of flesh. Heel flat with the Jack-8 suited, dominating as we see round 2 between the Turks. King 9-9.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing for Gungor. This end of day is just moments away because that one's going to sting.
Ace on the turn.
See him, he's sort of scanning up to the sky. I think he's still thinking about that previous hand, not thinking about this one, and that's going to allow Idemir just to come in and steal it. And deep breaths into the mic. It's all weighing heavily on the mind. And I mean, he called that river bet himself pretty quickly. I think he could have taken a little bit more time.
Guys, I want it double up or ID volume. Okay? Yes, no. Why not?
I fold. You raise, I fold.
Or I double up or I okay? You don't want?
Idemir in the process of some negotiations, it would seem.
King, bravo king, yeah?
Only kings.
Bravo.
Not aces, only kings. Ace is fold.
Temple 5. Again, just... Ollie, we've not got to see him play much. Been down out of this 1 hour of play with us.
Hadjad is definitely going to be playing, though. Ace-Queen off suit, and he's going to play for his last 103,000, it looks like. All in.
It's a pretty meaty bet.
Last few hands. of the evening, day 2 action.
Yeah, me too. Double up or...
You want to sleep?
Of the main event, Recep accusing him of wanting to flip.
My friend.
I have sent.
Should we move on, Ali? Next hand.
Second two. No good?
Now it's official. I've learned better than to make assumptions about what we're going to see, James.
I would have bet a lot of money on a fold.
Yeah, Queen 4 offsuit, never a candidate at that price.
Maybe a mystery. Might look down, think it's ace queen.
Okay, let's go action, action. Action, what's this guy? What's this guy?
Truly no worse feeling than not looking back at your cards and then calling some sort of big all-in on the river, thinking maybe you had 2 clubs in hand for the flush and you only had 1, and just deflation when you realize I have nothing.
Sheer panic.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've all been there.
He speak Polska.
Could always happen.
Really can.
Phil Ivey was the one who kind of most famously did it, right? Without.
Well, he had it and didn't know he had it.
Misread his hand.
It. Yeah. That was during the main event, I believe.
During some World Series
World
coverage,
Series, yeah.
A stream table, I think probably main event. Kind of gave a pass to everyone else for misreading their hand for the rest of time.
Right. If one of the goats can do it. Davidov, ace king. Standard adopted open sizing of 13K being utilized. Just 219 players remaining in the field right now. Of the original 722 who ponied up to 2,000 to be a part of this event, and Ayub is going to be a part of this pot. Small blind, a couple of 10s, covering stack of 885.
Yeah, it's funny because it's still quite early in this tournament, albeit this is level 17. Due to the fact we repeated some levels, there's so much play in these merit events. 17 levels in, the starting stack is still 12.5 blinds. It's pretty crazy. So then, how is Ayub going to navigate? Looks like he is going to come after the open, and well, Ollie, this could get spicy.
That it could. 3-bet to 43,000. Ace kings do like to work their way into the middle, James. 4-bet.
Yeah, a lot of
deals available.
A lot of the value of ace king is in pre-flop bluffing, if you will. Yeah. Obviously, we're not bluffing, but the card removal means that you are. And let's see, when you 4-bet here, now Davidov's in a tough spot because he might even feel like he has the spot where he kind of has to 4-bet fold at some frequency. And he has come for the 4-bet. That's the first part decided.
A healthy 150,000, by the way. And now things get awkward for the 10s.
Yeah, this is the thing. Now you 3-bet with 10s from the small blind here. I don't hate it, but when you face a 4-bet from +1, you basically have to fold it. Unless you've set up some dynamic where you're trying to 3-bet get in 90 blinds with 10s, which I don't see being a thing, then you just kind of wish you'd flatten. This is the problem, of course, is that occasionally the 4-bet's going to come from ace-king. You're thinking it's aces, kings, whatever. He shows. The sizing somewhat of a giveaway to that direction, Ali, but at the same time, what are you going to do with 10s? 43 to 150 was a big 4-bet. I think you could have gone something in the low hundreds. But again, ace-king's value is with the hammer.
Guys, let's send everybody fold. Okay. Anyway, I go all in.
Sheer power of it on display, late day 2. Ayub not wanting to tussle out of position, even though he had that big covering stack. I think he also respects Davidov as a player. He seems like a Steeler customer that isn't out there dancing late. And how about this? Dancing shoes for Idemir, 2 aces. And you know, his table affect is such that people don't imagine he's going to wake up with 2 red aces here.
He told everyone, just fold, just fold. I'm going to win this last hand. I'm going to raise. And then he gets dealt aces.
Yeah.
Gives it the whole look, gives the whole spiel. Goes, ooh, this is a good hand. Gets the raise in.
Players like Recep can be so dangerous when they actually get hit with the deck.
I just love the acting. He didn't really break character when he down to that second ace. That's well done.
Let me see my card. No, not yet.
Hajar saying, I'm not going to comply until I take a peek. He was the last potential customer here in the big blind with 5-6 offsuit.
Okay, let's try that.
He just doesn't even want to give him a spin.
Can you pass?
5-6.
Bravo, bro. Bravo. I played 3 days. First time I aces. 3 days I played in game.
And you win.
And first time I aces.
You win another day. Very lucky.
Yeah, Recep's thinking, I haven't gotten one through once since I started playing this event, and all of a sudden you heroes decide that you don't want to see a flop when I finally have aces. That is the way that the cookie crumbles.
Better to win a small one than lose a big one, only. I've always hated that saying, and I hate the fact I said it.
And on the topic of big ones, just feast your eyes on that main event trophy, which will ultimately go to one of the remaining 200 and change that are still here. Bags being delivered as we are all done with day 2 of La Notte Degli Assi. Danyar Vakidov. Nice day for him, as he will be one of the 7-figure stacks coming into tomorrow's action. Over 200 bigs when it was all said and done. Ayub, the other big stack. They will be sent elsewhere into the field, as there will be a redraw, I would imagine, to start the day.
Yeah. What a nice scenario that was for Ubakirov, just finding that 4 on the turn and finding a customer who played it in a way that meant he got paid off, coming out with that block, tricking himself into calling the huge raise.
For Daniliuk, not a great day, however. He's going to have a sub-10 big blind stack when he comes back to try to spin things up tomorrow. And with that, we give you a peek at the remaining schedule. 3 days between now and when we ultimately crown a champ here in our main event at the Dolce Vita series here at Merit Poker. Tomorrow's action will begin at 1 o'clock local time. Look forward to joining you. In the meantime, on behalf of our entire crew here in Northern Cyprus and my partner in the booth, James Dempsey, this is Ali Najad saying good night, and we'll catch you tomorrow.